Please welcome Kyle Daigle.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? A lot of energy for 9 a.m. over here after last night. Welcome to day 2. I'm Kyle Daigle, the Chief Operating Officer here at GitHub. So I joined GitHub as a developer myself over 11 years ago, and until this morning, they still haven't kicked me out yet. But this also means that I've been here for all 10 years of GitHub Universe. I've seen the groundbreaking ships, all the groundbreaking product announcements, and to a fair number of moments that have, up until now, stayed behind the scenes. Like every good software project, things break, they work, and they come together at the last minute. And our early GitHub Universe events were no exception. At our first Universe in 2013, we did not have a big product announcement, but we were scrappy. So we started our big push on security by announcing our YubiKey partnership for 2FA. Now, 6 years later, we announced the first version of GitHub Actions. A small team of incredibly talented hubbers came together to show off a demo of an infinitely customizable dev automation tool. But what most people don't know is that that first version was built in about 60 days. What we initially built didn't do exactly what we wanted. So we pivoted quickly and we shipped to learn. And I'm still a little bit salty that we left behind HCL for YAML, but I'll get over that eventually. When we all look back on our software careers and think about those memorable moments, sometimes they're amazing ships. A lot of times they're near misses, and I'm not sure that you're a developer until you've dropped the database or caused an outage. It's a rite of passage for all of us. But in those moments, from the last 10 years of Universe to over 16 years of GitHub, our community of developers has kept us going. Whether that's a colleague at work who takes the time to onboard you onto a new tech stack, or a person who takes the extra time to do that pull request review that got you to a better solution. It's the tribe of developers that have helped all of us continue moving forward. New laptops, new programming languages, new frameworks, monoliths and microservices and monoliths again, all in service of bringing our ideas to the world and ultimately driving human progress. Across it all, we're teams of developers who decided to work together to do the unthinkable across vast distances. Together, we captured the first pictures of a black hole, thanks to Dr. Katie Bauman and team. And of course, with Python libraries like NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, and more. Thanks to our friends at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab and over 12,000 open source contributors, we put a helicopter on Mars that did over 70 flights. And we came together to preserve the world's open source for future generations in GitHub's Arctic Code Vault, putting 21 terabytes of code onto optical film to safeguard our work for over 1,000 years. All of this was achieved with over 100 million wildly talented developers around the world. And what I think is even more exciting than all of this is just the beginning. As we look to the future, we've set our sights on something even bigger, an aspiration to create a future with 1 billion developers. A future where more people can use code to solve their problems and bring their ideas to life with others. Over the past 50 years, software has become increasingly accessible, both the access to it and the ability to write it. And naturally, this is raising some questions. What does the future look like where 10% of the world can build in their natural language? What will this event look like in just 10 years? Another question I hear when I'm walking the halls around Universe is, what does it mean to be a developer in this era? With AI breaking down barriers to entry, The path to becoming a developer isn't confined to a single story or background. It's about creativity, problem solving, and passion, things that come from the heart. So take my developer journey, for example. I started coding when my mom brought home a home computer from United Technologies. I'm not even sure I was supposed to use it, but if I got ready early in the morning, she let me work on it and build some code in BASIC. Fast forward to high school, and suddenly I was thrown into an entirely different world. A teacher sent me to my town's voter registration office, where they asked me to create a tool to help people check their voter registration status. And what did they want me to use? The world's most powerful database, Microsoft Access. The next year, I turned that into a web app with PHP, but even then, I still didn't think software was a career path for me. So when it came time to go to college, I chased my passion for lighting design, all while using Rails 1.0 to build web apps and for realtors and small businesses to make some money on the side. But I can assure you there are only so many little web apps that one kid can make. And so when I couldn't make enough to continue to pay for college, I dropped out. And eventually, I joined my first startup. And that's when the world opened up to me. It didn't matter my background, my education, or my age. What mattered was the problems I could solve and what I could do with code. And I was hooked. And eventually found my way here to GitHub. And I've had the privilege of working with incredibly talented hubbers, building webhooks, our news feed, the API, GitHub Marketplace, our first version of GitHub Actions, and so much more. Now, Ira Glass famously says, the best sign of growth is looking back at your work and realizing it was terrible. And I'm proud to say, much of the code I wrote back then is no longer in the GitHub code base. My point here is we all have some story about how we got here, how we arrived in software, and how we became software developers. Sometimes these paths are traditional, but oftentimes they're not. Take Hubbers, for example. We have an entire Slack channel dedicated to employees with unconventional journeys to software. We've got Hubbers who started in art school and found their way to CSS. Maybe they can finally teach me how to center a div. We've got folks who decided college wasn't their thing, but gained life experiences around the world. And some who just thought a career in technology wasn't in the cards for them. Whether we studied computer science in college or stumbled into code, our paths to software are often as nuanced as life itself, full of plot twists and rewrites, and sometimes failed ships. But once you're here, once you're a part of the home for all developers, once you've found your tribe, you're one of us. You have a place here regardless of your background. Since AI tools like GitHub Copilot went mainstream in early 2023, the number of developers on GitHub has grown rapidly. Millions of new developers are building, creating, and solving problems with code. AI isn't diluting what it means to be a developer. In fact, it's turning it up a notch, making way for new creativity and bringing the love of coding to more people than we ever thought possible. So I shared my story of becoming a developer, but I want all of you to think back to your origin story. The moment you knew you were a developer and found your passion for code. Now, as a community, it's time to bring that spark to the rest of the world. And as developers, we get to hold the doors open for this next generation. 1 billion people building with code, turning ideas into reality. A future where the same passion, joy, frustration, and creativity that we've all come to know and love as developers can be unleashed for all humanity. But something this bold is going to take all of us. Developers have proven over and over again that they are up for the task. From open source contributors to enterprise devs to beginners writing their first line of code. One commit, one pull request, one breakthrough at a time. So GitHub has always been the home for all developers. From the very beginning, our goal has been to enable you to collaborate, innovate, and build the future together. And each year, we take a pulse of our community and we share it with the world via our Octoverse report. It covers everything from the most popular programming languages to the fastest growing dev populations around the globe. Now, yesterday, you heard Thomas break the news. Python is the #1 language on GitHub. I heard gasps in the room yesterday, but don't worry, everyone. JavaScript is alive and well. Someone even showed me the new framework that they built here at Universe, so don't worry, we're good, y'all. But beyond programming languages, Octoverse is also where we uncover the latest trends emerging from within our community. And we get to see the projects that have clearly struck a chord with developers. So I want to begin today where so many of us have, with a side project. You know, that project that you start thinking it'll just be a quick thing just for you, but it turns into something so much more. Managing a project with thousands of contributors in a single year is no easy feat. And even then, it's not just about the code. Building and maintaining these large communities takes a village. It requires dedicated maintainers, contributors, and a shared vision to bring it all to life. So who here uses Home Assistant? Yeah, me too. So for the folks that don't know, Home Assistant is an open source home automation platform that lets you control everyday devices like lights, cameras, and thermostats, regardless of their platform or interoperability. I've been a huge fan of this project ever since Jesse Newlin, a former Hubber, showed it to me so many years ago. Now, I haven't quite outgrown it running on a Raspberry Pi 4, but it probably just means I need to automate some more things in my house. Hacking on my own version of Home Assistant is how I keep coding in my daily life. That's why when we launched GitHub Sponsors, Paulus, the founder, was the first maintainer I funded. That's how much I believed in their work. And I'm not alone in that. With over 83,000 GitHub stars across their top 5 repositories and over 5,000 users having a PR merged, Home Assistant is a prime example of how a passionate community can turn their ideas into reality. Now, while I could talk about Home Assistant all day, I'd rather show you what it can do. And who better to do that than the folks behind the magic? So let me introduce Paulus, founder of Home Assistant, and Frank, engineering lead for Home Assistant. Good to see you both.
Hey, Cal.
So I'm so excited to have you here with us at Universe. Why don't you start by telling us a little bit about how Home Assistant got started?
Sure. Thanks, Kyle. So back in 2013, I got some smart lights, and they had a local API. So I did what developers do. I wrote a little bit of Python, and I was able to control them locally. And I felt like I had a superpower, but I wanted to use this. So I automated my lights to turn on automatically when the sun was setting. But next up, I realized they're turning on when I'm not at home. I have to add some presence detection. And that's how I iterated and iterated and iterated, and eventually, Home Assistant was born. Now, I initially put the code on GitHub, not because I wanted to create a smart home platform or any platform at all. It was because I would look good during job interviews. I never expected it to grow the way it did.
And it turns out a lot of people wanted to control their homes. They were looking for ways to connect all their smart devices together and automate with them in clever ways. And soon, thousands of people were tinkering in their homes and bringing new user interfaces and new features to the masses. And this growth in users and contributions was truly unbelievable. It was actually quite overwhelming, to be honest. But it is a testament to the strength of our community. They are inspiration, our guidance, and they steer us in the right direction as we continue to grow and scale here on GitHub. But most importantly, they believe in our vision for an open home.
And so, Frank, that's actually a perfect segue into this home setup that we have on stage. I'm a big fan of showing things off. And so I figured we could start by showing you a little bit about how Home Assistant works. Let's start with the hello world of Home Assistant by simply turning this light on and off.
Oh, wow.
Woo! You don't have to lie, it's not that interesting. Instead, though, I can actually control this through an API with Home Assistant. So Martin from our DevRel team soldered a Wi-Fi board onto one of our hackable badges here. So if this works, I can control it by clicking this button here on the badge.
Ah.
See? little cooler.
I love that. It's that kind of tinkering that is actually very natural to us. And a Home Assistant empowers you to integrate all kinds of devices and services together across all kinds of ecosystems. And you can automate your home locally by installing the Home Assistant operating system on all sorts of low-powered hardware, like, for example, a Raspberry Pi. Or if you're more into a plug-and-play experience, you can get one of the hardwares we produce, like this one Kyle's holding up, the Home Assistant Green.
Yeah, I mean, these devices are beautiful, much nicer than my ragtag Raspberry Pi setup at home. But
really nice.
one of the things that I use Home Assistant as an avid user every year is to automate my decorations around my house. It's spooky season, so I hope you don't mind. I decided to bring a few of my decorations behind me. They are slowly making their way up, but I can show you while those heat up, or I can show you how I automate them at home. There we go, so it's looking great. If I click here on this graph, I can see when they've been on. So that way I've been at Universe now in California for 3 weeks. I live on the East Coast. I want to make sure that my decorations are not being left on every night and annoying my neighbors. And so I can see that here. And if I come back out, I can look at the triggers and actions, and if I click these 3 dots, I can go in and edit the YAML for my automation, and you can decide whether YAML is a trick or treat. You can decide. If I back all the way out here to the dashboard, you can also see that we've customized this dashboard to have the local temperature and weather. I'll turn the room up a little bit, it's cold today.
Right, for sure, right? It's so nice to have all your details personal to you when you're starting your day, even down to those easy access buttons to control those Halloween decorations.
And so up until this point, everything that we've shown has been pretty straightforward, but I want to click this Home Assistant Core tab. So as you can see here, we can look at the Home Assistant Core dashboard and see the latest stats from this repository. Now, this is a custom integration that Jessica from our team built. It uses a bit of JavaScript and CSS, and it pulls from GitHub's GraphQL API. The extensibility options here are awesome, so we're also going to be upstreaming this integration. So if you use Home Assistant, you can use this too.
Yes.
The cool thing about this, it is fully customizable, and we try not to lock away any functionality. So there are actually a lot of people, like Jessica, building things and then sharing them on GitHub for anyone really to use with a couple of clicks. Everyone, no matter their skill level, can make it their own. So whether that is changing an appearance or adding new devices not yet supported.
Right, and community contributions, they're actually central to how we work. It brings the power back to the developers so they can bring the things they want to see to the project and then share them with everybody else.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I mean, by the way, if you've been paying attention, you may have noticed that the Octa lamp over there has been turning yellow on and on behind us. That's actually been when folks have been starring the Home Assistant Core repository. So I'm nerd sniping all of you. You know what to do. Go star the repo until inevitably the LED bulb burns out. Now, showing all these features is awesome, but let's get back to the magic, the community. I mentioned earlier that building and maintaining a community like Home Assistant takes a village. Did you want to talk a little bit more about how you're thinking about it?
Yeah, so let me share something. 6 years ago, on Home Assistant's 5th anniversary, we announced Nabukasa. It's a company to help focus the development of the project. The community is still in the driving seat, but Nabukasa makes sure that it stays on track. And Nabukasa, it isn't funded by investors, but it's funded by the community through our Home Assistant cloud subscription and Home Assistant hardware. These optional extras, they make it easier to use while funding the development. It's a win-win. But we took this year another big step. We created the Open Home Foundation. It's a non-profit based in Switzerland to which I donated Home Assistant. The foundation, it cannot be bought, it cannot be sold, and this means Home Assistant will always be free and open source.
So as we think about the future and how developers ready to build their own communities, we have found that by signing something that gives people full control and empowers them to build, we have grown one of the biggest and most awesome open communities here on GitHub. And being intentional about your community's wants and needs and giving them the platform to build is key.
Yeah, and in this year's Octoverse report, we found that Home Assistant had over 20,000 contributors this year. That's huge, but I know there's always more work to be done.
Yeah. Exactly. We would love for all of you to join our community of smart home builders, but maybe you have another passion. So I would like to leave with this question. What are you all going to build on GitHub? Thank you all, and have a great GitHub universe.
Thank you. Thanks to Frank and Paulus. I really encourage you all to check out Home Assistant. It's just one example of what happens when we use our talents to solve real problems and then share them with the world. This year, Home Assistant brought in the second highest number of first-time contributors on GitHub. That's over 2,000 new people jumping in thanks to Paulus, Frank, and their community. It's awesome. In software, we're all building on top of each other. We're standing on the shoulders of giants, and sometimes we're creating new giants entirely by just relying on them in our projects. When GitHub started, we focused on building tools around Git to make code collaboration easier. Now, 16 years later, it's our responsibility to make software development easier for all of you, so you can go out and build more giants in the world, just like Paulus and Frank did with Home Assistant. That's why we continue to bring free features to everyday developers, like discussions, issue tracking, actions, and so much more. We want you to build that idea, bring your vision to life, and share it with developers all around the world. So let's start by talking about GitHub Actions. Actions has continued to grow and evolve since we launched it in 2018. Just this year, developers have used over 10 billion with a B, minutes in Actions to automate routine tasks, check code quality, and ship faster. You can use Actions for free in public repositories for your builds. And given we talked about IoT and Home Assistant earlier, we want to make it even easier for those of you working on embedded software. So starting next year, we're bringing ARM-hosted runners for free to public repositories. We want you to continue to test and build and run those projects without the overhead of managing your own hardware. Now, while we're talking about Actions, I always prefer showing you how we're using our own features on GitHub. Your experience should be similar to our everyday flows. So let's take a peek at how we automate things with GitHub Actions. Now, we're obviously heavy users of Actions internally, and in the early days, for those of us that have been around for a while, you heard a lot about chat ops and Hubot from us and how we do so much via these powerful chat commands. But we haven't talked much about other things that we've done in the last few years, like issue ops. So let me explain how that works. GitHub Actions can trigger from many different GitHub events. It's not just pushes and pull requests, but also from issues. So take, for example, just outside GitHub Central in this keynote area, many of those demos are spun up by the staff using GitHub issues and GitHub Actions. So if I click on one of these templates here, we get taken to a form to fill out. And this triggers a clever automation behind the scenes powered by GitHub Actions to track the state of what's deployed and to tear it down when the issue is closed. So this is just one example. A lot of our teams use issues and actions to automate their work intake, and some even assign triage scores. But GitHub Issues is also evolving. So let's go over to the issue team's roadmap to see how they're using their own product. They don't know I'm doing this, so hi, Issues team. Good to see you. To recap, GitHub Projects lets you display GitHub issues in different ways. So in this overview, we're looking at it like a spreadsheet. This helps stakeholders like myself understand and get a glance of the overall status and direction. But I can also look at this in a timeline view, like a Gantt chart. This helps the team understand key ships, dependencies to deploy. And of course, we can go to the swim lanes tab where we're using a board view showing issues by status. This allows the teams to understand where there's bottlenecks in their shipping process. And there's an interesting issue here. Let this load up. It looks like they're looking into closing issues as duplicates and chatting with many of you. I know this is a very common request, so we can take a quick sneak peek. If I scroll down, I can see that, yes, they're going to add a new pillbox label if an issue is closed as a duplicate. So that's great. If I come back out here, I can now also look at these views and adjust them by using this filter. So in this case, we're not showing issues that are in draft or ones that are already done. And of course, I can come over and I can configure each of these views, including the fields to show, columns, slicers, and more. The team has been putting a lot of love into GitHub issues and projects. And in fact, they recently launched several features in public preview that I use every single day. So sub-issues is a great example of that. When we're managing a project, we obviously often need to track smaller tasks in the hierarchy. And so we can see here we have this new visual where we can see the progress of each item's nested issues. And we can get meta here and take a peek at the issue for sub-issues. And if I scroll a bit down, yep, it's sub-issues all the way down. If I expand one of these, I can take a look at that hierarchy and can continue to expand the hierarchy and see the issues that the team is nesting. I love this because it gives a great overview of the team's work at various different levels. So that's just a small taste of GitHub in action, the way that we use it here at GitHub. And we're going to keep bringing features like these to every single developer. Now, security is another place where we've made some big investments this year in bringing more functionality to open source and public repositories. I'm sure if we all took out our phones and opened up the GitHub app, we'd see that glaring number of vulnerability alerts staring back at us. Not me, I work here, but hey, we're all guilty of it. Well, I know most of you are. Now, tune into Mike's session later today, but this is exactly why we're bringing more of the power of our security tools to public repositories, starting with Copilot Autofix. Copilot Autofix is taking the pain away. We're not just finding vulnerabilities and telling you how to fix them. We're doing all of that and then basically fixing them for you. We know open source maintainers are the ones who often bear the brunt of these fixes, and we want to make it that much easier for you. So Copilot Autofix is available for free for all public repositories. But today, we're taking security a step even further. We want to ensure that there's never a trade-off between fixing a vulnerability and continuing to innovate on your project. That's why I'm so excited to share the new Secure Open Source Fund. Through this fund, projects will get access to partnerships with GitHub security experts, security education, incident response support, and direct funding through GitHub sponsors starting next month. We already have some amazing partners and over $1 million in funding ready to go, and it is growing every single day. Now, this is an exciting new step, but it is not our first time supporting open source. Since sponsors launched in 2019, you've contributed nearly $60 million back to open source projects and maintainers. And get this, nearly 6,000 companies have jumped in too. That's a 38% leap just in the last year. It's organizations like American Express, Shopify, Evan Yu's new company, Void Zero, and of course GitHub, supporting the maintainers in projects of some of the world's most pivotal work, like curl, the VLLM project, and Open Web UI. And with the GitHub Fund, we're also investing in early-stage developer tools startups. Mermaid Chart simplifies the creation of engineering diagrams. Moondream builds vision language models for AI applications. And Unsloth makes fine-tuning LLMs faster, easier, and more efficient. So whether you're a maintainer or a startup, we're trying every way possible to connect open source developers to the resources that they need to bring their projects to the world. And amidst all this is the largest software development change in the last 10 years, GitHub Copilot, the best way to build with an AI pair programmer. Today, over 1 million students, teachers, and open source maintainers have used Copilot for free. If you need help reviewing a GitHub issue, just ask Copilot. Offering feedback on a pull request from a community contribution, you can ask Copilot for that too. It feels like we're only scratching the surface of what's possible, and we're constantly finding new ways to bring even more functionality directly into your GitHub workflows. And I've shared all these things, these features and offerings, and obviously there's so much more that I couldn't share in the keynote today, because GitHub has always been committed to empowering all developers. For us, it's about that day-to-day experience of being a dev. Coding should be a joyful one. Coding should be a joyful experience, and we want everyone to have the same tools that we use internally. So whether you started with Emacs or Vim, Sublime Text, TextMate, VS Code, Subversion, or Git, now that you're at GitHub, you deserve the best modern developer-friendly tools. And that's even more important for the next generation of developers that are finding their way on GitHub. Now, there's a lot of talk about this next wave of developers, what languages they'll use, where they are in the world, and of course, what innovations that they'll bring to life. But these developers aren't just students in classrooms. They're everyday people following their passions, just like you and me. They're 14 and 40. Some are studying right now to become devs, while others don't know a piece of code yet. We're preparing for all of these folks and finding the unique ways that they'll build on GitHub so they can join us in creating the future. So as we commonly do at GitHub, when we have a big, hairy problem about the future of software development, we turn to GitHub Next. They're the team behind innovations like GitHub Copilot, Copilot Workspace, our beautiful Mona Sans variable font, and now they're exploring what it means to make learning accessible to everyone. And so this is another one of my favorite moments at Universe, where I get to show you a vision of what the future could be. I want to be very clear, this is not a launch or a ship, at least not yet. This is just a few developers talking to a few developers, showing you our ideas so that we can grow them together. So in that spirit, let me introduce Amelia from GitHub Next to show you what the future of learning just might look like. Amelia.
Thanks, Kyle. Hey, I'm Amelia. I'm a principal research engineer on the Next team. So at Next, we're focused on the future of developer experience. And while a lot of AI tools are focused on generating more code, we're interested in empowering developers to better understand that code. And we have some ideas on how to incorporate that learning into our day-to-day process. So what if I told you that you could spin up a bespoke learning environment tailored to your personal goals and daily work? What kind of building process would that unleash? Normally, I save prototypes like this for a smaller setting, but we're celebrating 10 years of Universe, so let's go for it. I'm going to show a way we can create dynamic courses tailored to you. Let's run through an example. Let's say we're building a travel website with a 3D sky. Now, let's say I've never made a 3D website before, so I typically start off with some furious web searching, maybe look at some documentation and examples, and manually translate them piece by piece to my building environment. But what if I had something to do that process for me? Let me introduce to you Learning Sandbox. So instead of reading through examples and documentation, I'm going to create a sandbox to help me make my 3D sky. So I'm familiar with JavaScript, but let's say I've always wanted to learn Three.js. I can specify packages and my experience level so the course focuses on concepts that are new to me. And off we go. The course is split into bite-sized pieces for me to learn one at a time. The content is directly linked to the code with references that I can click to focus on the relevant parts. And I can always dig deeper with links to relevant articles or documentation. We have a full-fledged sandbox environment on the right for us to test out what we've learned. And we're also prompted with exercises to try out. Or if we're in a rush, we can skip directly to the answer by clicking the Show Me How button. Just like that, we have a sunrise. So once we reach the end of a section, we have suggestions for what to learn next. Let's go ahead and choose the next one up and learn about adding a 3D dome for the sky. But we don't have to continue on as suggested. We at Next believe that learning is best directed by natural curiosity or by your own goals. So we can choose another option or even generate a completely different direction. For now, let's choose the next one up and learn how to add a cloud to our sky. So as we learn, we'll have questions that aren't answered by the content. At any point, we can ask for guidance using the dialog box, like asking how to change the sky colors. And Learning Sandbox will explain how to make those changes, along with code samples that we can copy directly into the sandbox. And we can iterate indefinitely, adding a sun or animating the cloud to move left and right. And while we go, we're learning new concepts to use now and in the future. So imagine the possibility with such a tool and what it could mean for both current and future developers. Hands-on learning for any concepts you need to know. Being able to find your way around any code base with a custom code tour. Or learning while making as you complete tasks in your daily work. So there's no one book, video, or course that works for everyone. Aiming to help 1 billion developers means creating content for billions of environments, billions of use cases, and billions of individual skill sets. And to do that well, we at GitHub Next want to build an educational environment that tailors to every specific scenario. Now today, this is only a prototype, but hey, we said that for GitHub Copilot. We're incredibly excited to explore it further as we continue investigating the future of software, so stay tuned for more. Now let's hand it back to Kyle.
Thanks, Amelia. Learning Sandbox gives you a glimpse into how we think learning will evolve in the next few years. But in the meantime, we're also focused on the millions of people learning on GitHub today. Through GitHub Education, we partner with schools and universities around the world to ensure that students have access to GitHub, specialized tools for the classroom, and resources to help educators teach real-world software development. And with our campus experts, and I know there's some in the audience, all right, simmer down, y'all. We have students who work together to build strong technical communities on their campuses. We're continuing to see more students and teachers leverage GitHub and Copilot. And to date, GitHub has over 7 million verified students around the world. That's up 1.5 million just in the last year. So to start to wrap us up today, I want to zoom in on one of our nonprofit partners that I really love, Hack Club. They're a global nonprofit powered by over 40,000 teen hackers around the world. They run a teen-led organization where students can find each other, write software, build custom hardware, and nerd out in an online community and in real life too. But beyond all that, these teens are steeped in the joy of hacking in a way that just feels so nostalgic to me. So this summer, we sponsored Hack Club Arcade, a free program for students to earn tickets by building projects. In just 2.5 months, 19,000 students signed up and logged over 135,000 hours of coding. Then they redeemed their tickets for prizes. I mean, they really know how to theme an event. I'm super jealous. And the most popular prizes were Raspberry Pis and, shockingly, at least to me, YubiKeys. So yes, YubiKeys are still badass news in 2024. Mike's very happy in the front row. Earlier this month, the GitHub Education team and I spent a few days with some of these students up in their headquarters in Vermont. Now, on the ride up, I had a sense of what to expect, but to be honest, I was completely blown away. This video shows our next generation of developers at work, already tackling new challenges head-on with code and hardware. That's Charlie, 14-year-old, who built a weather balloon that can float between 5,000 to, I'm told now, 100,000 feet in the air, drop an autonomous glider that can go to a particular set of coordinates, starting with a foam glider that my kids just throw in the backyard right now. And that's Manitej. He's a 17-year-old who converted a Pomodoro timer that he built for himself into a timer for all of the teens hacking on projects. And there's also folks like Zahir, who isn't in the video, but wrote a modern operating system entirely from scratch just over the summer. They're not building these projects solo, like so many of us did growing up. They're building and sharing and iterating together. If they're stuck on a project, they ask and they use this digital scrapbook to show it all off. I mean, which one of us hasn't written a commit message late at night at some point in our career that looks a little bit something like some of these? And so we've decided to do more with Hack Club and invite all of you here, even if you're not a teen, to help us out. But there was one person who impressed me so much that I wanted them to join me on stage for the next announcement. So, people of Universe, please join me in welcoming one of Hack Club's students, Akon.
Thanks, Kyle, and hello, Universe. I'm Akon, and I'm a student at Hack Club. I design web stuff as a front-end dev and launch programs around the world to get students excited about coding. Earlier this year, I ran Apocalypse. That's where the hoodie I'm wearing is from. It's a high school hackathon where you build tech to survive the zombie apocalypse. We shipped 40 projects from 150 teams in Toronto in just one weekend. But we didn't stop there. This November, Hack Club is organizing Counterspell, a beginner-friendly game jam happening in 200 cities around the world at the same time. But that's just the beginning. We've been working with GitHub for a while now on programs like Hack Club Arcade. Now today, I'm excited to announce our biggest program yet, Hack Club High Seas. In partnership with GitHub, we're inviting over 40,000 students around the world to build and share their projects on GitHub. We're giving students free hardware when they ship their creations. But I'd say the coolest part of this announcement is that we're launching it right here, right now, live on stage. Okay, so before I came on stage, I merged a pull request. Let me check to see if that workflow is done. And here's all the commits. And yep, it looks just about right. And now let's check out the site. All right. Hack Club High Seas is now officially live and open for registrations and donations, but I'll let Kyle talk about that later. Thanks, see you around.
Thank you so much, Akon, for joining us. We invited her about 2 weeks ago after I met them, and she's been such a champ, the whole team has. If you're watching this and you're in high school, you can sign up for the High Seas using the QR code behind me. And if you're sadly too old to join in, like me, we've partnered with Hack Club to use the same code, and you can help sponsor some of those redeemable prizes, like Raspberry Pis, iPads, framework laptops, and more. And if you really want to take it a step further, I'd love to invite you all to GitHub's 12th annual Game Off, our month-long hackathon, November 1st. So regardless of your age or experience, you can build a game from scratch, collaborate and learn with the community, and share it with the world, or just me personally, because I'd love to play your game. Now, for all of you here in person, I also have a special ask for you. The hackable badges that you're wearing, if you're not going to bring them home and take out your soldering iron, I happen to know a group of 40,000 teenagers who would love to get their hands on them and their Raspberry Pi 2350s, which they eagerly told me are not released to the public yet. So, with our commitment to sustainability at GitHub, you can drop them in the marked boxes on the way out, and we'll wipe your data, get them ready for the Hack Club team so they can turn them into probably an autonomous drone to teach me Gen Z slang or something like that. Over the last 10 GitHub universes, we've seen the community of developers and students and creators on GitHub continue to grow year over year and accomplish things we never would have imagined when a simple Git host was created in 2008. You've shown the world what's possible, not just through code, but through creativity, a love for problem solving, and all the experiences that make you, you. And that's what gets over 3,000 Hubbers out of bed every single day, enabling you to do your best work on GitHub. Whether it's solving the toughest challenges, starting a new project, or taking your first steps with a Hello World tutorial, we're here with you. And we're just starting on the journey of having even more new developers with us. Over 1 billion problem solvers, 1 billion developers, helping tackle challenges for themselves and humanity on the biggest social coding platform in the world. So whether you're Akon, Paulus, Frank, Amelia, or myself, we all have our developer story. How we got started with software, the test failure that kept us up all night, or when we truncated the production database again. But today, the story for someone, somewhere on GitHub, has just begun. Thank you so much.
I didn't know anything about computers at all.
Change your life when you're meeting.
It was challenging, but in a great way.
I got to learn how to use a computer from kids in the neighborhood trying to play Wolfenstein 3D. Like, that was my on-ramp.
My older brother, he's the one who taught me what different computer parts are, how to take apart a desktop. I built my first PC with him.
I just couldn't pull myself away from these machines.
I wanted to be a developer. I wanted to write code.
I could build something which can be used by an end user, and that actually really tempted me.
Suddenly, I started creating my own video games, small programs.
Either I'm gonna fail at this totally, or I just have to share my wacky ideas.
We built this game called Football Heroes.
I started contributing to Angular.
I started off doing 100 days of code, sharing my journey, sharing what I was doing with Python.
That changed my entire life.
It sparked something in me.
I couldn't believe that a real person actually downloaded this thing that I contributed to.
Becoming a programmer, it opened the world for me.
It showed me the power of how small things can compound into big things, and then the world is watching.
Black women reach out to me now who are Java developers who say, I want to do that one day.
I just didn't realize that there was a whole nother world of people doing really cool stuff.
We write code for machines, but the truth is that we work with people.
I'm having so much fun with it every single day.
On GitHub, I found a place where what mattered was your contribution, not who you were. And that was a really legitimizing force.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Are you inspired? I'm inspired. We are here at GitHub Universe 2024. I'm going to grab some coffee, and then we're going to recap what we just saw. And
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hello there.
Cassie,
Hey, everybody.
Do you want to get your coffee
Yeah, I'm
too?
gonna grab a tea.
Okay, she's gonna grab some tea too, and then we're gonna be talking about what we just saw. There were so many fantastic announcements, so many great things about community. I loved seeing everything. What was your favorite thing you saw?
I think, honestly, my favorite thing was all of the pull requests and issue updates and stuff. I'm so excited for that because that's going to make things so much easier just from a development standpoint and just contribution standpoint, too.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I loved the little video that they just did at the end, showing people in their journeys, through open source and getting started coding. Also thought it was really fun hearing Kyle's origin story. That was really fun.
Yeah, no, I didn't know what he was doing. I knew he was at GitHub before and he's been here for so long, but it was cool kind of seeing his path getting to it. And also the students that they brought on stage and the Home Assistant folks. It's been so cool to see all of these different people contributing to open source. It's very inspiring.
And this is, okay, now this is your first in-person GitHub Universe, right? What is the difference being here in person versus when you've been here virtually before?
So the talk experience is very similar. It's very similar to get all of the information, but I feel just being here in person and seeing so many people, the hallway track, quote unquote, where you just see people in between talks and you say wait a minute, I recognize that person from Twitter or something. It's been very cool to see a bunch of people that I just normally only get to see online, for sure.
No, I totally agree. And I think on that note, let's see if maybe we can find some friends, right? Talk to, and talk with some folks that we maybe saw in the keynote. Oh, yep, you're going to see them in just a second.
I see our friends over there.
See some friends.
Want to grab some coffee?
Yeah, let's see if I have some coffee. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello. All right. Fresh off of the keynote stage, literally right off the keynote stage, we are joined right now. This is Paulus and this is Frank from Home Assistant. Hello. How's it going?
Oh, wow. I'm glad it's over, but I'm also really glad that it went so well. Doing a live demo on stage, pretty wild, and we just did it, and it worked.
How do you feel, Frank?
I feel great. This was awesome. Like, this is so cool, and the environment here is so cool, and being able to speak here is just an honor, really. So it was great. I like this.
It was an honor for us, too.
Yeah, and did I hear correctly that you had 21,000 contributors this past year?
Yeah, it's truly insane. Like, we just have, and it's not just all one contribution, right? Some do many, and so yeah, it's a lot of work. You want to share, Frank, how many were in the last month?
Yeah, so we are doing a release now, beta. We're cutting beta today, and we expect around 1,300 PRs to be in it for just the core repository. So it is quite overwhelming, actually. It's quite a lot, and well, we keep just going on. It's cool.
That's actually amazing. Just how much, like, that's mind blowing because it's so many contributors and so many people who just care about a project and care about making it better for everyone. I think that's just absolutely spectacular, and I'm sure the organization has changed a lot as a result.
Oh, it has changed a lot. Where I used to be like doing a lot of programming, then I moved to more doing code reviewing. Nowadays, we have 50 people full-time working on Home Assistant. And this includes a product department, we have a communications department, we have a hardware team, and we're working with the community, we're building a roadmap. It's a lot of orchestration.
That's awesome. And can you tell us a little bit about the Open Home Foundation and how that works?
Yeah, so we started the Open Home Foundation to have like a safe haven for Home Assistant, a place where I couldn't like just sell it, like a place where it will be truly open source for everyone. And there is a commercial aspect to Home Assistant with optional features, but that's all tied to Nabucasa, which is a standalone company, and that Nabucasa has to fund the development of the Open Home. So there's strict contracts there, and we really wanted to make sure that if you pick this for your smart home, in 100 years, it will still be running.
I love that because I feel like a lot of technology now has a lot of like planned deprecation and stuff. And so I think that's also the nature of open source, being something that because it's open, like it's not going away. And so if a maintainer has to go away or a contributor has to go away, there's still people who might be willing to take it on. And I think that's really incredible.
Yeah, totally. Frank, you do a lot of the engineering lead work. From either yourself, your own experiences, or from the community, maybe what's like the weirdest or most like, is there like an integration that stands out to you that maybe really surprised you, what people have done with Home Assistant?
Oh, so there's some weird ones around. There's some kind of toe warmer. I'm not sure why, but you can toe warmer. You can remote control it. But most recently, Wordle was added, so you could like pick up your score and like maybe turn on your lights if you missed a day. I'm not sure how it works. It's not a thing with us, but Wordle is a big thing, right? So yeah, that's cool. Weird stuff.
You could, because you built your own.
I made a word game too, but now I'm thinking I could combine Wordle with the toe warmer, and depending on what letters I do, which toe could be warm. That sounds pretty fun.
Yeah, or like if you miss a day, like if you get it wrong, then like your toes don't get warm, right? Like it could be kind of like a thing to do that. That's amazing. So what's next for you guys?
Sleep. We've been like doing we don't visit SF this much, so at all actually, and so we had like a meetup last week, and we had visit some partners. But yeah, we're working on a release. We're actually cutting the release today, which we're gonna do from the speaker lounge in like 30 minutes, because the show needs to go on. We do every first Wednesday of the month is a release. And there's a lot of cool features coming, but I'm not gonna spill the beans. You gotta watch our release parties next week.
Okay, be sure to watch the release party. But you're going to be in the speaker lounge, and you're going to be like pushing it.
Beta, yes, cutting beta today. Yes, definitely.
Amazing. And how can people get involved with Home Assistant if they want to get involved?
So step one is to get it installed. And what I always tell people is build something for yourself. Build something you care about. Get it running in your home first. Get like the bugs like ironed out. Then when you share it online, don't contribute directly to the main project. But it's very easy for people to install third-party plugins. So put it online, get some users. They will iron out some more bugs. They'll have some feature requests. It kind of grows. And once it kind of matures, then you can be like, okay, maybe this is something I want to give to everyone. And then you contribute it upstream.
Fantastic.
I feel like that's such a good way to be able to contribute via a plugin setup and everything. I feel like so many of the best open source projects I've seen start that way because it gives you kind of like a very easy relatively easy ramp up into a project without just jumping into a giant code base and be like, okay, where do I go? And so that's really, really cool that you have that available to people. And congrats again on the award yesterday on being so welcoming to so many people too, because I feel like that's so huge. And being welcoming in open source, I feel like, is the key to growth and really just helping a lot of people.
No, absolutely, and I think that's a real testament to how many contributors you've had, how many PRs you already have for the beta, and that's amazing. And all right, we are going to head out now. Thank you so much, Paulus. Thank you so much, Frank. Have a great universe. Thanks for being there. And we're going to now we'll be show a little video, and we'll be back in a minute with Damien interviewing Adam Walden. Stick around.
Today is huge for us. This is our 10th GitHub Universe. Yeah.
There are thousands of developers from all over the world, and we're here to celebrate our favorite thing, code.
This year is the biggest universe yet. It's almost 3 times bigger than any universe that we've ever done before.
Today, I'm excited to announce a new partnership with Anthropic, bringing the power of Claude to GitHub Copilot. So we're thrilled to share a partnership with Google, bringing Gemini 1.5 Pro to GitHub Copilot.
The next iteration of Copilot Workspace is here.
This is the developer environment of the future. GitHub Spark is an AI-native tool to build applications entirely in natural language. The floodgates of nerditude have swung wide open. It is now possible, not just 100 million, but 1 billion people on GitHub can build software together.
So cool, right?
Yep. Hi, everybody. How are you? How good was that keynote? Amazing, amazing stuff. So I am here with one of the important people with GitHub Universe, Adam Walden. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey, I'm Adam Walden. I'm the Vice President of Brand and Corporate Marketing here at GitHub. More importantly, also the Executive Producer of Universe for the last 6 years.
Yeah, we've had a lot to do with each other for the last, let's walk and talk. We've had a lot to do with each other for the last few years. I was here doing some hosting last year, and you were doing some hosting, sorry, I was doing some hosting the year before. Yep. But this is the 10th year, right? What makes year 10 special? Like, what is the most special thing about this year as year 10?
You know what, there's so much, I think, special about the 10th year. We decided to go bigger and better than ever, so we're in a much bigger venue this year. We've got more people watching at home. We've got double the number of attendees. We've got double the number of developers, double the number of partners and customers that are here. So really bigger. We're at a brand new venue. We're at the Fort Mason Center for the Arts, so a huge venue. And we really spent a lot of time thinking about what's it mean to be at the center of the software development universe, and how do we really emphasize that whole community around us. It's not just about GitHub. Obviously, GitHub is an important part of this. We love GitHub. But really about all of the community that we have, all the people that are here, our partners, the customers, the developers, and everyone together.
Yeah, and I mean, as we walk past, the developers are at the center, but you mentioned the partners as well. So we've got, Azure on this side. We can see there's Octopus Deploy over on this side. So there's a bunch of partners. But the developer's really at the center, right? What I'm going to ask you, though, there's so much stuff here. What is the thing you're most proud of with this 10th year of GitHub Universe, do you think?
Well, it's hard. You know, I don't know if there's one thing I'm most proud of. Like, I'm proud of the team that puts it together. I'm proud of how it all works together. I think the thing, though, really is that we always keep the developer at the center. We think about GitHub as the home of software developers, and then this really is the manifestation of that. This is the time that we all come together in 3 dimensions. We bring our community in from all over the world. Everyone here to really participate and be a part of what that means and how to be special. And GitHub is not just alone. It is the partners. It is our audience. It's everyone together, and that's what makes GitHub special. It's this interconnected community and a chance for people to connect, share ideas, bring their next level of things together. That's what really makes GitHub so special, and that's what makes Universe so amazing.
Absolutely. So we're going to walk over here to the bug bash thing in a sec, but I wanted to ask you, what are you looking forward to for the next 10 years, do you think, of GitHub Universe?
Well, the one thing I've been saying lately, I'm saying like this is the for our 10th year, we really brought it to 11. So we ran to 11 this year. Next year, we're going to be just thinking about how to go bigger. We're thinking about how to be even more integrative. How do we bring in more partners, more of our community, and make it even a more incredible, interactive experience?
Amazing. Well, it's been an amazing show this year and for the previous few years. Thank you so much for spending some time with me. And yeah, enjoy the rest of the show.
Thanks, Damon. Have a great one.
All right. I'm going to actually head over. One of the things that we have at the show is a bunch of interactive stuff that's going on. This one here is a bug bash. It's a game, I think. And Broccolini, fancy meeting you here.
Hello. Yeah, I was just winning, obviously.
Okay, awesome. I'm gonna head out. Keep winning.
Yeah, get away.
Right, see ya.
Don't ruin my score. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us over here at the Bug Bash. I've got a friend with me here, Christina, who leads one of our engineering teams here at GitHub. Would you mind introducing yourself?
Hi, Diana. Hi, everybody. My name is Christina Enchiva. I'm a Senior Director of Software Engineering at GitHub, and my teams mostly work on Copilot, Code Spaces, and Code Search.
Awesome. And is this, have you been to Universe before? How many times have you been?
This is actually my first Universe. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm still in awe of all the technical details and the production values, and it's been awesome meeting so many customers.
That's awesome. Well, I'm glad you were able to join us for the first Universe, and it's the 10th anniversary as well, so a really exciting first Universe for you. I have a very important question. We've just been playing a game here with certain GitHub characters. What's your favorite character, Mona, Copilot, or the duck?
Ooh, that's a good one. My teams do work on Copilot, but I have to keep it real, and I have to say Mona's my favorite, the original.
The OG mascot, right? So I know that your team, like you said, has worked on Copilot, and we've seen some amazing launches here at Universe. Can you tell us about something that you were excited to see launched that your team has worked on?
There's so many exciting launches. I do have to hype what my teams have been working on. I'm really excited for Copilot Code Review and also for Workspace in PRs, where you can iterate and validate right in your PR.
That's really awesome, and that's congrats to the team for shipping amazing work there. And so your team's working with Copilot, working on AI. Do you have any advice that you want to share with the folks at home? Like, how are you preparing your teams for working in the age of AI?
For sure, yeah. I mean, it's an exciting time. There are a lot of challenges. Things move very quickly, and we have large teams who are all kind of spinning up on AI. And, I think kind of the value and the thinking that I try to impart to my teams is like, you can do it. There's so much out there that's publicly available, documentation, or like white papers or white paper abstracts if you don't want to read the whole white paper. Concepts in AI like comment critic or plan and solve. These are things that we use in Copilot, and they're publicly available on the internet to learn about. Like believe in yourself, and everybody can do it, and you can learn from scratch and be incredibly productive.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that advice there. And any advice to folks that are like up-and-coming developers, like the next generation that are maybe now learning and getting into this world of AI?
Absolutely, yeah, I love that. I come from a non-traditional background, so I taught myself programming, and then I went to a coding boot camp, and like the publicly accessible resources were just really valuable to me. So like, again, like you can do it, like please read the documentation, and there's a lot available to teach you. And also like Copilot can help with that, right? So we're talking about Spark, we're talking about Workspace, like Copilot is there to explain things to you, and it's been, I think, easier than ever before to like learn from all of these different resources. So believe in yourself.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that advice with folks. I think that we're really excited about the opportunities that Copilot and AI can bring to people learning to code. So, yeah, thank you so much for talking with me today. And I think that we've got a little bit more time to sort of check out the area. Do you mind walking with me to sort of have a look around? So I think over here we've got some of our main areas. So we've got security over here. So if you're interested in that, which a lot of folks should be, that's a great thing to check out. If we can, we might try and get over to the Stars booth, which is just we're just walking up to now.
Stars. Let's see what they're up to.
Yeah. So we'll just. Oh, I see some friends over here. Let me just hop over here. Hey, hi. So this is Kadesha.
Hi, I'm Kadesha.
And this is Gloria, who's one of the amazing design leads on our team. In just a few seconds, can you tell us about STARS? 30 seconds.
Of course. I mean, it's an amazing community of technical leaders around the globe who are nurturing our local and global communities around the world, and they also happen to be super fans. Look at Emmanuel if you can.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Check out the STARS booth if you can, and back to the main stage.
Please welcome Shelley McKinley.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is fantastic to be here at Universe. This is truly one of my favorite days of the year. We're diving into a subject today that's crucial for all of us: the adoption of cutting-edge technology, artificial intelligence tools in regulated industries. Whether it's financial services, healthcare, telecommunications, energy, or beyond, regulated industries are the backbone of our global economy. They're the stewards of our savings, our health information, and our essential services. But these industries face unique challenges, needing to accelerate adoption at the same time they maintain strict regulatory environments. At GitHub, we partner with these organizations, helping them adopt secure, compliant, and innovative software that underpins their critical offerings. Today, with GitHub's Chief Revenue Officer, Elizabeth, and Sandhya from JP Chase, we'll explore how organizations and regulated industries can responsibly scale. And it's no secret that these organizations in healthcare, energy, and financial services face added layers of complexity. when they are trying to adopt AI. Yet, they're also amongst the most enthusiastic about AI's potential. From achieving massive productivity gains to reducing human error and maintaining competitiveness and driving human progress. For regulated industries which process trillions of financial transactions or handle sensitive healthcare data, the stakes are incredibly high. These sensitivities demand that our customers in these industries ensure AI doesn't just deliver innovative solutions, but that these solutions are also built securely with the needs of their industry in mind. To do that, there are some significant considerations. First, responsible AI. Specifically, do you know how an AI solution was built? And can you trust it? Second, audit rights and resiliency. Will you be able to satisfy your compliance obligations? Third, data transparency. Do you know where your data will be stored? And do you know how it will be used? And finally, does your vendor have a track record of listening to your concerns, acting on them, and backing them up with contractual commitments? Industries on their journey are quickly having to unpack all of these considerations. And their technical partners play a key role in helping think through how various components will help customers meet these requirements and demonstrate that AI solutions are secure, safe, and trustworthy. Some examples of how we do this at GitHub include, in tandem with Microsoft, our responsible AI story is built with earning our customers' trust in mind. We develop our products using Microsoft's AI standard, where we map, we manage, and we measure risks during the development lifecycle. We offer indemnity coverage for Copilot, ensuring enterprise customers are shielded from potential risks associated with copyright infringement. We offer solutions for auditability. Both GitHub Enterprise Cloud and GitHub Copilot have received the ISO 27001 certification, and both go through an annual SOC 2 Type 2 audit process. Customers can access these reports from within their administrative interface along with other peace of mind documents, like our penetration test summaries and our business continuity plan. And on data transparency, we've offered industry-leading resources through our GitHub Copilot Trust Center. The Trust Center is a hub with compliance materials and information on topics like responsible AI, security, privacy, specifically tailored to help customers meet these regulatory requirements and to support your business objectives. So as you figure out how to scale AI, it's key you find a technical partner who will help navigate all of these complexities. And when we're speaking of complexity, let's talk about the current dynamic regulatory landscape and how you can work through it when you scale AI. GitHub can help customers meet these robust governance requirements necessary to adopt AI, helping the business benefit from the technology. At GitHub, we help our customers establish a governance structure that's resilient, it's adaptable, and it's equipped to handle both current and ongoing emerging compliance needs. This is especially relevant as we see global regulations like GDPR, the AI Act, the Digital Operational Resilience Act, otherwise known as DORA, shaping these regulatory requirements. We know the importance of understanding the role that these laws play in how our customers choose their technical partners. The key consideration here for you and for your internal teams is to verify and ensure that the AI tools you're scaling are compliant and that they're built in alignment with legal regulations. And that as these requirements develop and change, your vendor is willing and able to adapt with them. When they are, you can focus on your core mission and grow confidently. So, how do you do this? This has to be a shared responsibility between you and your technical vendor. It is absolutely a partnership. At GitHub, we offer white glove support with a team of dedicated solution engineers, legal and compliance experts, and account executives who understand the unique challenges of your industry. And as I mentioned earlier, we have that GitHub Trust Center as a one-stop transparency shop. This is the GitHub approach, and we are very proud of it. But it's also not the only way forward. And so no matter which AI tool you choose, you need to prioritize working through these governance details at the start of your adoption process. If your vendor is not willing to work with you to address these requirements from the get-go, you're going to hit roadblocks along the way. What I think really gets to the heart of our session is that this AI journey shouldn't be a solo journey. Scaling AI responsibly requires collaboration, transparency, and a partner that seeks to earn and maintain your trust every single day. As the regulatory landscape and technology both evolve, having a trusted partner is crucial so that organizations can navigate this dynamic environment. We are committed to being that partner for the long term. We not only provide industry-leading security, but we also back up our words with robust contractual commitments. Like our leading IP indemnity, our transparent policies, and continuous product updates to ensure compliance. Our three-layered approach includes leaning in on existing legal safeguards, adding state-of-the-art technical mitigation, and wrapping it all in clear, easy-to-understand contract protections. All because we recognize that organizations need more than just technology to stay compliant and to accelerate human progress. For many of you, navigating a complex regulatory environment is just part of your job, but it doesn't have to be a barrier to your innovation. At GitHub, we are more than a tech vendor. We're a partner committed to working with you every step of the way so you can focus on driving business value to your customers and on accelerating human progress. I am now thrilled to hand it over to our Chief Revenue Officer, Elizabeth Pemberl, who will share more insights on bringing AI to life in your organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shelley. Hello, universe. Thank you. Hello, universe. I'm Elizabeth Pemberl. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer here at GitHub. And like Kyle, I joined the company almost 10 years ago. And every universe reminds me how special this community is. Before joining GitHub, I worked in the public sector, so I know firsthand the complexities of deploying innovative technology in regulated industry. And that experience and some firsthand experiences made me really appreciate guardrails and compliance and controls that go into place in those implementations. In my time in government, we did move more slowly than other industries when adopting new tech. That was typically for good reason. But what's been so surprising about AI and Copilot in particular is that our customers in highly regulated industries have been some of our most robust adopters at scale. It's because they understand the massive benefits that AI is bringing to their organization. Things like productivity improvements, operational efficiencies, risk reduction, managing the regulatory and compliance requirements that Shelley mentioned. Gen AI is proving to really be the competitive advantage that's separating the market leaders from the rest. And we get to work on this every day. You've heard the stats this week. We're working with more than 77,000 organizations, 1.8 million users. We are the world's most trusted and widely adopted Copilot developer platform. And since we were here a year ago, last year's universe, we've shipped lots of new Copilot innovation. You heard from Thomas yesterday about all of the new features coming your way. But getting the most impact, especially in these regulated environments, comes down to what happens after day one, how you adopt Copilot at scale. So Shelley shared insights on how you navigate the landscape to arrive confidently at day one. Now let's discuss a little more about what's required to adopt at scale and extract the most value out of your investment. At At GitHub, we've helped lots of customers on this journey, and we've learned a bit along the way. And as Shelley shared, it won't surprise you, the brilliance is in the basics. Our customers aren't simply banks or healthcare systems. They're tech companies with leading software development organizations in their own right. And they face intense competitive pressure. They're looking to responsibly accelerate innovation at the very edge to grow their market share. And transforming how they deliver software is what's really unlocking that edge. Since we first shipped Copilot, we've conducted lots of studies, we've gotten lots of really great customer evidence. We know Copilot drives developer velocity. And when you can actually adopt at scale, you realize the full impact. But implementing at scale, particularly in regulated industries, again, does not start on day one. Because you're not just adopting a tool, you're adopting a new way to think about and interact with code, establishing a brand new way to innovate. The journey you are on is actually more about people and change management than it is about AI. So what have we learned? Well, each Copilot journey, of course, is unique. But the good ones, the ones that have been successful, have started with a plan. Starting with a contained rollout where you can work through the friction points that come up and you can celebrate early success. So first major takeaway, define that success and create a baseline so you can measure it. Copilot is an investment in your developer experience, and that's going to mean different things to every organization. So start by taking stock of what you're measuring in your developer experience today. Define those KPIs, redefine those KPIs, look at them through the lens of the specific goals and use cases you need to drive, and then come up with a plan about how you're going to collect and analyze that data. This is an iterative process we see in our customers, right? This metrics journey, but you need to start with a framework in place. It's been an iterative process for us. We are continuously learning alongside you, evolving our own APIs to improve the metrics we have available. We GA'd the Copilot Metrics API with product usage at the team, organization, and enterprise level. And that data, by early 2025, will provide at the user level. This kind of information is an important input to give into your plan so that you have information on usage patterns, training opportunities. You can figure out what's working, and you can bolster those internal champions. So now that you've defined success, you have your KPIs, it's time to figure out who gets to use Copilot first. Right? The anyone and everyone approach, sort of open door policy, less successful we've seen in regulated industry. You need to start with a manageable, controlled cohort. A best practice we've identified is about 10% of your development population adopting GitHub Copilot in those first 90 days. From there, you can take a team-by-team approach based on the outcomes you're trying to drive, starting hopefully with A, the teams that have the most to gain, and B, the teams you know will embrace change and be internal champions for you. Got your metrics, your success plan, now you have your team. It's time to build your phased adoption plan with clear entry and exit criteria and commitment to work through any blockers that arise very early before they become cemented, systemic issues. The one-size-fits-all plan has also had mixed success in most of our customers in regulated industries because you have different personas. Make sure every persona is identified in that plan and has what they need to be successful. Champions, administrators, developers, they all play their own roles and they'll all run into unique challenges. So make sure that plan is set up so that they can each be successful with their own training and enablement journey. An example we've identified, early in career developers often need more help in that initial prompting work. And then regardless of the persona, nothing beats hands-on time in the tool. Champion things like hackathons and workshops. Let your developers test the limits of Copilot, explore new models, see firsthand how AI can accelerate their development. Okay, so we've graduated from initial onboarding. We're at that 10% mark. Now it's time to do a little celebration, that's important, but the work continues. It's time to up the ante, set a bold but achievable goal for widespread adoption. From our perspective, what good looks like is about 80% of your developers engaging with Copilot actively over a 28-day period. That's our North Star. That, to us, is not just a usage statistic, but it is a clear signal that Copilot has become an integral way your developers are working every day. The difference between that 10% getting to 80, it's people and culture. Those are the difference makers between success and failure of widespread adoption. So, find your influential developers, help them get creative early, empower them, let them spread the word. Lean on them as your internal champions to share best practices, to promote the tips and tricks they've learned. Then, another best practice is ensuring you have executive support throughout the process. Make sure your executive sponsors are engaged beyond that day one point to amplify success, help you remove those obstacles, and continue to drive alignment between your company goals and what Copilot is helping you achieve. So with the backing of your executive sponsors, the support of your internal champions, you've now got a growing group of users. You're creating the ingredients to build this thriving internal community. But just because you build it, they will not come automatically. It is time to do some marketing. You need to market your community internally, work with your champions to develop a plan that makes all developers understand how they can onboard, what best practices they should be following, and where these resources exist to support them. We can help you on the way. We have lots of open source training opportunities, the GitHub adoption framework. We have professional services offerings. We have partners. We will work with you on this journey to make sure you have the right level of support. Which brings me to my next point. We see success where companies are investing in their own journey, oftentimes with outside experts. This is especially helpful in highly regulated industries, given how complex your journey can be. Because remember, this is not just a journey on a tool, you're fundamentally changing the way your company works, the way your developers build code. You have those open source and training assets I mentioned, help from GitHub expert services, or many partners building industry-specific solutions that will help optimize your Copilot journey, getting you to that 80% mark. With expert services at GitHub, when they're engaged in a customer, we see a 100% increase in durable usage of Copilot in the first 3 months of implementation compared to customers who do not invest. Okay, we've reached adoption at scale. Let's imagine we've now hit the 80% mark. Now it's time to go back and meaningfully track and demonstrate the impact of Copilot in your organization, right? We know that every organization works differently, so we're going to revisit those initial KPIs and figure out how we're doing, monitoring and analyzing what you laid out at the start so that you can understand your progress. Copilot benefits the things in the day-to-day experience like simplified workflows, task automation, remediating vulnerabilities. They are important means to a much more compelling end. Macro things like increasing development velocity, improving code quality, helping you navigate compliance and regulatory requirements, improving developer happiness, which means not only are you retaining your best talent, you're keeping your developers in your flow state. AI as a code assistant has been just the beginning part of a much more important, larger puzzle for our customers in regulated industry. And if you attended Thomas's session, Mario's main stage, Kyle's talk this morning, you know the next phase of AI is here. We're going to continue to introduce a range of new functionality that will bring Copilot across the SDLC. And I am incredibly excited that our regulated industries will be our first and earliest adopters, and that we will be your strategic partner on the journey so that we can navigate this next phase of AI together. With that, I am honored to welcome our customer, Sandhya Sridharan of JPMorgan Chase, here at Universe today, to explain how she and her team are cultivating a strong developer experience at JPMorgan in the age of AI. She is a CIO at JPMorgan Chase, global head of engineers, platform, and integrated experience. So I'll invite Shelly backstage to join me, and let's give Sandhya a warm Hubber welcome.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Well, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me. As Shelly mentioned, we operate at pretty large scale, right? And I think before we get down to, okay, I have the slide up. So, but before we start, as Shelly mentioned, I manage the engineers platform and integrated experience for the firm. But I want to also provide a little bit of a contextual background on the scale at which JP Morgan operates, right? So JP Morgan is the most globally, systemically important bank in the world. We move $11 trillion a day, right? Some of these, we also host some of US or probably the global economy's key infrastructure. Right? So these are like essential services for the firm and essential services for the global economy. So it's very imperative that the platforms that we manage internally allows for that rapid acceleration, rapid scale, and at the same time, deep responsibility as well. Right? The numbers speak for itself. 43,000 software engineers in the firm, almost 100% adoption of the engineers platform. And experience, right? We do north of 2 million builds and scans a month, right? The numbers speak for itself, so I'm not going to go into detail. But the key point I wanted to call out is because we serve these key essential services for the firm, it's important that the platform scales and is available. And it's not just availability of 24/7. It's not availability in multiple availability zones. It's also not multi-region. We expect multi-cloud provider type of resiliency for these platforms, right? And then also, because it's not just the scale, what makes our environment more complex is the variation, heterogeneity in our environments, right? So in order to make sure that we simplify this complex ecosystem, that's where we form the engineers platform, right? To make it easy onboarding, security and compliance built into the platform, ease of discovery of information, self-service around environment provisioning and tools provisioning and so on. Majority of you in the audience may be software engineers, right? The two things that my engineers always complain about is I spend way too much time setting up environments. I spend way too much time discovering information, right? And that was the reason why we formed the Integrated Engineers Platform. And we've done a great job so far in terms of providing that self-service capabilities. But we also see the potential of AI as a game changer for us in that acceleration journey. Again, here are some of the big bets that we plan to, for 2025. Definitely, unleash the power of generative AI. And again, very responsibly, right? We are still in a very early journey in that cycle. And then also, part of that is also, building autonomous and self-healing systems. And then how do we pivot as we transform ourselves? It's a constant modernization. How do we pivot to public cloud? And then, of course, kind of bring all of this together through engineers' practices, best practices, and experience.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, we'd love to ask you a few questions about your journey. I know recently, I think it was DevUp was held, your internal JP Morgan Developer Conference, and we talked a bit about your presentation there where you worked on topics like celebrating engineering excellence, building an industry-leading engineering community. How do you think about developer experience at JP Morgan Chase, and where does AI fit into that journey?
Right. I mean, I think, going back to, why the Integrated Engineers Platform was created, right? Because of this heterogeneity in our environments, engineers were actually doing a lot of context switching, which was impacting their day-to-day productivity, impacting acceleration. So my key goal is just relentless acceleration with security, stability, compliance, all as table stakes, really, right? So it's kind of like that's that integrated platform that comes together, right? Now with AI, we're seeing the potential of that multiplier effect of that acceleration. And of course, still very early stages. We have Gen AI solutions deployed to about 1/4 of our engineers, and we're looking at various ways right now. Very early stage of exploration, looking at the benefits at various stages of the software development lifecycle. And I'm excited about the potential that it's going to bring in.
Yeah. You mentioned context switching. I met with many technical partners yesterday who were so excited about the benefits they're hearing about from customers with Copilot extensions, because that experience is all now native in Copilot and they don't have to switch context again and again.
Yeah.
Well,
absolutely.
All of those words that you mentioned were really music to my ears. You talk about security and safety and compliance. Can you tell us a little bit more about your journey to move to the cloud and how your organization was then enabled to use Copilot? And like, what advice do you have for others in the audience who are in highly regulated environments and just really starting their adoption journey?
Great. I mean, I think I would like to break it into 3 because it's a pretty loaded question. Lots to unpack in there, right? So I want to break it into 3 aspects. One is our journey to cloud. Second is around adoption, how we enable the adoption, and then we can go into the regulatory. And the way I like to tackle it is, you have to set the foundation of all of these before even Gen AI comes in the picture, right? So once you have the foundation, and then with the complexity and the regulatory challenges that Gen AI brings in, then you have the foundation to tackle that. So our journey to cloud, especially with GitHub, actually started a couple of years, many years ago. So the way we look at cloud is whether it's a SaaS service or a self-hosted service on a cloud, right? Whether it's public cloud or on own private cloud. So we were on our journey with GitHub Enterprise Server, if you guys recall. I think 5 years ago, and then 2 years ago we just made a big pivot, and it was primarily to take advantage of generative AI and more advanced capabilities, and also faster. As a SaaS service provider, a lot of new capabilities get pushed out to production a lot faster than you would get from an enterprise server, right? So that was our motivation. So with a SaaS provider came its own set of regulatory security challenges, right? Because we want to not just trust the vendor that they are doing all the right things. We want to protect JPMC's infrastructure just in case the SaaS provider got hacked, or with all the nation-state threats that's happening in the ecosystem, we want to make sure both sides we protect ourselves. So it was very important for us to make sure we separate out. So we created actually a service that interacts with GitHub Cloud, that behind the scenes, rest of the services that JPMC interact with. So we don't directly interact with GitHub Cloud size provider. So we have an abstraction layer that we built. That's one way, because we are extremely paranoid. Protecting the firm is our #1 priority, right? So that was one. And then, of course, we're working with GitHub team and so on, worked on making sure, we have a very stringent third-party oversight process. We do look at, we not only do our own checks around vulnerabilities and all of that, we have the vendor give us a lot of evidence and things. And also talking about evidence, we get audited all the time. So it's very important that as capabilities, in terms of capability, we get full traceability of every single transaction, every event that happens across the portfolio. Then, of course, comes adoption. We were a big Bitbucket shop, and we've talked about it openly. And as part of our migration, I think the key thing for adoption is going to be that seamless adoption to GitHub source control, right? So that's a couple of the members I see sitting up in the front here, like how is that seamless migration? So there's no adoption challenges. Today, there's a little bit of paradigm shift working in Bitbucket and Copilot in GitHub. But behind the scenes, all your repositories, everything gets migrated, all your plugins and so on. Then comes to the actual regulatory aspect of it without even AI, right? So as I talked about the third-party oversight, and then as part of that, it's critical that I'm a firm believer the more complex you make security and compliance, the less secure we are.
Ooh, I like
Right?
that.
So
yes.
yeah, so that's what it was important for us to bake in a lot of the security and compliance in the platform. Whether we work with the GitHub team as well as my own platform, making sure that that layer is built in. So when the act of adopting the platform and the tools, the application developers feel that from day zero, when they're writing the code, they have access to all of these, vulnerability check, compliance checks, and so on. Now add in AI, that's now a whole another ballgame, right? So especially now, again, there is also go back to vendor side as well as the platform side, right? So I can go on and on and on about it, but right. So there's a lot happening, right? And then, but the key thing I want to differentiate is now you look at the risk that LLM themselves pose, right? So our focus was really on code attribution and the origination, right? And then because it's key to have full transparency on and the lineage and the origination of the code, right? Full and the legality, what we call it, transparency and legality of that the code recommendation that's come about, right? So that's one. And then, of course, working with our legal team, with the Microsoft legal team, making sure the data use agreement, the SLA agreement, and so on. But then on our side, we have a plethora of risk and control measures that we have put in place as well. Sorry, long answer to your question.
It's okay. I think what's been so cool about our working with you and your teams is just really the partnership that we've had. There have been so many of these hard issues that we have to address and that are new and evolving and new technology. And of course, there's history and years of being regulated as financial services. You have so much deep history in that, and sort of bringing the new tech on top, and then working together to kind of unpack these things and solve them together as we move forward to make it a really successful partnership.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So Sandhya, I was at the Universe years ago where we announced GitHub Actions. We were so excited. This was very cool, right? And when I reflect on what we announced yesterday and think about how far we've come and how much development has changed, it's a bit mind-boggling. And you are in an unusual position of sort of managing this incredibly scaled platform in a highly regulated industry while wanting to deliver the very best new innovation to your engineers. How do you think about that push-pull in your role?
Well, I think, one thing we all kind of have agreed after probably decades of doing this role is the developer persona is the most difficult persona to please. Right? It is absolutely, I know, it is, right? So I think, kudos to my peers in the industry who do this job really well, right? But again, especially with all the tools that are available, and if you look at some of the early use cases with Gen AI, we're really tackling, if you look at the SDLC phase, really that build, integrate, test. That's kind of like the early set of use cases majority of us are tackling, right? There's an entire gamut of design, ideate and design, deploy and operate, troubleshooting, AI ops types of use cases. So, and also, talking to my peers in the industry and also at JP Morgan is, some of the best teams spend about 30 to 40% of that time in that coding testing phase. That's just, so we're really looking, if you're getting 20%, 30% productivity today with an AI tool, you're really looking at 30% of that 30%.
Yeah.
Right? So really, where is the rest of the time being spent? Setting up environments, because our dev environment, our cloud environments have become complex. Discovery of information, right?
Yep.
So that's where we're spending a lot more time, is how do we reduce that cycle, right? Especially discovery of information. We've got some early use cases going on with, like, we have curated and non-curated content. How do we put that through, a chat, a Q&A type of integration, whether built in within the IDE with Copilot, or we have an integrated portal with a ChatGPT type integration. But But we want developers to spend more time in the IDE. They don't want to be context switching. So more, as you're coding using Copilot, you're able to get that information in the context of what you're doing, right? And then of course, you're looking at more advanced use cases around environment setup. This is where I'm hopeful that we'll get a lot more capabilities, from the team here. And then, of course, as part of the environment setup is the day 2 operations of it around, technology lifecycle management, your Java version upgrades, Python upgrades, and so on. So this is where engineers are spending their 70% of their time. And they don't enjoy doing this. They would rather write code to generate that business value. So I think that's where we're spending time. And I think one thing I want to mention is more around, we have put together a 15-step risk and controls process just for Gen AI. I know it sounds super heavyweight, but it's very early, and I feel like it is important. It's all about transparency, right? What are the use cases you're going to go after? Who are your sponsors? This is our commitment to responsible AI across the firm, that we want to provide full transparency. What experiments are being run? And then what data is being used? What is the data usage request process looks like? So it's a pretty stringent process, and I'm sure over a period of time it can get lightweight, but for now, we go through that process, and we've built a discipline so that we can accelerate fast, given if we establish this process as well.
That's great. Well, JP Morgan is the epitome of deployment of generative AI at scale in a highly regulated environment. And so the journey is not over. I look forward to a year from now to hearing about your success. And we just thank you so much for your partnership and for being here today.
Thank you very much for having me.
Hi, I'm Amy Lewis. Welcome. Today we're going to talk about how GitHub Next took Copilot Workspace from concept to code. We're going to do this with a couple of experts. So guys, can you introduce yourselves?
Sure. I'm Cole. I'm a staff research engineer on GitHub Next, currently working on Copilot Workspace.
And I'm Chris. I'm from GitHub's developer relations team. And day to day, I get to work with the developer community on how they use GitHub and how we can make it even better.
That's amazing. So what is GitHub Next, and what types of problems do you solve?
So we're a small team. We're about 20 researchers and engineers. And our job is to explore the future of software development. So we build a lot of prototypes. One of the things we're exploring right now and over the last few years is how we can use AI to reduce the complexity of building software. We did that with the original Copilot, and we're trying to do that again with Copilot Workspace.
Well, let's dig in there. What is the difference between original Copilot and Workspace? What does Workspace do?
It's really about the scope and the workflow. So original Copilot was Copilot completions, right? They're in your editor. As you're typing, it tries to predict what you're going to type right next. With Copilot Workspace, we start with the task. So you start with Copilot Workspace when you're defining your task, and you can work with it throughout the whole development lifecycle to make a plan, generate the code, and iterate within Copilot Workspace.
That's awesome. So Chris, I know you're an active user of all the newest and greatest. What are some of the things that you've done and made come to life with Copilot Workspace?
Yeah, absolutely. I think to Cole's point, it really does go from task rather than code. So to give an example, I was on a train to London a few weeks back, and I was working on my personal blog, as you do, And I think there were some accessibility changes that I needed to go and make. And, on the train, I don't have access to my docs and everything else, right? So I was thinking, right, let me go and load up Copilot Workspace. Let me see how far I can get here. And it was just an incredible experience because it's not just an editor. You've got this kind of environment where you can shape what that task is that you're trying to solve. And then it is that thought partner with you. You're able to start mapping out how you could solve that. You're mapping out potential ideas. And then before you know it, suddenly you're kind of collaborating on this idea that turns into reality. And I was doing all this from a phone, by the way. So I was on the train, didn't have my laptop with me and just doing it from my phone. Pretty fun stuff.
I actually want to add to that. One of the routines that I've got into like the past few months is I'll walk to a coffee shop and kind of in my brain think about how we can make Copilot Workspace better. And as I'm waiting, I'll be like typing into Copilot Workspace on my phone, and then I'll be sipping my coffee and like actually coding the thing. And then when I walk back, I already fixed a few bugs.
Amazing. And that sets me up. My next question was, when you're thinking about building something new like this, how do you start? Is the classic measure twice, cut once in place? Is it more about the pre-work? How do you even conceive and get started? Take us behind the scenes.
I think it's with all of these AI tools, it's about iterating and actually like building it, shipping to users, and learning from real usage. So we try to do that with the tech preview. We're very open. We're engaging with community, shipping very frequently. Every week we release a changelog, and we try to learn really quick and ship quickly.
Oh, I love that. I love that there's a story from each of you of how you've brought it into your work lives. What are some of the other things that we can share? Because I'm sure we've got an interested audience now who wants to get their hands on this.
Yeah, I think it sounds like a big thing, like this idea of moving from task instead of code. And I think when you're in that kind of moment, like you suddenly realize that actually, oh, I'm focused on solving the problem. I'm focused on the actual thing I'm trying to solve rather than how do I write the code to go and do that thing. So it's a slight mindset shift, and it gets you almost thinking architecturally about the problem rather than in the nuts and bolts of everything that you're working on. So at least for me, I've noticed a bit of a step change in terms of how I'm thinking about solving things, and that's been something really interesting.
And it also empowers you to work on code bases that you would have maybe been too afraid to touch before.
That's true.
Right? Like if you can describe what you want to change, you don't necessarily need to know how it currently works. So you can bring that to Copilot Workspace, and it'll help you learn about the code base and make the change.
So outside of your language or code stack comfort zone, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
And to add on to that, I know one of the principles that the Next team works by is reducing activation energy. Mm-hmm. So this idea of how can we make it simpler and easier for you to get started on whatever changes you're trying to make. And back to that train example, if I had my laptop with me, do I really want to get my laptop out, connect to the internet, do whatever? Whereas I've got my phone with me, I can get started. And it's not just that example. I've found it in several other examples where I'll go, I've got 5 or 10 minutes to work on something here. Let me try and get started on that. Whereas in times before, maybe I wouldn't have done that. I'd go and do something else instead. So I've definitely found it's helped on that side.
And I think also to your point about the mindset shift, I've found that instead of maybe messaging a coworker about something that we could do, I'll just type it directly into Copilot Workspace, and then it'll just do it. So
amazing.
Yeah.
So what are some of the other lessons you've learned? I feel like, sometimes the best lessons we learned are sometimes either the hard way or like by trial and error. So how have you applied some of the learnings, and what are some of the lessons that you've learned?
From building Copilot Workspace, actually using Copilot Workspace to build it, that's something we've done since the beginning of GitHub. We use GitHub to build GitHub. I think that holds true with Workspace. It's been very helpful for us to actually understand the product ourselves by using it for real-world tasks, not just demos. And then also, I think focusing on when you're building AI tools, how does the person iterate once they've gotten that initial code generation, right? Like these tools are not good enough to read your mind and get it right on the first try. So you need to optimize the UI and the whole experience to help them iterate from that initial code.
And just to add on, I think one of the things I've learned from you, Cole, and kind of seen with working with the team as well, is the importance of working with the community. You know, keeping them front and center, like they are your users fundamentally. They're the people who are embracing this tool that you're building. You know, getting that real-time feedback. I know Discord, for example, is what Next use and have a thriving set of users who are actively giving feedback, sharing the tips they've learned, etc. as well. And that's actually how, you know, we did a blog post recently, and one of those tips actually came from the community. So in answer to your question, maybe from that angle as well, you know, I know we all keep saying context is so important when we're talking about AI, and what does that actually mean? I think something that we've found, at least, is if you can be clear in what that outcome that is expected, so kind of that definition of done, requirements, all the things we should have been doing in software development, but now we get rewarded for doing those things because we get some of those answers coming back from AI. So things like that, things like decomposing the tasks as well. We've got a blog post on that as well, which I'm sure we'll share as part of this. But
oh, I love that. Well, how about I'm going to challenge each of you to say, give me one or two of your best tips and tricks of getting the most, since you're probably early power users, one would think, because you've been using it to make it, which is so delightfully meta. I love that. What are one or two tips and tricks that you would share?
I would say definitely utilize the natural language revision features. So you will enter your task, use some brainstorming, get a plan, and you'll get an initial code output. And then just use the natural language bar to like kind of react to what Copilot gives you and say, that's not quite right. I actually also want to do this, or maybe change this. And it's a very natural way to iterate.
Very cool. How about you, Chris?
I think for me, you know, we've touched upon all of the AI capabilities, but it's also this environment where you can actually iterate yourself, right? We talked about natural language iteration, but I've got code panes there. I can go and edit directly. I've even got a terminal where I can build, test, and run things as well. So that inner loop of development that we're used to, of being in the editor, making some changes, building and testing, that doesn't go away. That is still just as important in this environment as any other environment. If I were writing the code just in my local editor, that experience of that inner loop of development as well, we still have that. And we can use tools like code spaces as well to get our extensions and step through debugging and all those things if we need to as well. All of those great tools that we know and love, we can still use them.
I'm really struck by what I'm hearing both of you say of you don't throw all the old ways out. This is about learning some new ways, that it can be a mind shift in some ways. It can be shifting into natural language in some ways to do things with these new tools. But these are real world problems you're solving, and therefore it's practice, right? You're using what you know and you're building on top of it to get the most out of Copilot Workspace.
Yeah, it's just a new way to go from task to code. Like we've been going from task to code always with programming, and it's just like a different workflow to do that.
Very cool. I'm sure our listeners are interested by this point. How can they get involved? You've mentioned Discord channel. Is there a way to preview this? Tell me more about how folks can get involved.
Well, I think the first point, sign up for the waitlist if you haven't already.
Yep, and then of course we mentioned this amazing Discord community, so we'll have the link here as well for that. Get involved. I think, you can obviously kind of lurk around and read what everyone's kind of saying, but when you're involved and contributing, I think that's where we've really seen people get value there as well.
Yeah, and do share the feedback, even if it's not positive. That helps us a lot, and we do actually read the Discord every day, and we're in there responding to people and making improvements.
And then finally, I guess, there's this blog that we wrote not long ago as well. Take a look at that, because if you're a user already, or even you're still on the wait list, but you're just curious, you want to learn what some of those tips and tricks are so you can start running as soon as you're ready to go, take a look at that as well.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I know that everybody out there is ready to get started with GitHub Copilot Workspace. Thanks to both of you. Really appreciate all these insights and really practical information and the behind the scenes. I appreciate everything that you shared.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for watching.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms and global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sonal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sonal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row! But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
Universe. It's so great to be with you here today, and a big hello to everyone that's watching us online. I'm Ricky, a partner with McKinsey. Joining me today are my colleagues Chandra Gyanasambandam and Martin Harrison. And we serve a lot of software clients, helping them transform their product and engineering practices. We are here to make a case today about how product development life cycles need to be reimagined. And we'll be talking through why we believe now more than ever is the time to change the way we build software. And of course, we haven't done this in isolation, right? We've spent a lot of time with a lot of you in the room. We've done over 100 discussions with CXOs and thought leaders that have been adopting these tools and technologies and have been both understanding the implications, but then also running into roadblocks as they go on this journey. And so we'll be bringing together what we've learned and initiating a discussion. We're happy to sort of meet you offline after the session too and answer any questions you may have. With that, let us start making the case. Let me hand it over to Martin.
All right, thank you, Ricky. So AI is already starting to change the way we build software products. And we've seen initially that the focus has been a lot on productivity, but a lot of organizations are now moving beyond that and looking into more, what more is going to change, right? And based on the research that we've done and what Ricky mentioned, we're going to go through 5 major shifts that we see to the product development lifecycle. And so if we start this off, over the past couple of days, you will have heard many, many cases of how AI is speeding up, augmenting, and changing the way that we do product management and engineering activities today. This is certainly going to compress time, and we're going to see a significant reduction in time to market, which is truly exciting. But I also think that there's another implication of this. So with the compression in time, it's going to free up people to do higher level tasks and more thinking about their products. And so shorter time to market, more iteration will lead to higher quality products that the customers will see.
Okay. Trend 2 is about value realization, right? So we are going to try and provoke you today by saying that what we see are early signs that software will be held accountable for value realization. It just won't be the intent, right? Because look, every PM and every engineering team, we all know that. We all start with the right intent of actually building software that will actually deliver value to our customers. But if you look at the last 10, 20 years, there has been a real impedance mismatch in terms of technology innovation, be it cloud, public cloud, digital, AI, Gen AI, any of the technology innovations. They have actually been much, much more ahead of actual value being realized. It's largely because we start with the right intent, but it takes 2 or 3 releases or even 4 or 5 releases for you to really hone in on you think what will deliver value, but then you launch the product and then you learn it doesn't. So it takes you 4 or 5 cycles to get to a stage. I think what we are beginning to see are early signs that cycle could get really compressed, significantly order of magnitude compressed. The question is why and how? And how is Gen AI going to change it, right? I think it's largely because if we can link usage to value, right? And get the data, usage, product usage, consumption, and value, feed that back to the model early on in the cycle at the planning stages, at the validation stages, and take other data like customer support data, because then you're giving the model more and more signals on what truly drives value creation, which accelerates the scenarios you build, the use cases you build, that will actually get to value realization in a much more of an accelerated manner, right? And so across categories, we are actually beginning to see this trend, and I think this is going to be very, very exciting.
So we talked about we'll build things faster, release them faster, so we get iterations with customer feedback. We talked about how we fundamentally think realizing business value. So you've had customer value promise. Now we're talking about delivering against that promise. The third shift is actually something a lot of us in the room, if you've ever been in annual planning or in quarterly planning, you've held your head about this one, right? We all know, we've all experienced the hippo bias, which is the highest paid person's opinion. So this basically means we've been in heated discussions about our favorite ideas, we're convinced it needs to be built, but then because running viability, right, being able to do prototype testing is expensive today, you end up stack ranking ideas. And unfortunately, sometimes some of the best ideas get deprioritized. With generative AI and a lot of the announcements you've heard over the past couple of days, and even some of the things that you are seeing at the booths outside, you would have come to realize the cost of doing viability, right? So running the prototyping, testing, getting early feedback from customers is going down. And if the cost of that goes down, one, it's good news, right? You can do 1 million experiments. I mean, if you look at Figma, for example, talking about how they're making prototyping easy, or platforms like Atlassian that are encouraging experimentation, it means you can get a lot of feedback across a breadth of ideas. So you don't necessarily have to stack rank early in the process. What it also does is, I mean, the other way, and this is a very interesting example we heard, right? We've heard of organizations, and this was a CPO who talked about how it's not just that they're avoiding stack ranking prematurely, they're also talking about having AI observers sit in their planning. Because a lot of good, rather unstructured data feeds into our planning discussions, right? We've all been in big room plannings. There's a lot of initiative one-pagers and project one-pagers that sort of feed into that discussion, but a lot of bias too. So having AI be the neutral observer in those discussions that helps you get more objective perspective on what to prioritize and why can help eliminate a lot of this bias.
All right, so shift 4, if you've been walking around here to all the booths, you will have seen lots of innovations that will help things around product management, whether it's Atlassian Rovo or GitHub Workspaces will help with a lot of those activities. And we see this being a really important shift. I think PMs will finally have both the ability, but perhaps even more importantly, the bandwidth to actually stretch across the whole product development lifecycle. So not just being responsible for discovery, owning the backlog, but actually running quick prototyping, running the experiments, creating the pitch decks, the value propositions, and so on, and really finally take an end-to-end view of the whole product development lifecycle. And so we'll see that the lines between product management, product marketing, designs will continue to blur. And I think the implication of this is really important. We'll finally see better accountability for product outcomes, linking to the shift we said earlier, and fewer handoff between the roles. So there should be faster and clearer ways of working.
Okay. Trend 5, right? So now, look, over the past few years, we've all been moving left, right? The whole shift left movement. And it really started with QA testing, right? And multiply that by 10. That's really what we are beginning to see. Now the question is, what else is moving left, right? So we are going to make a case that there are actually a few things, not just a case, we are actually beginning to see early signs of it, right? One is testing the next S-curve is actually beginning to move left, right? This is automatic vulnerability testing, right? This is moving more and more left there. But the two big things that are typically considered attacks on a developer, I think, are actually beginning to move left. One is around accessibility, which I think is a huge deal, and the second one is around compliance. Look, the top accessibility use cases, right? Things like screen readers for people who are visually impaired, or color filters, right? For people who can't quite detect colors well, or just the mobility experience, right? There are a range of these accessibility features that are actually automatically moving left and are getting automated, right? Reddit, for example, is at the forefront of this, right? By the way, the European Union, I'm sure a number of you know, they have launched this new regulation on accessibility, which is going to become formal, I believe, from June. And so this shift left of all of accessibility in a very automated way is going to be huge for us. And I think Gen AI is going to drive it. The second one is around compliance, right? And particularly around data regulation and data laws, right? And so, for example, global software, if you want to run it in India, for instance, going through the Make in India rules are actually quite important. Or the number of data laws and data regulations across Europe, or for like the Fed government in the US, right? And so these things are beginning to move left. They are getting automated. So it's really the next S-curve of testing and QA. Accessibility and compliance is really what we see in terms of the shift left movement that is getting driven by Gen AI. Now, look, we have sort of made the case for 5 different pivots. These are really fundamental shifts. I think what we're, so if you sort of were like, okay, what does it mean? I think we are going to go to a David Letterman style, borrow from him, right? For those of you who still remember him, the top 10, right? The top 10 in terms of what it means to you.
Yeah. And I mean, we're not going to take a quiz at the end of this, but for those of you who aren't tracking so far, we talked about 5 things. We said we're going to build and release things faster, so that means better products, right? That's our assertion, which is you will see better CSAT, better adoption, just better products for your customers over time. Second, we talked about how we fundamentally think that you're going to see business value realized, which is another, I mean, if you think about, for all of those that are building products for enterprise customers, realizing business value has been nirvana, and we fundamentally believe this is the time it's going to happen. We talked about how finally you don't have to stack rank ideas and you can build anything and everything that you've ever wanted. So the ability to do 1 million experiments is real. We talked about how PMs are now going to be mini CEOs, and we've talked about that for a while. We finally think it's real. And to Chandra's point, shifting left is going further left, right? Whether that's compliance, whether that's security. Now, as we think about what it means for you as you're living and breathing this in your organizations, the first change that we want to anchor on is, and I'll ask this question, right? How many folks here have had or are aware of the SDET role? So Microsoft used to have this, I mean, I see one hand here, but SDET roles were real. 2013, software development, engineering, and test was a role that was pretty omnipresent. And I mean, not a lot of you are raising your hands about it right now. And the reason being that over time, we've seen with the emergence of DevOps, the role itself has subsided. We fundamentally believe we're finally entering an era where the role goes away. And while if you're a software company, you're a tech startup in the Valley, you probably think that's the norm. That is not the case in retail, consumer, fintech. So for them, this is a massive shift that they're going to experience as they go on this journey. The next change, so number 9, I'll try to channel my best Letterman. Probably won't do a great job, but I'll try. So number 9 is all about full stack development, right? So we've talked about how the toolkit or the skill set for our engineers is evolving. I mean, there was a time when we used to talk about, am I a UI designer? Am I a front-end developer? And I mean, we're already seeing a lot of that change in the hiring patterns, right? You're not hiring front-end engineers, you're hiring full stack engineers. And we actually believe it evolves into an AI stack developer. So we learned, I mean, yesterday in one of the demos, you saw Playground. Imagine a world where the default is, as a developer, you have to figure out which model to use for the capability you're designing. That's going to be an expectation. We haven't had engineers have to think about cost since we entered the SaaS era. We're going back, guys. Developers will be thinking about cost as they are deciding how to enable that AI functionality you want to provide to your customers. So it's not just that, I mean, your toolkit in some sense is becoming more holistic to take into account the technology implications of what you're building across the full stacks, the full AI stack, but also the cost and business implications of what you're building. Number 8 is all about SRE 2.0. So, I mean, a lot of you will already be sort of discussing this internally. I mean, it's barely been 3 years that folks have started on the SRE journey, right? I mean, Google was the first one that sort of came out with this, and they talked about how this is the future of how folks should be thinking about DevOps and maintaining their tooling. we believe that that role itself will pivot more towards engineering. What that means is, as an SRE, instead of focusing on logging, monitoring, maintainability, you will care about building tools that enable or automate a lot of these scenarios, right? So that's why we say that SRE 2.0 is all about these roles becoming more engineering focused. So just think about you having developers in these roles versus the typical folks that you hire. Right.
All right, so number 7. So now we're thinking about UX design. The interesting part here is with AI automating a lot of design-related activities, I think the big implication that we will see in that is that the focus is there's going to be a paradigm shift, and the focus is really going to be on the human-in-the-loop aspects. So in a way, ironically, with AI and sort of automation, the focus is going to shift tremendously to much more human interactions and empathy. And I think this will be a really interesting shift that we're going to see coming up. Number 6, the pyramid is no longer a pyramid. I think this is going to be a big change with some fundamental impact. What we mean is that with AI, there's a change in the type of skills that are really valuable. Senior engineers are becoming increasingly, even more so than before, valuable here. Being able to understand complex architectures, being able to review AI-generated code is typically not something for entry level, and we're going to need a lot of that type of expertise. So what does that mean if the pyramid is not a pyramid? I think we're going to have to change the way we think about apprenticeship. How do we bring in junior developers? How do we onboard them? How do we coach them? And how do we think about capability building? And this is going to be a massive change for the industry. Number 5, we touched on this a little bit before about the kind of blurring of roles and the lines between product management, between product owners, between product marketers, designers, and so on. We actually see, if you take that direction, we think that POs, PMs, PMMs will over time converge into one role, and maybe we'll come up with a new name that starts with P, but it will be something that is slightly different than today.
Okay. Number 4, look, I think if you take a step back, right, and really think about what Ricky and Martin have talked about, which is the cycle is going to get compressed. Yeah. The roles that play across, right, you have a product owner, PM, an engineer, and, a lot of those roles are getting, converged. If you were to believe in those two things, you can't have a world where the tool fragmentation exists as a way it exists today, right? Just take the CI/CD part of the pipeline, right? So that alone, like most of us as developers use, 7, 8, 10 tools, right? For very different stages of CI/CD. Now add the planning tool, the design tool, the IDE, the version control, right? So I think, we are, and I'm sure you are, you are seeing when I did a walk around, I saw at least 2 or 3 quote-unquote tooling platforms emerge where services that are needed across the product development lifecycle are all available in one sort of tooling platform. Microsoft is moving in the direction. We saw some platform announcements from Atlassian that are moving in the direction. I think this is going to be a rapid place for innovation. Right? So really convergence of these tools and really having one tooling framework, one tooling environment for the full product development lifecycle. Number 3, this concept of a thin platform, right? What's a thick versus a thin platform? So this is, look, I think for, the case we are making here, right? For any of you that have really worked in, let's say, at a bank driving a large transformation, right? Or in a healthcare company, the pace of innovation has nothing to do with the top layers of the stack, right? If you're trying to digitize a bank, if you're trying to launch a world-class mobile experience for managing your accounts at a bank, it's not the mobile layers of the stack, it's not the AI layers of the stack that are an issue. It's the underlying core banking platform, if it's in a mainframe, that's a monolith, right? That will actually dictate the pace of innovation. And normally, right, so that's why these things, right, the launch time for any of these smaller innovations, you take any industry, right, industrial companies, automotive companies, banks, healthcare companies, the pace of innovation, the biggest limiting factor are all these underlying legacy platforms, which are really monoliths. The challenge is for the last 20, 25 years, the world has been trying to sort of refactor and re-platform them. And it's been hard, right? These are like 5, 10-year projects. I think Gen AI has a real shot. We are actually beginning to see green shoots that these re-platforming and these refactoring journeys could go in a significantly accelerated manner, right? And so step number one is really modularizing these monoliths, right? These legacy platforms, introducing microservices. And the more and more that happens, the pace of innovation across all of the industries, not just in software, right? Across all of the industries where software is being used, the pace of innovation go up. So that's really the concept of a thin platform. Number two, listen, look, we have come, this is about what we are beginning to see as outcome-based business models, right? So we have talked about, look, we are really talking about the product development lifecycle changing in a fundamental way, but it's going to have a profound impact on the business model, okay? Over the last 25, 30 years, right? If you went back to the mid to late 90s, there was only one business model for the entire software industry, and that was a perpetual business model. You sold, you walked out, you had very little idea about the usage and consumption and value realization. You went back 3 years later when the ELA was due, and you did a re-up. And so we moved from that to a subscription-based model, term-based model, where at least on an annual basis or in some frequent basis, there was some accountability. When you went back to do a renewal and if there was zero value captured, you're going to have a tough conversation, right? So that was a step forward. Then from that, we have moved on to consumption now, right? So let's just the software has to get consumed. We're not going to pay for the software to sit on the shelf. Obviously, there are some pre-commits, but consumption as the pricing meter, right? But consumption doesn't mean value realization, right? You can consume a lot and not capture value as a customer, right? They might not get the benefits. They might not. In fact, that is what is happening at the majority of places today. So where we see this going, right? It's not just the product development lifecycle being fundamentally reimagined. We believe it's going to have an even more profound implication on the business model for the entire software industry. And just imagine a day where, by the way, this is beginning to happen, by the way. We are seeing early signs where software, some part of the pricing of software to a customer will be linked to outcomes. So it's like, hey, you pay me X and you pay me the remaining Y when your supply chain, just-in-time inventory goes to this level. Or when your clinical experience, right, goes to that level, right? Whatever the domain is, whatever the category is, we actually don't think that is actually far along or far away. By the way, the main reason when we go talk to CEOs today, the only reason they're not quite doing it is not because they don't want to from a business perspective. It's largely because of accounting rev rec issues, which is, if you go sell software which has a massive variable component that's linked to a customer's outcome and value realization, how do you account for it? When do you really count that as revenue? How do you forecast revenue on a quarterly, annual basis? And so that will be by the way, the shift that we see, that we anticipate, is going to be one like what we saw when we went from a perpetual to a subscription-based motion. Everyone went through a dip and then they went back up and the capital markets learned to account for it. I think we're going to see a comparable shift here. But boy, let's get ready for this world. Software pricing linked to actual value being delivered and realized by customers.
So the last one and the number one shift that we wanted to talk about is essentially if you don't change the way you're building software, you're not going to see any impact. And a lot of you have been working for organizations where tooling is rolled out and there are expected results and we're going to do things faster and we're going to build products better. And But 6 months pass, a year passes, you've done a bunch of experiments and you're not seeing the results. The reality is that you haven't taken a step back and changed the way you work, right? And when we say change the way you work, we mean every aspect of the PDLC, not just the SDLC. Because I think when we went through the first pivot, which was moving from waterfall to agile, we were hyper-focused on the SDLC, right? And Agile Manifesto, became like the Bible, right? We have to do smaller chunks of work. Let's be iterative. Let's work in small bite-sized pods. Let's be accountable. This is an equivalent shift we're talking about here, where the way you build software, all the way from how do you prioritize something that you're going to go address, to how you build against it, how you measure, and then go back and iterate, everything needs to be reimagined. And we touched upon various aspects of this, right, in the 10 changes. We talked about tooling. We talked about roles. We talked about upskilling. To Martin's earlier point, right, think about a world where you don't have an engineering pyramid that looks like it does today. You don't have that layer of L1, L2, like junior engineers. You primarily need experienced engineers. What happens? How do the new talent that is entering the workforce, how do they get apprenticed? It's a very fundamental shift, and it changes the way you work, because if your engineers are code reviewers, not code writers, then you have to think about how do you then apprentice the folks that become the eventual code reviewers, right? So that's why we say that if you don't change the way you work, you will not see the impact. And we talked about the roles shifting. Think about the confusion you have in your organizations today. Everybody has been in a discussion where you've said the R&R is not clear. Like, is product owning this? Is sales accountable for this? Is the CSM not driving enough adoption? We've all been in those discussions when the results come and it's not working well. And that will only get amplified if you don't sit back and actually fundamentally rethink the way you're going to set up. Because the handoffs and the discussions between sales and PMs, the discussions you expect with CSMs, we're entering a world where a PM could tool or build products that allow you to generate insights about the exact discussion that a CSM should have on a Monday morning with your customer, right? And that won't happen unless you fundamentally change or redesign the way your organizations operate. And this is not about lines and boxes. It's not about where sales rolls up and where CSMs rolls up. This is about how each of these roles interact and work across every stage of the product development lifecycle. So that's the reason why we put this at number 1, because a lot of times we see this categorized as, that's just change management. We'll upskill, we'll retool, we'll roll this out. But that's not the shift we're talking about here. We're talking about a fundamental reimagining of everything, all the way from roles, job descriptions, career paths, hiring, upskilling, to how you technically build and launch the product. So it's a fundamental reimagine of how you work. And without that, you will not see the impact. So that's our top 10 for today. We hope that we're leaving you with thoughts, some that you agree with and hopefully some that you don't agree with, because that's the dialogue we want to have. We don't think that we can collectively move this impact forward if we don't have the real dialogue about what's needed to drive this change. And so we'll be here for another hour in the Q&A pod. Please come and ask us questions and challenge us on the assertions we are making. But hopefully tonight, in addition to all of the cool tools that you'll be trying offline, you'll be thinking about how you can reimagine your life and your work to drive benefits from everything you adopt. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
To go from that side.
This may look like tasty beer, and it is, but it's so much more than that. It's hundreds of years of legacy, science, and mastery. Started in 1847, the Carlsberg Group is one of the leading brewers in the world. Carlsberg invented the pH scale. They discovered how to purify brewing yeast and shared it with the world. And they're committed to a zero carbon footprint in the years ahead. But today, this beer also represents thousands of lines of code, a digital transformation, security embedded in the workflow, and the world's most widely adopted AI developer tool. Because this is Carlsberg beer. And they use GitHub.
Hej, velkommen til Carlsberg.
Hi! So, Carlsberg has been around for 175 years, but continues to innovate. We're going to find out how.
Carlsberg was founded in 1847 here in Copenhagen, and our founder, J.C. Jacobsen, he was passionate about brewing, so that's really driven our innovation culture as a company. We need that innovation, whether it's in our products or whether it's in our technology that we use. Everything from securing our landscape to make sure we're protected from cybercrime, the way that we work with AI, all the way to our ways of interacting with our consumers. We look for a partner who's bringing new innovations to us. Technologies are fundamental for our success.
For me, it was easy to choose GitHub because I know it, but it's also easy to use something that everybody knows. We were using 6 or 7 different platforms in order to build software. That pulls people out of their flow. Now, with everything on GitHub, it is making us more efficient and allowing us to focus more on the solutions that we're building and the value that it brings. With GitHub Event Security, we're able to continuously improve our software and make it safer. We jumped on GitHub Actions also as an early adopter. And as soon as I got access to Copilot, I saw immediately the value it would bring. We're diving into Copilot Chat. I love going to the GitHub Event Security overview and then just having peace of mind that we're driving security vulnerabilities down and that we're on top of things. Today we have 0 secrets in the repos in software engineering, and we continuously scan and we use push alerts. So if anyone is even trying to push a secret, it's immediately denied. GitHub is the most well-loved platform for building software. I don't think I have a single developer who would want to live without GitHub Copilot today.
Wow, all of your developers? Let's check with another one.
Hi, I'm João, I'm a developer at Carlsberg, and yes, I love GitHub Copilot.
Okay, fine. I believe you, João.
GitHub Copilot is magic. It helps make me more productive. My job is easier now, and I can focus on the really interesting parts and the fun that I have doing the job. With GitHub Copilot, I'm saving about 50% of time, and that's time that I can use to do other innovative things for Carlsberg.
Probably the best beer in the world.
Okay, so we're putting ads in these now. Great. Let's meet the scientists.
Hi, my name is Stefano. I'm a senior scientist at the Carlsberg Research Laboratory, and I'm going to tell you about how we use GitHub. If we think about it, beer is very simple. It's made of 4 ingredients. But producing high-quality brews at the commercial level is very complicated. We're using GitHub trying to combine machine learning capabilities and analytical chemistry to develop a tool that can predict beer quality. From the documentation of the coding to the development, we have a lot of sensitive data coming from our beers that we need to store, collect, and process in a collaborative way. It's the perfect platform for us to do what we need to do, making an industry more sustainable, a process more efficient, a product better. That makes it really, really exciting.
GitHub is proud to deliver cutting-edge software for Carlsberg and companies like it. Software that accelerates human progress. Now, I think someone mentioned a beer tasting.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things.
not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
The Great Pacific Garbage Patch is the largest accumulation zone of plastic in the ocean. It covers an area that's about 3 times the size of France. When you go out there, it doesn't look all that different from anywhere else in the ocean, but it's very dispersed. It's a tragedy of human creation. But we did this, and we also have the power to clean it up.
Where the plastics specifically are in the ocean. It's very dynamic, they move around, they form higher density areas, lower density areas. And for that we use very extensive numerical modeling.
We have been able to collect 7-8 years of really high quality data on where the plastic is accumulating and where it might be coming from.
That is all data we need to build to be able to learn and really understand what we're working with.
The way our ocean cleanup system works is that we have a system comprised out of 2 ships and a retention system in the middle, which is a 2 to 2.5 kilometer long floating barrier that funnels the plastic to the center, where you have a collection bag. We call that the retention zone. Whenever it's full, we bring that retention zone on the deck of one of the ships.
Wow!
We empty it, we redeploy it, and we keep cleaning.
It's a big pile.
The hardware component of it, the big U-shaped barrier that we tow through the ocean, that's pretty much done and it works fine. Where we really need the cycles of learning is actually in the software side, deciding the optimal path for these systems to travel.
We want to be the most efficient that we can in catching the most plastic. The worst thing would be if we're burning fuel for nothing.
The core technical challenge for us is how to predict where those hotspots form so that we can specifically target those areas where the highest congregation of plastic can be found.
We're developing artificial intelligence systems that can, using cameras from the ship, detect plastics, identify what type of plastic it is, how large it is, the velocity it's traveling at, and that is giving us information on are we in the right location and how much is entering our system. Our objective is to put ourselves out of business. We are very optimistic that the problem can be solved using technology, but at the same time, human behavior also needs to change.
Having trouble with your latest invention? Tentacles tied up with tedious tasks? Well, then let me introduce you to Hubot, your very own customizable robot assistant. Move over, Britannica. There's no greater encyclopedia than Hubot, who comes preloaded with all known scientific data. And for things not yet known, Hubot's space-age learning algorithms adapt on the fly, sharing new solutions across the entire Hubot platform, giving you that extra something to get your projects polished and your issues ironed out. Become your best you by taking your one and making it two with Hubot.
Welcome back, Mona. Hug acknowledged.
Okay, so before I accept, I want to show you something really cool. So we can actually have Copilot read to us. So if I wanted to listen to what was just generated, I can click this read aloud button and listen to Copilot read. Let's take a listen.
Pseudocode. Define a new route / predict that accepts GET requests.
Pretty cool, right? I can also click this Apply in Editor button, and Copilot will instantly apply the code suggestion in my file. It knows exactly where to insert the new code. I don't need to figure out where to put it, and this is looking real good. That Apply in Editor button is my new favorite thing. Like, I love it so much because before, we've had to like copy the code, figure out where to put it, finagle around. No more. Press Apply in Editor and you're good to go. Now let's actually take a look at what was generated. So we have a GET request, we have the integers, input features, day of the week, airport ID. It is using the probability method, which I wanted it to do, and it's properly grabbing the information. Okay, so now I'm going to pop over to Bruno, and Bruno is a API client, the open source API client that we can use to test our routes. So I'm gonna grab an airport ID from the CSV file that we generated and then test the predict route in Bruno. So I'm gonna pop the airport ID there. And I forgot to start the server, so let's actually go back into our editor and start the server. So cd into the server directory, and then I'm going to run python 3 server.py. Great, server is running. Let's go back to Bruno and test our server. Of course, there's an error. Okay, never fear, Copilot can help us debug our errors. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to copy this error message. I'm gonna go back into my editor, pop open Copilot chat, pop the error message in there, use the / command fix, pop the message in there, so /fix. I'm gonna tab down, pop the message in there, enter and see what Copilot tells us, right? So here we're seeing that object type is not JSON serializable. You can use toList method to convert the NumPy array to a list. So the prediction needs to be converted to a list. Fine, we can do that. Awesome. So I'm just going to create a new variable called probalist to mean like the probability list. And then there's inline chat helping me out. And then I'm going to make sure to update the variable that's being used by the not delayed probability and the delayed probability to use that new list variable. And we should be good to go. So let me save this, make sure the server is running, pop back into Bruno, and test our route again. Fingers crossed. There we go. We have a really good output from our API. Hey. Okay, so here we see the confidence percent. We have the prediction that's returned by the model. And so our model is 77% confident that there is a 22% chance that our flight will be delayed. Essentially, your flight will not be delayed. You're good to go to the airport and pack your bags. So we have the confidence percent, the delayed percent, the message, and the prediction all being returned by our Flask API. This is looking pretty good. Now, we just did quite a bit of work here. So we cleaned some data, we built a predictive model, we built an API, a Flask API pretty quickly with GitHub Copilot. Now, don't expect to build it this quickly because of this video. You may need to do some debugging, and I may or may not have to do some debugging myself while building this demo, but GitHub Copilot really gives you a really fast, really quick, really excellent head start to get your work done. And as you can see, GitHub Copilot can do quite a bit, and it's just a matter of knowing what features to use that we've built in for you to get your work done. And one of my newest and most favorite feature is the new setup test / command. So I'm going to go in my editor. I'm going to close all my files. And I'm going to ask Copilot to configure some tests for my workspace. So I'm going to type /setup tests. OK. Enter. So when we run the / command, it asks us which testing framework that we want to use. Once we choose a testing framework, it's going to tell us that we can create this directory and a file. It's going to create a test hello.py file, just for a tester. And it's when I click the Apply Changes button, it's going to create that file for us. You see that there's a testing folder, and now there's a test_py folder, and it also gives us installation instructions. So that's pretty neat. I'm going to run the installation instructions. There's an error. Okay, so yeah, I don't have the requirements.txt in the server directory. I have it in the root of my project. So I'm just going to cd out of my server directory. And then I'm going to run that echo and that pip command again so I can add pytest to my requirements.txt. Awesome, looking good. Let me just go back up top, remove the word server. Awesome. Okay, once we have that, I can just run pytest to run that test hello.py file and see if it passes or fails. And we're looking good. So GitHub Copilot was just able to set up some tests for me in my workspace based on the Python files that I'm using with pytest. So what I want to do now is to actually generate some tests for our API route with the /test command. Now, when I run the /test command, it really doesn't know what to test, and you're gonna see the message that it outputs here in our editor. So when I type /test, Copilot tells me to generate tests, open a file, and select code to test. That's because all our files are closed. When using GitHub Copilot, it's very, very important to open your relevant files. So let's open up the server file to give it some context that it needs so we can actually, get some tests going. And actually, instead of opening up the server.py file, let's just go ahead and attach the server.py file to our testing command. So I can grab the server.py file and drag it over into the Copilot chat's input area. And then I can say /test. Hit enter. There we go. Attach the file. Hit enter. And there we go. Now it's generating those tests for us. Looking pretty great. So let's take a look at what we have. Awesome, awesome. I'm just gonna click that accept button and GitHub Copilot pops it into a new file. I'm gonna save this file as, I think, server_test.py. And we are in business. Now, I'm not gonna run these tests because one thing to know about automatically generating tests with GitHub Copilot is that expect it to fail on that first go around. It's not here to do your job for you folks, remember, okay? So do not say, oh my God, Copilot is so bad. It's not bad, it's just here to help you go a bit faster. Now, how many of you could actually write these tests so quickly in a matter of seconds? Not a lot of us, right? It's going to take us a couple hours to get these tests going. So when you have your test, run it with pytest and go through each and every one of those tests to make sure that, to debug it. And Copilot actually has a new fix test failure command that you can use to get a head start on debugging. Okay, so now that we've created our Flash server to serve our predictions and we've written a few tests for the server, I'm curious to explore other stacks, right? So I can come in here and I can say, at Workspace suggests a plan to rewrite the Flask server as an Azure function. When I send this to Copilot with the at Workspace command, I want Copilot to figure out which files it needs to look at in order to generate an appropriate response. So I'm going to send this command, and you can see that Copilot got some references. It's doing its thing. Let's wait a minute before I go ahead and see what it generated for us. Okay, so let's scroll up, and we can see that we have some detailed steps laid out. So he says that we can set up Azure function project, convert the Flask route to an Azure function, load the model, hand the cores, deploy to Azure, and then it gave us a step-by-step plan on how we can implement that chunk of steps that it gave us. And in addition to the step-by-step plan, it also provided us with the code for each step of the plan. That is pretty cool. So if I actually wanted to convert this to an Azure function, I could with the assistance of GitHub Copilot. Now, I'm not going to go ahead and do this. It's not a part of today's demo, but I want you to remember a few things, right? Whenever you're interfacing with GitHub Copilot chat, make sure your files are open. And if your files aren't open, make sure you're giving it the context that it needs to generate an appropriate response by attaching your file to that chat window. You can also use the at Workspace command to give Copilot an overview of what your project looked like so it can give you a more appropriate responses. Now, we've spent a lot of time in our editor. Let's go to github.com and see some additional Copilot features. Let me do a quick README for this API and push to GitHub so we can take a look at more amazing things that GitHub Copilot can do. So I'm going to open up the readme.md file, pop open Copilot inline, and I'm going to ask it to generate a README based on the server.py file, and I'm going to attach that file to the input and click run. And look at that. Copilot generated this amazing README for me with installation instructions and all that jazz that I never would have done for this project. So there's no more need for your demo projects or like your side projects to be empty with no README. Just ask Copilot to write it for you. Okay, just give it the context that it needs. All right, so I'm gonna push this to GitHub so we can take a look at Copilot on github.com and go forth and conquer. So let me write a quick commit message and we can be in business. Now let's take a look at GitHub Copilot on github.com. I'm going to show you two features today, and the first of which is Copilot for pull request summaries. So you can get a detailed overview and a nice summary of all the code that you push to GitHub Copilot. And to do this, you can click the Copilot action button, click the overview button, and then it's going to generate a nicely formatted summary of all the work that you did based on your code diffs. The second thing I want to show you on GitHub, GitHub Copilot on github.com is GitHub Copilot extensions. So open up Copilot chat on github.com, and if you type at Docker, for example, how do I add a container to my project? GitHub Copilot is going to give you a detailed generated response, which is coming from Docker's documentation. I think that's pretty cool. You can learn more about GitHub Copilot and get additional resources by visiting gh.io/Copilot can do that. If you have further questions, find me online at its.ladydev, and I'm happy to jump in and answer any questions that you may have. Thanks so much for being here with me today, and I hope you have a great time at GitHub Universe.
We are in Las Vegas, Nevada, home of Black Hat, home of DEF CON, but that's not why we're here. We're here for bugs, specifically bug bounties. Now, I heard from a guy who talked to someone who told me about someone who can hook me up with some people, and so I'm going to try to track down some of the bug bounty hunters. Let's go check it out. Let's see if we can squash some bugs.
Come in.
Thank you for seeing me.
Of course. Jeff, nice to meet you.
What makes the GitHub program special?
The bug bounty team is so empathetic when we're responding and communicating with our researchers. We honestly just kind of get what it's like to be on the other side.
A lot of times, yeah, you just think maybe you're sending something into the void. It seems like we take a strong approach of actually communicating with our members of the community.
Yeah.
But how many reports do we get a year, do you know?
On average, we receive about 1,500.
So I am curious, how do these researchers find the bugs to begin with? Like, what's their process?
Yeah, so my colleague Logan can really teach us about that.
Did somebody call for a hacker?
Okay. Surprise visitor. What's the gnarliest bug that's been reported?
I think the worst one that we have seen was a finding that allowed a user to basically run arbitrary method invocation in Rails. A researcher found that bug, submitted it to our program, and said, with this, I'm able to dump all of your production secrets. That is the type of bug that you want to get through your bug bounty program. We were able to give them a very significant reward, $75,000 for that one.
That's terrifying, but that's also so cool that it had such a good result.
Yes.
How would I go about finding a bug to submit to the program?
So first thing to look at whenever you're starting on a bug bounty program is to make sure that you're looking at a target that's in scope. With our bug bounty sites at bounty.github.com, you can come in, click on scope, and this is going to outline all the different materials that you can look at that GitHub owns. You've got our good graces to hack on and try to find bugs in. We've got a great big yellow button on our bounty website where we can click on submit a vulnerability, and we'll add a description here. Hey, I can expose every single issue that exists on github.com. Once we have all that, you just go down here, click submit report, we'll get eyes on it and work with you to hopefully get you some money and fix our bug.
Which is great for both people.
Exactly. You've got your report in now.
Yep.
Good luck on that. I hope it's fantastic and you get a quick reward.
Congrats on your first finding. And as part of our bounty reward, you also get bounty swag.
This is all exclusive to people who submit valid reports to us. You can earn points with different severities and keep working on that. Maybe you'll make your way into the Hacked Cats.
Yes. I love it. All right, this was awesome. Jeff, Logan, thank you so much. I'm now gonna find some bugs because I wanna become a Hack-to-Cat.
Mission accomplished. You can find out more about the program at bounty.github.com. Now, I'm gonna take my new skills and I'm gonna make some friends. So stay tuned to the next Inside GitHub with more info, and we'll see you next time.
For some people, life without clean water is just life. Over 700 million people don't have access to clean water today. Charity Water works in 29 different countries. We've funded nearly 175,000 water projects for over 19 million people around the world. They're massive pipe systems that may serve a couple thousand people in one community. There are smaller drilled wells that serve a couple hundred. There's all kinds of different solutions.
The fact that Charity Water is an in-house engineering team has always been one of the things that makes us an innovator in the nonprofit tech space. And GitHub is a huge part of how we collaborate.
Not a lot of nonprofits have their own engineering team in-house, but it gives us the flexibility to invent our own solutions.
You can't outsource the innovation, and innovation is one of our key values.
Having end-to-end visibility is crucial.
We put every single project that we fund on a map with GPS coordinates and pictures that anyone can go to our website and see. That's where you get a little closer to actually like seeing our work in the field in terms of engineering stuff. And to me personally, the fact that there is a mission behind it always means that the work is worth it.
We went out and found local partner organizations who are experts at solving their own problem. In a perfect world, they bring clean water to everybody in their region. We are simply helping them scale to do more work.
GitHub helps us scale in many ways. We can always look up why we did something in the past. Very rarely are you solving a truly unique new problem. So you want to reach out to an open source library whenever you can. Collaborating with the open source community is almost the same as collaborating with our own teammates.
How is Charity Water using Copilot, and actually, like, what does GitHub Copilot help us with?
Copilot is like a magical autocomplete. It lets us focus more on like what is the actual challenge we're trying to solve rather than worrying about the syntax. Everyone on the team uses GitHub Copilot for testing. We maintain like 99% spec coverage, so any help to make that happen is appreciated. I like using the inline version of chat where you can just tell it what to do. Our engineers can spend more time focused on solving the business problem and doing the parts that require creative human thought, and less time doing things like looking up syntax or correcting just a trivial error.
telling 29 stories to represent each of the countries, your impact.
Charity Water's mission to get everyone in the world safe, clean drinking water is a huge mission. This feels a little decadent given the water crisis. Anything that we do that helps us keep these systems growing and evolving and functioning correctly, that is the impact that the engineering team can have on the water crisis. GitHub Copilot really helps us focus on solving the problems we want to solve.
Because we saw the opportunity with existing partnerships.
Talk them through.
The vision of our organization is to reinvent charity. It's about trust and proof and integrity and making donors feel connected to something that's happening so far away. We couldn't do that without a team of people who can create solutions for us. We as an organization get to be innovative because we have a team of engineers who can do whatever we dream of.
Welcome to Germany. Okay, I know you're probably thinking we just came here to eat some great pretzels, drive really fast on the Autobahn, and have some tasty beer. Well, yeah, we did all of those things, but we also came here to visit Mercedes-Benz. Ever since their first vehicle in 1886, Mercedes-Benz has been a leader in innovation and technology. They're not just a high-end automotive manufacturer. Mercedes-Benz has become a state-of-the-art technology company. And GitHub is supporting them on their way forward. So you probably think of a Mercedes-Benz as powerful, luxurious, and comfortable, but you probably don't think about how much technology is in every car. The average having millions of lines of code. And not just the cars are high-tech, but the company itself is going through a digital transformation. As Mercedes-Benz shifts from creating cars that are purely mechanical to building software-enabled vehicles that are basically a data center on wheels, IT has become a driver of innovation. And GitHub has been a key partner, bringing the latest technologies to the fingertips of their developers.
Well, everyone knows GitHub, yeah. So the biggest platform out there, and that is for us a huge advantage because we do not have to explain GitHub itself. We can concentrate on the stuff that we do with that. We as a central team overseeing the open source and inner source activities, we can address those people in the language that the developers speak already, which is a tremendous advantage over what we had before. Every car out there has a piece of what we do on a day-to-day basis. Well, how better can it get?
Okay, I think it's time you met our friend Wolfgang.
Hi, my name is Wolfgang Gehring, and I'm a FOSS ambassador at Mercedes-Benz Tech Innovation. FOSS is free and open source software. Innovation nowadays happens to a large degree in the FOSS domain, and if you want to be part of that, you should be part of open source. Well, so we have created the Mercedes-Benz FOSS Manifesto, which is a set of core rules and guidelines that help our engineers on their open source mission. We don't only allow them to do open source, we actually actively ask them to become members of the open source community. Use, but also contribute and also publish our own open source projects. And it makes sense to be on GitHub because that's just how the open source world works. Collaborate together on one nice platform.
And what's one key component of the platform? AI coding, powered by Copilot.
GitHub equips our developers with cutting-edge tools like GitHub Copilot, an AI-empowered coding assistant that I'm a huge fan of.
We decided to adopt AI tooling at Mercedes-Benz because we were searching for solutions for our developers to stay more into flow and resolve their tasks faster. When Copilot went into the market, we were really excited to implement it at our enterprise. The value that Copilot is bringing to us is that the users using Copilot perceive a productivity gain of 30 minutes per day. Our developers with Copilot are focusing more on innovation than on boilerplate code.
The integration of Mercedes-Benz with GitHub represents a commitment to excellence and innovation, redefining our role in both the automotive and the technology sectors.
AI isn't the only radical thing helping build Mercedes' future. These guys build and run the Robot Lab. Yes, robots.
So what we do here in our department is we build up advanced robotic solutions. GitHub is for us a platform which integrates every need we have around code, around configuration, about doing our job, building the systems. So we have one platform that integrates easily and that reduces time and gives us the transparency we need. What we automated with GitHub Action is how we build the code. We do the software engineering, we test it, we simulate it, and we can distribute it via GitHub.
Wow, thank you Mercedes-Benz for showing us around. From a champion of the open source community to a leader in automotive technology and sustainability, Mercedes-Benz is truly a modern-day technology company. Okay, but there's one last thing we feel we need to do while here in Germany. Learn some German. And we thought there was one guy who could really help us out with that.
Okay, so one of the most famous long German words would be, check this out, Donaudampfschifffahrtsgesellschaftskapitänsanwärter. Mütze, you could even add. Okay.
Dogs. Wait, what does this mean?
Oh, so that's a guy who's going to be an apprentice on board of one of the steamboat ships of the Danube Steamboat Shipping Company. And then the last edition was his hat, you know.
Okay, so like an everyday kind of word then. Well, I'll go work on it. See you next time.
Be My Eyes is an app for blind and low vision people where you can request a volunteer to see through your camera on your phone.
It matches people who are blind or low vision with sighted volunteers, and really sky's the limit for what you can use it for.
We have more than 500,000 blind and low vision users across the globe, and we have 185 different languages you can choose from.
It really is focused around how blind and low vision people can just be more independent in their world and have access to these visual tools.
Our latest feature with Be My AI, where you as a blind person take a photo and this photo is automatically uploaded to OpenAI and you will get a detailed description of the photo back.
The image you shared is on a laptop screen displaying a presentation. The slide on the screen has a dark blue background and contains a graph with a title that reads, "Technology drives GDP growth."
We have realized that a number of our users don't use Be My Eyes that much. And when we ask them, they say, I don't feel super comfortable calling another person. So this might be the most important thing about Be My AI, that now you can actually choose if you want to talk to a person or Be My AI.
Some of my favorite things to do with it is just get descriptions of my surroundings.
Analyzing picture. Please wait. The picture you've provided is of a whiteboard with various handwritten notes and diagrams. The writing appears to be related to computer programming or system architecture. The handwriting is a bit messy and some parts are overlapping, which makes it look like brainstorming or working through a complex problem.
The fact that blind people are blind all the time, they cannot open the eyes and kind of sneak peek and see what's going on the screen. For the developers, it was a new territory. It's super important that you actually develop with the people you are developing for. The app has definitely improved from the feedback we have gotten from our direct users.
It's empowering. I feel like it gives me the chance to do things on my own, to feel a sense of independence, to feel a sense of personal accomplishment.
Can you tell me about the desserts, question mark?
Matcha ice cream for $24, chocolate cake for $18, creamy cake for $16, cheesecake for $23.
It's not just another photo app. It is something that actually changes people's lives. It's our belief that Be My Eyes will be able to help blind people get a job and stay in a job that they have right now.
We're still just kind of at the beginning of what's possible, and it's going to be a blast to see what else they do with it.
Please welcome Mike Hanley.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the super important right after lunch time slot at GitHub Universe. So, it's after lunch. Did everybody have a good bite to eat, I hope? Yes? Okay, lots of yeses. All right, if you are here to hear about security on GitHub, stand up for me for just a second. All right, excellent. Great job. All right, we had to make sure we start off with a little movement. All right, go ahead and have a seat. And again, thanks for being here. So again, I'm Mike Hanley. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at GitHub, and I'm so pleased to be here with all of you at the 10th GitHub Universe. And part of the reason I'm so excited to be here is because we are just in a fantastic, remarkable new era for developers. And with the magic of AI, a lot of which you've heard about in the last few days, we're building these transformative new experiences like GitHub Copilot Workspace that are already completely redefining how developers are building software today. And not only are developers like yourselves telling us that you're more productive, you're also telling us that you're happier. And we're making it easier than ever for developers to code things more securely. And this is pretty profound if you think about it, because we finally reached this really important critical state where security has just become synonymous with software development. We're enhancing developer productivity without the less than desirable friction that we often experience with some of the more legacy approaches to how people do security. And in our reality at GitHub, where I think you could say the threat landscape is more dynamic than ever, it's just essential that security be foundational to literally everything that we do at GitHub to safeguard our customers and the open source communities that are depending on us. Now, as you might imagine, the sheer size and scale of something like GitHub makes security a pretty unique set of challenges. So it should be really no surprise that we see lots of interesting activity as a result of that. For example, today, there are now 518 million repositories on GitHub. And that's a 25% increase in the number of repos from just about a year ago. So you could say that everybody's been pretty busy on GitHub in the last year. We've also seen nearly 1.5 billion pull requests merged. That's a 32% increase in just the last 12 months. And around the whole globe, we process about 7.1 billion, with a B, API requests every single day. So that's an average, if you do the math, of about 84,000 requests per second. And that's with peaks that go 2 to 3 times higher than that. But let's be honest, building security is hard, no matter the size or shape of your organization. And this is due in part to the fact that security is so often viewed and experienced as an afterthought. I see some nodding heads in that. It's so frequently just bolted on at the end of the process. And that's the part where it's the hardest, most expensive, least effective place to make good security decisions. But what I've found in 20 plus years in security is that good security starts with what's right for the developer. And that's why security and engineering live under the same roof at GitHub, led by me as the CTO. And it's putting the engineering and the security teams side by side, making sure that security is built into every single thing that we do at the start, not bolted on later, helps us make sure that our developers are safe and secure throughout the entire software development lifecycle at GitHub. Now, in this job, I'm really fortunate that I get to spend a lot of time with developers. I've had a chance to talk to some of you during the course of the last few days here. But I get to spend time with open source communities, with our incredible developers inside GitHub, and of course with a lot of our customers. And what do you think is the most common question that I get asked? It's not, how do GitHubbers stay in such great shape? We do lots of pull requests, but not lots of pull-ups. That's my one dad fitness joke for the time. The actual question that we get is, how does GitHub secure GitHub? This comes up in literally every single conversation that I have. How do we do that and scale how we build software securely? And I love this question because in security, it's so important that we take the time to actually have these conversations and share what best practices work for us, what's not working, and treating security really as a team sport and not as a trade secret. And I think a big part of making that possible is a good security culture. And in fact, the GitHubbers in the room or on the live stream will tell you that pretty much every chance I get, I will ask everyone to raise your hand if you're on the security team. That's how you can pick out the Hubbers in the audience right now, because they raised their hands, to really reinforce that I'm counting on everybody, not just in engineering, everybody, to do their part to help protect GitHub. So today, the goal of this talk is really to demystify some of the process of how GitHub actually scales security across our entire organization. And to walk you through this, I'm going to lean on the GitHub flow, at least as we use it, which is the deploy and then merge model. And that's going to share as a little bit of a roadmap as we walk you through some examples here. Obviously, I can't cover everything in the next 40 minutes, but my goal is that you'll leave here with a better understanding of just some of the tools and processes that can help you dramatically improve your own security posture with how you're building on GitHub. As you might imagine, AI is a big piece of this. And I want to show you how we're using AI to actually reshape the future of software development experiences with these AI native security experiences that really can help us actually eradicate software vulnerabilities at scale in addition to preventing them from being written in the first place. I'm also going to show you a little bit about how AI is bringing security expertise to every single developer in your organization in a way that is easy to use. We're really trying to radically transform this whole term of shift security left. So I want to dive in, starting with how you bring your own ideas to code. Now for us, and probably just about every other developer, that process starts with working in the editor. Most GitHubbers are working off individual branches and repositories associated with the services that their team own every single day. And also here at GitHub, pretty much all of our development at this point happens in GitHub Codespaces. And that lets us work in a cloud developer environment that abstracts away some of the more traditional like endpoint security related concerns where you might think about side channel attacks on the actually locally stored code on the endpoint. And as a rule, we've got multiple security checkpoints and controls that cover really every step of the way to make sure that all of our security standards and also, more importantly, the expectations of all of our customers consistently get met in a way that makes for a great developer experience. And that process really makes sure that we've got a high bar for security and compliance, which is more critical than ever, but also make sure that it's a great experience day in and day out to be building GitHub on GitHub. Now, to show you a little bit more about how we do this at scale, I'd like to welcome Whitney Amora to the stage, who leads our code quality engineering team.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, Mike, for the introduction. My name is Whitney Amora, and I'm a Senior Director of Engineering at GitHub, where I'm responsible for a range of products that power our core GitHub experience. If you've ever used things like Git, run an enterprise server instance, or tackled a migration to GitHub, you've used a product that I've had my hand in. Now, just a couple weeks ago, I started managing our pull request teams. And as part of wanting to understand what it's like to be a developer on this team, I decided to take a backlog ticket item and work on it as part of my onboarding journey. Now, if you're an individual contributor in the room, you might be getting nervous flashbacks thinking about the last time someone in your management chain tried to contribute code. But I'm here to show you all of the great features that GitHub has that helps everyone, whether you're a manager or an individual contributor, bring an idea to code. So let's jump into my workflow right here on stage at Universe. All right, so like most developers, my workflow starts by opening up Visual Studio Code running in a code space and taking a look at our repository. So I've got VS Code up and running, and it's running our GitHub repo. Hubbers internally like to call this the monolith, and this really is what powers most of what you see when you go to GitHub. The ticket that I decided to pick up wants me to look at my review comment component, which I've got up here, and sanitize my review comments that are user-generated content. Sanitization of user-generated content is really important because user-generated content can be risky, potentially exposing us to things like cross-site scripting attacks. Instead of writing this myself, I'm going to ask Copilot to make sure that this doesn't happen. I've highlighted my code, and I'm going to click this star here and modify using Copilot. And I can see Copilot jumping up right in line with my IDE. I'm going to ask it to do the sanitization, and here I can see it thinking, and it's starting to generate some code for me right in line with my IDE. If I scroll down, I can see that it's done the sanitization. This is pretty cool, right? Copilot just saved me time while ensuring our security best practices are built in. I'm feeling good about this. I've reviewed the code, so I'm going to go ahead and click accept, and let's go ahead and push this up. I've opened up my terminal, and I'm going to go ahead and add in my changes, write my commit message, and go ahead and do my push. Oh no, I just got an error for rule violation. I can see that GitHub branch protection just prevented me from pushing directly to our default branch. This helps keep our code base stable, ensure code quality through things like checks and peer reviews, and protect our production environment from potentially risky changes. Branch rules are just one way that we ensure our critical branches are safeguarded. So let me go ahead and create my new branch and do my push again. I can see Git working in the background, and great, my push worked. Let's go ahead and head over to our browser. So here I've got the monolith currently up, and look at all of this awesome activity. 1,400 pull requests, over 30,000 branches, and well over 1.8 million commits. This really is the main repo that most of our developers work from. With all of this activity, to make sure that our developers are able to move fast and with confidence, we use controls like branch protection and a merge queue to help us ship quickly without violating our own engineering and security standards along the way. Before I open that pull request, though, let's take a quick look at a feature that I think you will love called repo rules. Repo rules are an evolution of branch protection and help keep all of our code safe and secure at scale. Here we can see all of the rule sets, or the collection of rules together, that are forced for the monolith. If I scroll down a little bit, I can see that I've got a rule set called test friction, which I'll talk about in one moment, but I can see that I've got rules that are applied at the organization level, which you get as being part of the GitHub Enterprise plan. Now if I scroll down, I can see that I've got my rule set called test friction. This rule set looks a little bit different than the others. It's got a different badge and a different icon than the others. These rules were configured by our own security and compliance teams, and they really help ensure that we're keeping our critical branches secure. As an admin on the repo, I can create my own custom rules, or I can source from others. Back to this rule set called test friction. Since we are in the process of rolling out these rules to internal developers, we currently have a few of our rules set to evaluate. This allows our rules to be run in what you can kind of think of as like a dry run mode, so that we can evaluate the rule to determine impact, so we can thoughtfully roll out our security controls while understanding the friction that developers might have once the rule is enabled. This means that our rules won't block pushes, but will be evaluated and flagged in our rule insights log, which we'll take a look at in a moment. We also have a feature that allows teams or GitHub apps to bypass a rule. Unlike branch protection, with repo rules, those in the bypass list do not need to have elevated permissions like admin on the repository. Now at GitHub, we know that bypasses are the exception, not the norm, but there are going to be scenarios where you're just going to need to break glass or let your automations run smoothly in order to get your work done. These bypasses are manual overrides that get logged in our insights for auditing later. Let's take a look at what this looks like in rule insights. Here we can see all of the activity that's happened on our monolith repo. And I can filter out these insights by a number of different dimensions. For managers and teams alike, this visibility into rule enforcement helps ensure accountability and provides a clear audit trail. It really helps us understand where rules might cause friction before we fully enforce them. This is a pretty cool feature to help enforce best security practices across an organization or an individual repo. If these rules look interesting to you, we publish our baseline rules in the open source rule set recipes repository, making them super easy to implement. Just download them, navigate to the rules page, and import these rules into your repository. With these easy-to-use rule sets, even complex security protocols become accessible to everyone, ensuring your projects, whether open source or enterprise level, follow best practices. It's a pretty simple step to creating a more secure development workflow, or you can even share your own. All right, now that we've had a chance to explore new features like repo rules, insights, and our open source rule set recipes, let's go ahead and create that pull request. So I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to go ahead and click the Compare and Pull Request button, and I'm going to scroll down and create my pull request. And now that the PR is created, we can see our branch rules at work again, requiring additional approvals before I can merge. GitHub's secure by design approach is why we've built internal safeguards that prevent even our own teams from bypassing these rules. With features like rule sets and rule insights, our compliance teams can evaluate and enforce safety standards across our repositories at scale. These features make it easy for developers to bring an idea to code safely, no matter whether you're an individual contributor or a manager. Now, while I wait for that review, I'll hand it back over to Mike to show you more features that GitHub has built in. Over to you, Mike.
All right, thanks, Whitney. And built-in tools like branch protection, repository rules, and Copilot really do highlight how GitHub has tools to internally and securely manage access to really our most important repos. I mean, you just saw the type GitHub 3 times, the github.com/GitHub repo where most of our monolith lives. And this is helping us to write more secure code and really set our teams up, again, to be safe and secure by default. Now, these are great tools, but of course, not every security challenge can be addressed by some of the capabilities that Whitney just showed you alone. So let's move into the pull request, where we're going to enforce additional security controls that are going to help us detect and remediate issues along the way. Things like getting code reviews, review and sign off from other hovers. Now, that next layer of security checks includes things like secret scanning, code scanning, and Dependabot. And what I'll note is, there's a lot of tools, especially if you're in this room and you're working in security, there's a lot of tools across the industry that help you find vulnerabilities. Clearly, we are big fans of GitHub code scanning, and we use that across every single repository inside our organizations. But my view is the real crown jewel, the real big opportunity now with AI is actually dramatically improving the experience of remediation, not just detection. So by leveraging Copilot Autofix, which you heard a little earlier today from Kyle about, our developers can actually assign an AI agent, who's really an expert in security, to go analyze code vulnerabilities, explain the problem that they find to the developer in natural language, and then offer helpful suggestions directly in the PR to fix the problem. And literally with the single push of a button, developers can just fix those vulnerabilities as fast as they were found, all within a matter of seconds. So we've been saying found means fixed is our mantra here, because it's not enough to simply identify vulnerabilities. Who here has a pile of vulnerabilities in their backlog? Some of you were brave enough to raise your hands, but I know that many of you have very large such piles. So the big impact really here is having the context and the solution to just go fix it immediately. So I want to now invite Xavier René Carrel on the stage, who leads GitHub Security Lab, to show you a little bit more in practice about how this works.
Hello, universe. Thanks, Mike, for the intro. I am Xavier René Carrel, Senior Director of Security Research, and with my team, the GitHub Security Lab, we help secure the open source software that we all depend on. I've spent the last 10 years of my career helping developers ship secure software. What I can tell you is that not every developer is a security expert, including here at GitHub. But that's fine. The pull request is here exactly for that. This is where you can leverage the security expertise from others, your peers, your security teams, and the community. Mike mentioned that at GitHub, our developers leverage code scanning and Copilot Autofix to bring the community's expertise to their fingers, to detect and remediate common vulnerabilities. Let me show you what that means. I will use a repository where my team creates educational examples of insecure code, so don't be afraid of what you'll see here. In this pull request, I'm implementing a basic Express server, allowing me to upload files. Just after the pull request creation, CodeQL detected a vulnerability uncontrolled data used in path expression. As a developer, not a security expert, I will ask Copilot Chat to explain this to me. So let's go here. Copilot Chat is aware of the whole context. My code, this pull request, and even this security alert. So hopefully, I will get a detailed answer with code examples. Here we go. So let's have a look at this answer. OK, I can see the impact. An attacker can manipulate this input to access unauthorized files or directories to the server. OK. And I can see how they can do it. By passing several dots to the path, they can go up to the root and then go everywhere, and they can access any directory on my server. OK, now I understand the bug. So now I can think of a fix. Lucky me, Copilot Autofix already suggested a fix. It adds a check to make sure that the directory I end up uploading my file in is contrived to the directory I'm supposed to stay in. Perfect. I can edit it, or if I'm happy with it, I can just go ahead and click Commit Suggestion, and boom. We've gone from a vulnerability found to a vulnerability fixed in a matter of seconds. That's for new code that you're writing. But what about existing code? Surely you have technical debt, right? OK, show of hands in the room. Who here never had to deal with technical debt? Oh, I saw one hand over there. OK, you're lucky, you're lucky. We do have technical debt at GitHub. And good news, Copilot Autofix can also accelerate the process of repaying your technical debt. Let me tell you how we manage this process across our CI/CD workflow. So here, I'm showing you a GitHub Actions workflow that for each new issue created, it interacts with an AI chatbot to provide potential known solution to the author of the issue. For that, it uses an OpenAI secret key. A code QL alert tells me that this this workflow is vulnerable to code injection. Malicious code in the body of the issue can be executed on my server. For example, code that could leak my OpenAI secret. It's non-trivial to detect because, look, the body of the issue goes through several steps of this workflow, even to another workflow in another file. So this bug can sit on my backlog and stay unfixed for a while before I get the expert help from my security team to fix it. Not anymore. Now, I can come here and click on this button, Generate Fix, and Copilot Autofix comes to the rescue. Oh, here we go. What I love with this feature is that with Copilot Autofix, you can have a before-after on your own code, and this is very effective to learn about the insecure pattern and how to get it right next time. So here, what I see is that before, I was resolving whatever comes from the input when running the command. After, this is resolved before running the command and not anymore when running the command. This way, the code is not executed anymore. Again, I will just commit the suggestion because I'm happy with it, and I can move on to another item in my backlog. So how did this CI/CD review go for our GitHub Actions? As you can imagine, we have a lot of GitHub Actions workflows at GitHub. 8,500 across more than 10,000 repos. In 2 weeks of this effort, we fixed more than 600 vulnerabilities. 2 weeks, 600 vulnerabilities. Yeah, thank you. Beyond GitHub Actions, our internal usage of Copilot Autofix appeared to be very helpful for developers. First, when Copilot Autofix suggests a fix, our developers use it as in or with small tweaks half of the time. 2, the remediation rate. Only 47% of our security alerts are remediated in the pull request. When our developers use the suggestion, it goes up to 98%. And finally, look at the remediation time. It's 1 hour and 13 minutes without Autofix, and it drops to 11 minutes when developers actually use the suggestion. One interesting data point is that even when they don't use a suggestion, they choose a different solution. The simple fact that there is a suggestion drops the time to remediate to 22 minutes. Now, let's talk about open source. Code scanning and Copilot Autofix both source their security knowledge from the open source community, which is invaluable because, you will never find knowledge so rich and so diverse in-house. As the global home of the open source community, we firmly believe that it's very important to be both a responsible consumer and a contributor back to open source software. That's why we provide many of our security products at no cost to open source projects. Copilot Autofix is no exception. It's now available to all open source projects for free to help maintainers address security issues faster and easier. And it works. In just 1 month, open source developers have used the Autofix suggestion half of the time, increasing the fix rate from 47 to 98%, and reducing the median remediation time from 70 to 20 minutes with Autofix. With the power of Copilot, developers can accelerate security review and remediation through all these phases in the IDE, in the pull request, and in the legacy code. And with that, I'll hand it over to Mike. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Xavier. The numbers on that are wild. I mean, the impact we're seeing just from our own internal use of AI with Copilot Autofix is incredible. And then also seeing the early adoption from maintainers now that we've made that available in public repositories, just incredible. I mean, stuff of dreams just a few years ago. With Copilot Autofix, we've really been able to realize this vision and this idea that found means fixed. And I'm really excited that we can now leverage AI to eradicate software vulnerabilities at scale, both for new code and, perhaps more importantly, that historical technical debt that exists in a matter of seconds. And you just saw Xavier demonstrate that. And Copilot Autofix, again, it's available today for every GitHub Advanced Security customer and now for any maintainer who can access it for free on any public repository. All right. I want to pull back the curtain a little bit on some of our other operations internally on how we share and build some of the security standards on the github.com platform to run more of our security program. Once we deploy code and successfully merge it, there's tons of other magic that happens behind the scenes, like the GitHub Fundamentals program. Fundamentals is our program that helps us govern the security, availability, and accessibility properties across the thousands of repositories and the thousands of services that power all of GitHub and all of our internal tooling. And naturally, basically all of that is built and deployed on GitHub so that all of our developers who are already doing all of their work on GitHub can easily interact with those types of requirements as part of the Fundamentals program. I want to bring on Michael Rekachinas from our product security engineering team, who's going to come on stage and show you a little bit more about how this works as well.
Thanks, Mike. I'm Michael Rekachinas, a staff engineer in product security, and I lead development for tooling and static analysis to ensure our ships are secure. Ensuring our services adhere to security standards at scale is a challenge we all face, and manual processes simply don't cut it. Now, Xavier just showed you our effort to remediate over 600 GitHub Actions CodeQL alerts. Well, let me take you behind the scenes and show you how this was made possible and how our Fundamentals program played a key role in that success. So as Mike mentioned, Fundamentals is our governance program that ensures secure, high-quality code ships while fostering collaboration between our engineering and security teams. And Fundamentals is built around the 3 pillars: accessibility, availability, and security. Let's take a closer look at what makes up the security pillar. So we enforce these requirements of the pillar using scorecards, and we manage that through a tool we built internally called Service Catalog. And Service Catalog gives us the visibility into the health of our infrastructure and helps enforce security best practices. It's designed for everyone, from engineers who can see exactly what they need to do, to engineering leadership like Mike, who need a holistic view of the organization's security posture. All right, let's jump into Service Catalog now and take a look at the code scanning scorecard. All right, cool. Let's find the code scanning scorecard. We have a lot of scorecards. All right. So first, here's the overview of how we're doing right now. And you can see we're hanging steady, actually, at about 98, 99% of meeting all of our requirements. We can also look at the historical trends over the past 6 months. And again, you can see we've been hovering around that 97 to 99% mark. As you can imagine, it didn't always look like this. But thanks to our fundamentals program, we've made significant progress by prioritizing key security improvements, driving collaboration and interdependence between security and engineering, and automating remediation efforts. All right, so next, I can drill down into an individual service and look at the code scanning scorecard there. So this is actually one of my team's services. You can see we have some action items that we need to get on. All right, let's look. Code scanning. All right, so right now we're doing okay, but we have some action items we need to address. Let's take a look at this one. So there again, it drops us back into .com, into GitHub, and we can just hit generate fix and get an auto fix, right? Found means fixed. And good thing we can use autofix here to resolve these quickly. And this is actually how we were able to resolve over 600 open code QL alerts in just 2 weeks. It's really a powerful example of how strong our security culture is. Because at GitHub, security isn't just a team's responsibility, it's woven into everything we do, from development to deployment. And this success inspired us to create security campaigns, a feature designed to automate security improvements across our entire code base. It worked for us internally, so we decided to turn it into a feature for you, enabling all teams to proactively manage security at scale. We applied the exact same recipe that worked for us. We mixed the detection and remediation capabilities of code scanning and Copilot autofix with the governance and collaboration capabilities we found in Service Catalog and Fundamentals. So campaigns take us beyond visibility, allowing us to proactively remediate at scale, all while staying within the GitHub flow. And let me show you that new flow in security campaigns. Okay, so we're already in a campaign, and this is a campaign from the alerts that Xavier just showed you. So let's first group by repo, and then we'll take a look at an alert. And if we click on that alert, you can see Copilot has already suggested a fix. I haven't had to click generate fix. It's just already there in a campaign. It just creates it, which is awesome. Campaigns offer visibility for both managers and engineers and foster collaboration between security and engineering teams. What used to be done manually with scripts and spreadsheets is now integrated into a scalable, automated system within GitHub. And the best part? Security Campaigns is now in public preview as part of GitHub Advanced Security. Okay. All of this automation through service catalog and security campaigns helps us ensure our code is secure. But once the code's secure, our next critical focus in security is managing access control and privileges. At GitHub, we recognize the need for a more efficient and compliant system to manage access across the organization. And that's why we built entitlements, our open source, self-service, centralized authority for managing identity and access. Entitlements allows hubbers to request exactly the access they need, when they need it, all while maintaining strict compliance with our audit controls. And access requests are made via pull requests directly on GitHub itself. So we're literally managing GitHub through GitHub. Let me show you just how simple this process is. All right, so in entitlements, we use the concept of a virtual team, or what we call a pizza team. So for example, there's already a pizza team set up for the speakers in Mike's talk tonight for dinner. But it looks like Mike's the only one currently on the team. So I'm going to go ahead and add Whitney, Xavier, and myself, because I hear Mike's picking up the tab. Oh, wrong one. Let's try this one. There we go. All right, cool. We're going to commit that. Okay, and then we need to just add a justification. I think that did it. Perfect. Let's look at the preview. Okay, and create the pull request. So once Mike approves this PR, the requested access is granted instantly, ensuring that only the right people have the right access at the right time. We found entitlements so valuable, we decided to open source it for everyone. And you can check it out at gh.io/entitlements and try it out for yourself. And with that, I'll pass it back to Mike.
All right, thanks, Michael. And I just approved your pull request on GitHub Mobile, so I will see you at dinner. Now, as you can see, GitHub is not just leading with best-of-breed tools, but also best-of-breed practices as well. And we really do pride ourselves on making sure that we are actually the best customer zero of our own products, to make sure that we really try to integrate everything that we learn about everything that we do and everything that we build into the product. And that's really all with the aim of making sure that we have the most delightful developer experience possible, while also making sure that we've just got that really high bar for security. And whether you're here as a maintainer of an open source project, or if you're here as a student, or you're one of our customers, everything that we shared today is available to you to help you securely build on GitHub. And I really want to stress that security is foundational to everything that we do at GitHub. In today's environment, especially if you are sitting in this room right now or watching this on stream, I hope that it's foundational to you as well. And when you look at bringing some of the tools or some of the practices that we just talked about into your own process, I do want to leave you with 3 things to think about. First and foremost, good security starts with the developer. You can make process and tool decisions that are good for developers and good for security. These 2 things are not mutually exclusive. And by focusing on making sure that you've got a great developer experience, you can actually make security stronger in that same process. Second, AI is completely redefining the industry term of shifting security left. And we're really bringing security expertise to every single developer in an easy-to-use way, and really at every step of the software development lifecycle. When you look at some of these AI native experiences that we've talked about, like Copilot Autofix or security campaigns, we're really making sure that developers are getting significantly closer to completely eradicating software vulnerabilities, both in all their new code and in all of their historical code. And finally, security culture eats security strategy for breakfast. I know it's after lunch now, but we could have said eats it for lunch. But democratizing security in your organization, it's essential that you build that supportive company culture that's anchored in transparency and collaboration. often say that the security team can't be the department of no. You have to be the department of yes and. Now remember, security is a team sport. It's not a trade secret. At GitHub, we're going to continue to share best practices like this and openly discuss what works well for us in hopes that it actually helps all of you, our customers, and the open source community to improve your security as well. I want to thank you again so much for joining us today. I can't wait to see how you adopt some of the things that we talked about today within your own teams to help securely build the next big thing on GitHub. Thank you, and have a great rest of GitHub Universe.
Walk. So, Universe has been awesome so far. How have you enjoyed it?
I've been having a blast. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep for like a week and a half after this. But
Same. No, I am deeply looking forward to a nap. But it's been so cool just seeing so many people. Jason and I, by the way, this is Jason. I'm Cassidy. Hey, everyone. We used to work together at Netlify and on a bunch of different projects, and now we're here at Universe, and it's been great.
right. I mean, any opportunity I get to kind of rekindle the old, the vibes, the good old days of being able to just do silly stuff with Cassidy. I'm very happy about that.
Yeah. So how has your Universe been? Which talks have you liked? Which things have you seen?
I mean, I'm going to be completely honest. I made it to the keynote, and then I've been in the hallway track since. Every 3 steps, I see somebody that I know or somebody that I've wanted to meet for a long time. Everybody is here. I tweeted about this yesterday. My only complaint about Universe so far is that I'm actually feeling FOMO while at the event because there's so many people here and so much going on that I'm like, but I want to be in 3 places at once.
Same. No, there's so many people I want to meet, and then I'm just like, well, it was great meeting you, but I have yet another thing to go to, and it's been fun, but bye. But it has been such a great experience to just kind of be with the open source community, be with all of these people who kind of care about the same things.
Absolutely, yeah. I spent a lot of time talking to, like, the Hasura team is here. I've talked to them a bunch in the past, but getting some FaceTime with them was amazing. I met the Home Assistant team, which...
They're so cool.
I had no idea that project did. I have a bunch of home automation stuff that I just don't use because I don't want to open 15 apps. And so I saw Home Assistant and I was like, wait a minute, why did you ignore me personally when you made this app? Because I've needed this. And where were you?
I know. Well, and they, I don't know if you heard this stat. They had 21,000 contributors last year.
I know, they were like the 2nd most popular project on GitHub.
Yeah, it's amazing. And they also won like a welcoming award and stuff for just being a great project. And it's so cool to just see them and kind of fangirl a bit just as an open source nerd.
So I guess really then it's on me for not knowing that they...
This is all your fault.
What about you?
It's fine.
I need the microphone, didn't you? What about you? What's been your favorite thing?
What has been my favorite thing? Honestly, like meeting all the people has been very cool, but also I'm relatively new to GitHub still, so just meeting my team in person has been amazing, just because everybody has worked so hard to put this event on and has been doing so many different things, from working on the hackable badges to working on the program to working on the demos to working on the talks. There's so many different things that it all came together, and seeing them do what they do best and being a part of that has been just, it feels empowering. It's been so cool.
Absolutely, and it's also nice, like, there's boba tea hanging around. This is from, was it Milk Tea Labs? And, like there's coffee, literally, there's a coffee shop right there. Like, everywhere you go, there's just nice amenities, cool people. I'm, like, overburdened with swag now.
I squeezed my suitcase together, and I was like, well, we'll see if I need some more space.
I'm very much at risk of having to buy a second suitcase so I can get all my stuff home.
Oh my gosh. Well, did you see the cotton candy machine too? There's a robot cotton candy machine.
I saw that and just walked the other way. I was like, absolutely not. I can't do it. But I was very excited about it. But I also know if I eat cotton candy, like yesterday, I had such a hard time getting between places because I kept seeing people I wanted to talk to. And I realized at like 4 p.m. that I'd have 3 coffees and a meat stick. And I was like, oh my God, I forgot to eat.
That's been my entire trip, where it's been so fun. Once again, so fun. But I'm like, I need to eat an actual meal because I've just been snacking and talking to all of the attendees, which has been fun. So fun, but probably not good for my body.
Right, yeah. I need to go home and just eat nothing but broccoli for maybe 3 months.
That'll be a good recovery period for it. We can nap in that time and everything, and it's been cool. And also the Syntax FM folks are here recording podcasts and stuff on site. It's been really cool.
Yeah, I got a chance to go to, they had a meetup. It was the first time I'd ever been to the Salesforce Plaza. They've got that like raised kind of walking and biking area. So I went up there. There was a Zumba class right in front of it. That was amazing. I briefly considered trying to join in, but it was high skill. I couldn't do it. But so I got to meet the folks from the Syntax team, got to meet a bunch of people who were just kind of in the area. I've been to the Netlify office, I've been to the Figma office. I've run into people from like every startup that I admire has got somebody running around here. So it's been a really good chance to just get some face time with people and these folks that we only know as avatars, right? You get a chance to talk to them for real.
Yeah, no, there have been so many people where I see their username like on their badge and I'm like, wait a minute, I know who you are, but you're in real life now. And it's been so exciting.
Yeah, I walked right past Ian Coldwater yesterday and like didn't realize until about 15 steps later who I was talking to. I was like, oh, dang it. I had so many things that I wanted to say thank you for.
Seriously, man, well, it's been so good seeing you. And besides Home Assistant, is there anything that you're really excited about that has been announced or that you've seen today that you're excited to just implement at home?
Yeah, I'm now cautiously optimistic about trying out some of these coding assistants. I've been super slow to adopt this stuff because I always felt like I don't like the autocomplete tab to complete everything, but like the diff stuff that came in, the multi-model stuff, I'm kind of like, okay, maybe I should learn how this works. It feels like it's time.
Yeah, I'm one who was also slow to adopt it, and I also don't like the feeling of being unfamiliar with my own code base. But yeah, like having the diff and being able to say, I don't like that, I do like that, or I just want to turn it off on occasion and then keep it on, it's been great.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, I think I'm going to say goodbye to you, but it was really fun chatting with you and enjoy the rest of Universe. Now, I'm going to casually turn to my right because as I live and breathe, it's Abby again.
Felicity again.
Hello.
And just in time for another Universe Award.
Oh my gosh, and hello on day 2. It's been so fun.
It's been a great day.
Yeah, so who is this award going to this time?
So this is for the overall Channel Partner Award. And this recognizes the channel partner that has demonstrated excellence across multiple areas, including platform utilization, AI integration, safety implementation, customer satisfaction, overall business impact, and all of this contributing to GitHub's overall success. And the winner this year is Zebia.
Wow.
So right over here, welcome Zebia. So here we have Marcel, he's a global leader for Zebia, and Esteban, the US leader. So congratulations on winning this award. Let me hand this to you.
Oh, wow. Yeah, thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much. This means so much to us. I appreciate it.
Great, so what does this recognition mean to you, and how do you think it reflects your team's approach to partnership?
Well, I mean, we started with using GitHub the moment the acquisition was done, actually. So we were a Microsoft partner for many, many years. And the moment we heard about the fact that GitHub got acquired, we said, well, we're going to move GitHub first. That was for sure. And this actually symbolizes recognition that we've done so much work in the past 5 years with all our customers, and together with GitHub, actually, bringing GitHub to any developer in the enterprise as well. So it's been an amazing journey, and for us, it's really the recognition and a crown on our work.
Oh, that's awesome! Jumping straight in, it's great. Yeah, so Esteban, I'd actually like to hear from you. Can you share a recent success story where GitHub's tools were integral for delivering value to some of your clients?
Yeah, sure. So we have a great example with a client who was looking to move to GitHub. They were convinced that GitHub was a platform for them, but they wanted to make a case to their business to why GitHub, why these repos and actions, why did they matter, why were they important for them to be able to run their business. We came in and we were able to show them that all the value that GitHub platform was going to bring to them. Right, everything from by being able to be in GitHub. Now they have access to security, to advanced security. They have access to CI/CD. They have access to Copilot, and then we're able to turn that into how it would work for their organization and all the value that would bring to organization. So we're able to turn from a simple migration conversation to an overall transformation of their entire business and developer productivity.
That's amazing. Yeah, the full platform. That's great. Cool. So, and how does Zebia leverage GitHub to drive innovation in emerging tech areas like AI or DevSecOps?
Yeah, so we enable all our teams around the world. I mean, Xebia is a large system integrator. We are about 6,000 people. We have our delivery centers in India, in Poland, and in Colombia. So we enable all our developers with GitHub Copilot and, of course, the GitHub repositories using advanced security and all these other tools. So we're really empowering all our developers to be AI-empowered developers. And with GitHub embracing AI in such a amazing way, we can do great things. I mean, we work with many customers on building all kinds of AI cases, so actually making AI work for them beyond the bot scenario, I would say. So we're doing migrations of customers that are coming from old software and migrating using Copilot and of course AI, infuse their applications with AI. So really the people that are on the floor, instead of typing in all the fields that they need to do in the form, you just copy and paste the email thread that you had and paste it in the form, and all the data shows up there. And that's some of the things that we're doing if it comes to our customers, enabling them with AI. And GitHub is actually at the foundation for us if it comes to all these enablements. So.
That's amazing. That's great how to hear you're leveraging Copilot for that. So as you look ahead, what role do you envision for GitHub in Xebia's strategy to empower developers and advance digital transformation?
Yeah, so GitHub is at the core of what we do. We work with developers, we help organizations move very quickly their applications into the cloud. And we can't do that without working with developers at the very beginning, giving them the platform, giving them the tools and the processes to be able to go really fast. We absolutely cannot do this with GitHub. We're going to continue doubling down on all the things that we do with GitHub, continue enabling our internal teams, and continue doing all the things that we do with our clients and with our partners. So yeah, GitHub is at the core of what we do.
That's awesome. And just one last question. What advice would you give to other organizations that are looking to build a strong, value-driven partnership with GitHub?
Well, if it comes to a partnership with GitHub, it's also in which area do we want to partner, right? Do you want to be a technical partner, build, for example, plugins and all kinds of other tech enablement? Or like us, we are a channel partner, meaning that we really help co-sell with you guys, go to customers, enable the enterprises. Now, if you look at what it means to be a good partner, that is also based on your category. If you're a really good tech partner, you need to come up with really good, cool integrations with GitHub, of course. And I think that if you show good tech proficiency, that is really where you will shine, and GitHub will make you shine if you integrate with their tool set and their platform. If you look at us as channel partners, we are leveraging, I would say, GitHub not only from a selling perspective, but also it's like a back and forth, and being committed on both sides in terms of what are we going to do in revenue, what are we going to do in actually making customers successful. That is, I think, what is make us stand out, and that's also why we got awarded. Is that everybody said it was no surprise. Well, it was no surprise because we've done so much work with GitHub on those different customers, and we see really like the pickup of using Copilot, where you, if you just use Copilot, people see it like I would say like an autocomplete. But when we then do the GitHub enablement programs with them, we see like a real pickup and really like more X development of those developers. So yeah, actually getting all the benefits out of that. So it's really look at the platform, what is in there, commit with each other and actually being a partner, because partnerships go both ways. And I think that really can set you apart as a partner with GitHub. Yeah,
that's amazing. Yeah, and I believe you got hundreds of nominations across multiple categories. So really huge congrats, Xebia, for what you've done here. I think you also, I can't let you go without mentioning your attire. I think you all win Best Dressed at Universe. Do you want to talk a bit about your jackets and the shoes?
Yeah, well, so it was like a couple of months ago, I was at the GitHub office and we handed out the jerseys, but we didn't want to be a hobber. We wanted to just actually embrace and extend. That was more or less the idea. And of course, not misusing any of your logos and style. But we thought, well, wouldn't it be amazing if we can give each other wings? So the idea is that Copilot gives you wings, and we extended on that, and from there we took it. And I think that is very nice. And of course, since Xebia is purple, then you need purple shoes. And I'm still a Dutchie, and since I'm Dutch, I'm orange at heart, so I add my orange shoelaces, and that's how we try to show up. Yeah.
That's amazing. It's been great spotting all of you here with your matching jackets and the shoes. But congrats again. You've done such great work with GitHub, and we'll see you around at the conference.
Thank you so much. It's amazing to be here. We love it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll take that back. Awesome.
That's
was
so
great.
exciting.
I
Yeah.
know. It's so great hearing more about how they got this award in the first place and what they're
Right.
doing with GitHub. It's great.
Yeah, it's always so just inspiring to hear about all of these different projects and companies and orgs and people who use open source as like a core part of their community and everything, really.
Yeah. So you do have one more award, and this is the award that people have been waiting for. It's the Audience Choice Award, where thousands of you have been voting on who should win this award. So I'll say the nominations. So we do have Fastify, the web framework for Node.
Yeah.
We have Godot, the open source game platform.
Nice.
We saw them yesterday, I believe. Playwright, the open source automation library for browser testing. And Prisma, the open source next-gen ORM.
Oh
and
my
the winner
gosh.
this year...
Oh, they're all such good projects.
I know. It was just selected. We tallied all your votes. This year it is Prisma.
Wow.
Congratulations, Prisma. So I'll be accepting this award on behalf of Prisma. Thank you all so much.
That's so exciting.
And just having so many people vote for them, it just shows how useful Prisma is. You should all check it out.
Seriously.
I know if you need better database management, Prisma is the tool to go for.
Right, and again, so easy to integrate and can work on top of so many different types of databases and integrate with your application so easily.
Type safe queries.
It's so exciting.
Intuitive APIs.
All that jazz. Should we?
All of that.
Should we become fangirls of them? It sounds like we already are.
I think we must.
We
They
should
would.
they
We
gotta
have to.
Send us jackets.
Yes.
But anyway.
We want to be like Zevia.
Well, thank you so much for presenting the awards. I hope the rest of your universe has been good.
Same. Yeah, it's been great.
It's been so fun. But anyway, thank you all for tuning in and experiencing this day 2 of GitHub Universe with us. This has been the awards. We've had an absolute blast talking with all of you and just with our community, because we're nothing without the community. And it's inspiring to see all of these different projects and again, companies, orgs, communities come together here.
Of course.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that, I think we're going to start heading to the main stage, and we'll see you all very soon. Thanks again.
Thanks.
Please welcome Sanjana Sitaram and David Rubin.
Hi everyone, I'm David and I'm the engineering manager at Spotify for a team called Hot Sauce. We manage our version control systems, so we ensure developers can focus on shipping features faster and allow the music to keep playing. Over to you, Sanjana.
Hey everyone, my name is Sanjana and I'm a product manager at Spotify. I work across 2 squads, or teams as they're commonly known as outside of Spotify. One of them focuses on our fleet-wide automated code changes, while the other is David's team, and we manage the version control systems here. David?
Today, we're here to share with you a journey of our engineering history over the last decade. But before we dive into that, I want to tell you a little bit more about Spotify and the scale that we operate on. Today, Spotify has over 600 million users in 180 countries around the world, making Spotify a truly global platform. And behind the play button for your favorite songs, playlists, and podcasts, we have over 2,800 engineers working across 500 teams that are continually evolving and transforming the way they work together to deliver even more and exciting and innovative features such as audiobooks and AI DJs. Every day, our engineering team make almost 3,000 production deployments. To put that in perspective, that is two changes every minute of every single day, 365 days a year. And we do this all while the music never skips a beat.
With over 600 million users, each one of us has our own unique tastes, and Spotify caters to every single one of them. Spotify has grown from music to podcasts and now audiobooks that have been released in multiple different countries. My personal favorite podcast happens to be Bill Simmons' The Ringer. What's your favorite audiobook, David?
I would have to say my favorite book is The Goal, a process of ongoing improvement. Well, to continue what we were saying, Spotify has over 190,000 GitHub repos, and these are spread across 2,800 GitHub organizations. Additionally, we have 8.8 million lines of code that are managed by automatic bots making automated changes. But we didn't always operate at this scale. The path to get here involved a huge technological and cultural transformation over the last 10 years. Over to you, Sanjana.
As with everything at Spotify, audio is at the heart of everything we do. So, let me take you through the playlist for today for the next 35 minutes or so. We'll start with the early days at Spotify, where we started, how we changed, and move on to some of the cultural shifts as well as technological shifts that we have grown into. After that, we're going to dive into fragmentation and look at how we solve this problem for our developer experience. And after that, we'll touch on our AI investments and share about some exciting prospects for our future. To kick off, David will take you through our early days and take you through some of the cultural and technological transformations that we have gone through over the years. Over to you, David.
I want to highlight some of Spotify's culture, the magic secret sauce that enables us to do what we do. At Spotify's heart, we have 5 core values. We're innovative, playful, collaborative, passionate, and sincere. We like to think of ourselves as being part of a band, working together to achieve that perfect performance. But not all performances start out as masterpieces, and this is a story of that journey. While all of our values have shaped where we are today, I'd like to focus on 2 in particular themes that are themes throughout our talk and long-standing collaboration with GitHub. Change is the only constant. As a company grows and evolves, things change, and how you adapt to these and how you react to these technological shifts define your technical strategy. The second is software engineering is a team sport, and although you can write code alone, to really truly build large-scale applications, they involve people, tools, and processes, and the way that you build them and define those processes define the way you work together. Now that I've shared a little bit about Spotify's culture, I'd like to talk you through the early days and our evolution through all of those changes. We start our journey in the early 2010s. Spotify was still fairly small. We had 23 SREs managing our data centers, and we were available in only 28 markets around the world. Servers and data centers ruled. Servers had names, they had feelings, and they were named after Greek mythology in fun and interesting ways. And all that mattered was uptime. Provisioning of new hardware was completely coordinated through spreadsheets. We did find a small opportunity to sprinkle some automation on top of this, so we built a system called ServerDB. When purchasing new hardware, we received spreadsheets from our vendor with basic information such as MAC address and serial numbers. We then imported these into ServerDB, which gave it human names and purposes. These were then re-exported to yet another spreadsheet, and that got sent over to our data centers for racking and stacking and installation. It's worth pointing out that at this time, there were no fancy interfaces, and everything was driven by a command line interface. Speaking of command line interfaces, around the time that we were fighting with spreadsheets, we were also trying to evolve our version control system. In 2014, Spotify was using Gerrit to manage our Git repositories, and the world looked very, very different. While this worked, the industry was shifting. Developers had started becoming more familiar with a tool called GitHub, and GitHub was becoming the industry standard for version control systems. Developers used it in open source as well as private collaboration, and our engineers wanted the same user experience from their internal tooling. We had two primary goals when evolving our version control system. They were to increase the code quality, and we believed that a collaborative code review process would enable this. Pull requests enabled our engineers to work together across time zones to make sure that only the best code made it into production. The second was we wanted to ensure that every commit was backed by continuous delivery. We wanted to ensure that only the best quality code made it into our releases. And we wanted to ensure that everything passed all of our quality checks as well as our standards. We did a kickoff pilot in late 2014, and we ran user surveys across our engineers, and the result was our engineers wanted GitHub. They were already using it for open source versions, and they were familiar with the workflows. PRs and inline comments were the industry standard and had become the staple. In May 2015, we'd successfully shut down our Gerrit instance, and we'd fully migrated over to GitHub Enterprise Server self-hosted. Who would have thought that roughly 10 years later, we would be on the stage at GitHub Universe talking about that journey with you all? With our new shiny GitHub server, our engineers were free to release more often to our users. As our engineers created more features and our user base grew, we hired more engineers. And as a side effect, the components grew. Spotify has always been a fan of embracing microservices, and as a result, we had more and more services to keep track of. We needed a better way of keeping track of all of this. ServerDB only knew about hardware. We evolved our platform, and we created a new service, and we called this ServiceDB. We linked them together, and this allowed engineers to browse services as well as figure out where they were deployed. Now we had a way to work together between developers and operations. The tools complemented each other. As time passed, Spotify grew even more, and our engineers started looking upwards towards the clouds. This transition away from physical hardware to the cloud opened up a unique opportunity for another level of automation. All of a sudden, a single click of a button could handle something that would have taken weeks or even months with multiple tickets backwards and forwards between developers and operations. Our platform organization started inventing a whole new set of tools for our developers to enjoy. They were, however, scattered all over our system, and without core tribal knowledge, they were very, very difficult to find. This simplification created an explosion of new services and enabled hypergrowth. As you can see with the graph, the blue line represents the number of components, and the green line represents the number of engineers. And this created an exponential growth of the components over time. And this incredible growth created a new set of problems for our platform teams to solve, but a little bit more on that later. Let's focus a little bit more on the discoverability problem and how servers, services, and cloud morphed into Backstage as it is today. Backstage started internally as a small pilot project with a small set of team trying to build a unified experience to solve a unified experience, and eventually it became the most widely used developer tool inside Spotify. We also wanted to know more about these services than simply where it was deployed. Things like, is it running in production? Who owns it? And who to page when something goes wrong. With Backstage, we wanted to give our developers a homepage, a place to find things, and it all started with a software catalog, a searchable, browsable list of all the software inside Spotify. This catalog keeps metadata about every piece of software inside Spotify, who owns it, and how it relates to other pieces of software. This software catalog stays up to date since the metadata is stored alongside the source code in GitHub. This distributed the responsibility of keeping that metadata up to date to the teams managing that source code and inspired us on a journey upwards towards GitOps and workflows. The catalog helped tremendously in finding new things, but it wasn't enough. We still had technical documentation scattered all over the place, and to make matters worse, it was always out of date. So we added tech docs, and we built these on top of Markdown files stored in the Git repository, and we linked those into Backstage as well. Each service in the catalog had its own dedicated space. There was an overview page with general information such as where it was hosted, what was going on, who to page when something went wrong, as well as browsing your documentation. For each service in the catalog, there were additional fields and places to look for build history, capacity management, deploy status, and traffic routing. We could reroute traffic between regions from Europe to America with a click of a button. You can think of this like mission control for your production systems. This linked our systems together, and we have GitHub at the heart with all the data contained in our source repositories. And our API for configurability was pull requests. With all this deep focus and on problem solving for discoverability over the years, I'd like to hand it over to Sanjana to talk about some of our other developer experience problems, such as fragmentation.
Thanks, David. Spotify seriously started inventing or investing in developer experience over the last 8 years because we saw some very troubling trends. The development of new features and the shipping of these features was getting much slower, and it was getting harder to onboard new hires. Spotify had gone through years of hypergrowth, with the number of developers quadrupling every single year. We went from a small company to this huge organization. There were lots of people onboarding and getting up to speed. And the organization was shifting so fast that it was hard to keep track of who owned what. We knew things were a bit chaotic, but it wasn't clear how this was affecting developer productivity. To dig deeper, we took an intense look at the day-to-day life of our developers to really understand what was making their lives difficult in the hope that we could find a solution for it. And of course, in this process, we wanted to unblock faster development. What we found were two major problems. First, it was hard to do things the right way fast. All that growth had left our software ecosystem so scattered that it caused confusion to our developers in terms of how to build services the right way and ship them quickly. The second problem that our developers encountered was the burden and the maintenance toil that came along with the hypergrowth of components that David shared. This means managing builds, deployments, security audits, upstream dependency breaking changes. These were parts of the software lifecycle that weren't at all related to feature development in any way, shape, or form. Our developers were wasting a huge amount of time doing these things, and our satisfaction surveys were tanking. So now we had this great developer portal, which made it easier to find things, while our platform team was working on figuring out solutions for the infrastructure toil problem. It was really clear to us that we needed to centralize and manage more of that software lifecycle. We wanted to take away the infrastructure pain from our developers so that they could focus on purely business impact. But we couldn't, not for everyone anyways. The reason was that our software ecosystem was extremely fragmented. Every single team was building and deploying these services differently, and this made it hard for us to automate. Thus marked the beginning of cultivating a tech health strategy at Spotify to enable developers to become productive and efficient. So we created something called Golden Paths, a gold standard of how to develop software at Spotify. These documented our best practices at the time, and they have been living documents ever since. We started having every single new hire go through these tutorials, which are written in tech docs, and of course, they're stored in GitHub repos. We created our first golden path for backend development, which covered how to get your environment set up, as well as deploy your backend application. You won't believe it, but it was 21 pages long. I know. I encourage everyone here to document your developer experience, and I'm sure we can swap the same horror stories. Over time, we condensed our golden paths, and despite shrinking, they covered more ground now than they did before. By focusing on eliminating steps and making it easier to build and deploy applications, it became easier to onboard and operate services day to day. We then introduced something called Golden Technologies. These were a standard set of languages, infrastructure, as well as frameworks which are expected and sometimes mandatory to be used for all production components at Spotify. Using them allowed developers to focus on their end user features since maintenance became something that platform teams were taking care of. Finally, golden state is the desired state of where we want all our software components to be. It's a target state in which we want our tech stack to be so that we can easily manage our entire fleet of software components and keep them up to date, bringing everyone across the company into new technological paradigms, enabling Spotify to keep up with the ever-evolving technology landscape in this world. So, to keep it simple, you have to follow the golden path using golden technologies to get to golden state. This is our simple but effective tech health strategy. To make it even easier to adhere to the best practices, we created something called software templates. Instead of creating new software by copying an old repository, which may have outdated code, developers could now spin up their own services with just a click of a button in Backstage, setting up their entire service. This click in Backstage would then result in calls to our GitHub repository and set up a GitHub repository with all the configurations and features already set up and ready to go. Of course, this had immediate effects. It was easier than ever to create new software, which our developers loved, and our platform team, well, they loved it even more because now the software adhered to the current standards by default. This standardization allowed us to automate away some of the infrastructure toil. Staying with the theme of automating away infrastructure toil, can anyone in the audience take a guess at what we're looking at here? Somebody said viruses? Services, microservices. Oh my God, that's a good guess. Yes, it's actually true. This is a real-life dependency graph of all the services that we have in production in Spotify. You can see how complex and intricate this web of services is, with every edge being a dependency and every node being a service. So if we had to automate away the infrastructure toil that our developers were facing, well, we had quite a task at our hand. And we had no other option but to rely on automation. So we introduced a new program called Fleet Management. Fleet management is basically split into 3 pieces. The first piece is making sure that everything is versioned and codified. And this was managed by making the integrations to GitHub, and using the flexible APIs and standard workflows, we were able to get all of this done. The second piece of the problem was to make it easy to make changes at the click of a button for a single repository. So if you wanted to expose your service to the internet, you had to find an easy way to do this for our developers. The third part of the problem was to do this at scale across hundreds of thousands of repositories, because as you all know, we have 190,000 GitHub repositories. And guess what? We did all three. We built automation to ensure that we could address all three parts of the problem, and the results were absolutely impressive. We saw huge savings and infrastructure toil savings for our developers, and our developers just needed to focus on building killer end-user features like Spotify Wrapped, audiobooks, AI DJ, and the like, without having to worry about migrations, upgrades, or any of those boring maintenance tasks. An example of the impact of fleet management is the Log4j vulnerability. As you all may already know, Log4j had a very critical vulnerability which was causing a lot of code in the world to become vulnerable. Well, at Spotify, with fleet management, we were able to resolve this incident and help secure 80% of our fleet in just 9 hours. The rest, 20% of our fleet, the rest of the 20% of our fleet got the update within a few days, and within 8 days, our entire software ecosystem was completely secure, and we didn't have the vulnerability anymore. Like any good data-driven company, we were measuring the effects of all these systems that we had developed. The change was absolutely astounding. A metric that we had established earlier on was the time for a new hire to create their 10th pull request. This corresponded well to the new hire feeling comfortable, and also it comes to a point where they feel they're well onboarded and able to contribute to their product's code. When we first started measuring this, it was 60 days. Imagine that. 2 months before a new hire could contribute to the code base. Today, that number is sitting steady at just 20 days. By making it easier to find things, including documentation, and standardizing our technology, our new hires are now contributing at 1/3 of the time productively compared to what they were before. This alone was a tremendous return on investment for us, and one that compounds every year as we hire new developers every single day. But it wasn't just new hires who were benefiting from a great developer experience. Our existing engineers saw a reduction of 25% in high urgency incidents and a 56% reduction in local build times. Fleet management not only had a positive impact for managing security vulnerabilities, but also enabled us to ship features faster. This graph shows how long it took for us to build and ship a feature in 2021. So you can see it was about 200 days. With fleet management, we have reduced it to less than a week at this point. The reliance on bots and the tight integration with GitHub has really enabled us to be zero touch. So as you can see from this graph, the number of code changes created and committed by our bots are 3 times more than those of humans. This leads to faster delivery of features to our end users. Now that we had some of our lifecycle standardized, it became easier to measure and reason about the impacts on experienced developers. We compared developers who used our golden paths, fleet management, and other preset tools built into Backstage frequently, and whose software closely aligned with these golden paths. And we compared this to our developers who did not use these preset tools as often, with less alignment to these standards. The more frequent Backstage users are 2.3 times more active in GitHub, make twice the number of code changes with 17% less cycle time, They also deploy twice as often, with their deployments staying deployed 3 times as long. Can you imagine this at your organization? Twice the code changes, higher quality software, and even better deployment rate? This is just a small taste of the return on investment you can get from making a great developer experience. But what if you can take it one step further and improve developer productivity even more? Over to David to share more.
Thanks, Sanjana. If we look at the start of the talk, it all started with the quote, "Change is the only constant." Over the last few years, we've seen an explosion in AI, and Spotify launched our AI DJ back in 2023. We wouldn't have been able to do this and launch other features such as audiobooks without the great investment in developer experience over the last few years. And at the center of all of these changes has been GitHub. We have been tracking AI data since 2022. And at the start of 2022, the number of developers using AI tools at Spotify was sitting at 13%. Towards the end of 2023, we started an experiment with AI in our developer journey. We started out small with an initial pilot of users, and we gave them access manually, inviting them into Copilot, hand-holding them during the onboarding process, and carefully tracking metrics such as PR cycle time, as well as developer sentiment. After the introduction in Copilot, we're now sitting at 56% of our engineers are using AI tools in their daily workflows. That is a whopping 43 percentage point increase after we adopted Copilot. Now over to how we managed onboarding our users into Copilot. Given the scale that we operate on, and the fact that the team managing GitHub is incredibly small at Spotify, we needed a way to scale this out and automate this so that it wasn't a hand-holding process with manual and changes all around. We worked with GitHub to design a streamline process, which I will briefly describe. At Spotify, we've made it really easy to access internal tools. Developers can opt into these tools using Backstage with a single click of a button if they're allowed to. All of this is supported and backed by our underlying identity provider system. But anyone that uses any form of single sign-on system should be able to do something similar. GitHub makes it incredibly easy to link the identity provider system into GitHub organizations. And one of the things that you can do in GitHub is you can enable your users to have access to Copilot automatically when they're added into a GitHub organization. And this connection was the key to making our process streamlined. We put these two together, and we sent out an announcement via an email to our mailing group, and we allowed our engineers to self-onboard at their own pace. They were following our documentation that was written in tech docs. And all of this, they were then granted automatic access into Copilot. During the first 2 weeks, we had over 1,000 engineers sign up and gain access to Copilot. For a self-driven workflow with almost no hand-holding or marketing or onboarding experience, this is an incredible achievement for something like Spotify. A special thanks to GitHub's professional services for helping us build a streamlined process that was super easy to follow. I wouldn't have imagined doing this without GitHub's help. And over to Sanjana to talk about our cloud journey next.
Thanks, David. Speaking about making things easy, as you can see at Spotify, we have been working towards and focusing on improving our developer experience over the last 10 years. We have had to continually evolve and innovate. During the first half of this talk, we talked about how we moved our services to the cloud and the growth that this enabled. Well, we're doing the same for Backstage. We have recently launched Spotify Portal for Backstage. This takes all the learning that Spotify has built up over the last 10 years and packages it up into a cloud offering and allows you to simply sign up and get started by using many of the concepts that we have shown throughout this talk. This also comes with all the integrations to GitHub APIs built right out of the box. This ensures that developers can easily focus on delivering end-user features without having to worry about configurations, updates, or any other maintenance toil. And the best part about all of this is that it sits in the cloud, accessible and ready to go. If you'd like to learn more, you can always go to backstage.spotify.com. 10 years of transformation. Wow. As you can tell, we are constantly evolving to build the next best developer experience. And we won't stop here. What's next? As we look to the future, we're really excited to be evaluating GitHub Enterprise Cloud with data residency to see if we can bring our developers the new and cool features even more closer to them in real time in order to improve their productivity as well as happiness. Some of the benefits Spotify is interested in are having real-time access to newly released features, zero downtime for upgrades, isolated company space compared to shared space on github.com. We're still very early in our days of evaluation, and given how central GitHub is to our developer experience, we want to make sure that this is the right path we want to walk down. We want to ensure that we have proper planning and testing and correct security measures in place before going forward with it.
We'd like to thank you on coming to our journey through GitHub. We'd like to thank you for coming to our journey with Spotify through the ages. We hope it was interesting learning about our developer experience and our little history. I'd like to share some advice with you, and that is to use the GitHub APIs, build and integrate, customize the workflows and integrate them into the way that you work, and make sure that everything is tailor-made for you.
My biggest takeaway would be that I encourage everyone here to go absolutely crazy. Help your developers think outside the box and help them become more productive and efficient by focusing on end-user features. My experience with GitHub has been awesome. The flexible APIs and workflows really help all of us at Spotify be tremendously crazy.
It was impossible to condense 10 years of developer experience into a short 40-minute talk, but we hope we could give you a brief glimpse into all of that.
Thank you for listening to our journey. Hope you all have a great rest of GitHub Universe.
And if you want... Cool. If you want to chat to us, we'll be hanging out with the speaker section. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Amy Lewis. Welcome to Universe. We're going to be talking today about an engineer's guide to starting your own company. I'm here with Danny Grant. Danny, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm the CEO of Jam. We help 150,000 engineers fix bugs faster.
That sounds amazing. I can't wait to dig in. So what led you to found Jam? What was the inspiration?
My co-founder and I used to be product managers together at Cloudflare. We were the two product managers with a team of 30 engineers, and our job was to ship the risky new businesses for the company. So we had to move really fast because we're taking risks. You can't spend forever to see if something will work. Things had to work great out of the gate. And we just found how much time and frustration was spent going back and forth with engineers about bugs and fixes. What we would do is we would find the engineer in the office. We'd literally hand them our laptops. We'd be like, it's in a perfect debugging state. Here you go. Like, stop whatever you're doing now and debug it right now because we've got it. And we just couldn't believe that there was no way to just share, like, let me show you what needs to be fixed. And that is now Jam. So you record a video of your screen, and it records not just what happened on the screen, but everything in DevTools behind the scenes. And so the engineer gets a link with exactly what to fix. They don't have to wonder how to repro the bug. The repro is right there.
That's amazing. So when you talk to people, I'm sure you're explaining to a lot of people how you made this leap. And with a complicated market that we've got, I know a lot of the folks that are watching are going to be interested in taking their own idea, their own aha moment, and turning it into a company. What's some of the advice that you would give them?
First, do it. Here are my 2 favorite frameworks for validating a startup idea. The first is Seth Godin's Rule of 10. You want to build a startup in as easy mode as possible. And so one way to do that is to build startup ideas that naturally spread. So his Rule of 10 says, tell 10 people what you're building. If one of them goes and tells another person, your startup will grow organically. Great startup to build. My second favorite framework is from a book called The Mom Test. Okay, think about how many different tools you've heard about in the last month. How many of them have you actually tried? It's probably 0. Like, the bar is so high to actually go and sign up for a new product. It actually has to be something that you really care about improving in your life for you to go out and make your life a little bit more complicated by trying something new. And so when you interview prospective users, rather than asking them about what you're thinking about building, you just ask them, what are your top 3 priorities right now? And in your performance review, what are you going to be graded on? And if you don't hear the problem that you want to solve with your startup in those things, they probably are not going to go out of their way to sign up and try your product.
I love that. So kind of ask the right questions, get the right feedback loop, and then work from there. Let's talk about another, maybe it's a barrier for a lot of folks in terms of getting started. I want to think of it as its own language. The ultimate speaking to venture capitalists, I think of it as just speaking VC, because I feel like it can be a foreign tongue for somebody who doesn't come from that world. What would be your guidance and advice for someone how to speak to the VCs and how to speak VC fluently?
I used to be a VC, and I've seen hundreds of early stage founders pitch. And the best founders at pitching, they just deliver a great meeting that the VC wants to do again and again. Because what really is that first initial pitch meeting? It's kind of like a job interview. It's saying, do we want to work on this idea together for 10 to 15 years? And so actually, the most important thing is that the answer to that is yes, and let me also see if that would be a good business. Here's one way to think about it. So imagine that I gave you $100,000 to go invest in a couple of early stage startups. So you would go and you'd go meet with a bunch of founders and you'd say like, well, what are you building? And then you would have to choose who to give that money to. And if you imagine, what would you want to hear from that founder for you to be like, hell yes, let's give them a check? It's probably that they're really passionate about the idea. They probably have some credibility behind them. Like maybe they've spent 10 years in the healthcare space and now they're building the product they wish they could have had. Or maybe they've already gone and done a bunch of research and they're clearly obsessed. Like there's sort of something with gravity. And probably you want to hear some humility. You don't want someone that's sort of trying to BS their way through all the answers. You want someone who's going to be thoughtful along the way and says like, yeah, that's a big risk in our business. I'm thinking about it in a few ways. Or yes, there are competitors, but to me, that's the signal of how exciting of an opportunity this is. Here's how we're approaching it differently, right? So I think when you imagine what would you want to hear, suddenly it becomes a lot easier to imagine how to be when you go and pitch.
Oh, I love that.
Okay, one more piece of advice. A lot of founders get discouraged if they don't have an existing network. How do they even reach out to VCs? But when I was a VC, I read every single cold email and cold DM I received because I didn't get that many. And so what that means is that founders, even without an existing network, still have an opportunity to reach out and stand out. But there's a way to do it. The best piece of advice I've heard about this is from one of our investors, Anne Duane at Village Global. She says, don't think selling, think be compelling. Don't sell your whole startup, your whole pitch in that first outreach, just compel a meeting. So what does that look like? If you imagine just like going through your email and getting an email from someone you don't know, what would compel you to even respond? Probably it didn't feel like homework to read. There wasn't just like a lot thrown at you. Probably it felt very relevant. Probably it had some energy and probably had some like real gravity. It felt like there's a reason why this is interesting. So what does that look like? Maybe it's something like 3 sentences. Just listen to you on this podcast. The way you think about this is so interesting. I'm about to quit my job in this space and start this company. Let me know if I can pick your brain. I'm super curious to hear about go to market for this space, whatever, right? It's going to get a low response rate, but I think it has a higher chance of getting a response rate than something super, super long or just not reaching out at all.
That's such great advice. I'm also thinking we've spoken so much about the ways to decide if something fits into the framework, if something is a good idea. What advice do you have for folks to get over that fear of failure, if you will? How do you let go of an idea that maybe isn't working? How do you move past and keep on moving quickly?
In the early days of Jam, I felt really nervous about pivoting because, we've worked so hard on this one version of the product, like, what is the months of work going to go away? But I'll tell you that it actually gets more painful the longer you wait to pivot. And so you kind of have to rip the Band-Aid because it feels so good to work on a thing that's working and providing value that people use every day and love. Maybe it's a reframe. Maybe it's not the fear of failing, but maybe that's like the learning journey. Like that's what you get to do. I think as a founder, like I can't believe we get to do this. Like it is so cool that we get to go out and pick one corner of the world that we want to change. And we get to assemble a team around us to all go change it together. And like, yeah, there's gonna be failures. Like, yeah, it's gonna be hard, but like, it's like so freaking cool and so exciting. And so maybe it's just a reframe around failure.
Oh, I love that. Tell me a little bit about how GitHub sort of grew with you through this process.
We love GitHub. When I told my team that I'm here today, they were like, oh my God, and here are our 10 feature requests. We're in the business of delivering product that makes an impact. And where do we build product? It's all happening in GitHub. GitHub is at the core of what we do. And as we build our startup, GitHub is one of the things that helps us scale faster. For us as a startup, that's super meaningful. Like, what's our competitive advantage against the giants? It's we can be nimble, we can be quick. And so tools that allow us to do that, they mean a lot to us. One of those tools in the GitHub suite is Copilot. Our engineers say they can't go back to a world before Copilot. They think it makes them 20% faster, but that's sort of not even the whole thing. I think it makes them even faster without them realizing it because it's not the experience of typing the code. It's that Copilot helps them write more maintainable and readable code, which means that as we add engineers to the team, they're able to ramp up and contribute sooner.
Danny, I love hearing about this journey that you've been on, and you've learned so much. But if you were to pause and think about what you might say to the you were before all of these experiences, what would you say to somebody who's just getting started, or say to your former self? A lesson learned, something that you're really excited about, something to think about differently? What would you say?
I have two pieces of advice that one I had on day one and one I wish I had. The one piece of advice I had is my co-founder and I came from Cloudflare. One of the co-founders of Cloudflare, Michelle Zatlin, gave us this amazing advice, which is take lots of photos and screenshots in the very early days because you're never going to regret having those. And actually, it feels so silly in the beginning to take a screenshot of like your local dev environment on your computer with this sort of like janky prototype, but I'm so happy we have those, and I think every founder needs to like pause for moments, take photos, take screenshots. The lesson that I've learned the hard way, the hardest lesson I've learned at Jam, is startups are always harder to build and take longer than you think to build. That's why we do them. We love the challenge. No founder likes an easy mode. But what does that mean? It means that the people around you matter so much more than you can ever expect, because the journey is going to be long. The journey is going to be so tough. But with people around you who you trust and you love to build with, everything gets a lot easier.
That's really inspiring. Thank you so much, Danny.
Thank you.
And thanks everybody for watching. We really appreciate your time with us. I hope you're as inspired as I am to go out and build something great. So thank you for watching, and thank you again, Danny. It was really fantastic.
Thanks.
Welcome to Canada, the Great White North, land of hockey, maple syrup, and the Northern Lights. With all this open space, Canadians need a way to stay connected with fast, reliable internet. And one company has been building the network to make that possible. TELUS is Canada's leading telecom, with service spanning over 3.8 million square miles. How does that even work? Katie, can you help me out here?
This is Canada, and I can't even reach all of it. 90% of Canadians live right along here. And it's important to us to make sure that everybody else also has equal access to the internet.
Thanks, Katie. Let's hit Tim Hortons, grab some poutine, and see how GitHub makes this possible.
TELUS is making sure that nobody in Canada, regardless of where you live, rural or in the city, is left behind.
You have logistical problems of how do you actually connect people in remote and rural communities at the same level that you would expect in a city.
The internet is now a fundamental right. It's the key to learning. It's necessary for getting access to jobs and opportunities. In a lot of cases, to be able to get access to healthcare, you need the internet.
All right, let's get this job done. I have always lived by the mantra, reduce toil, increase happiness, and get done. And for me, that really culminates in building technology that's going to impact people's lives. And GitHub is a big part of what makes that possible.
GitHub has been essential for TELUS to allow their developers to work together and pull off these massive challenges. But things weren't always this easy for TELUS.
Prior to us using GitHub, it was very hard for developers to bootstrap a new project, have it all version controlled, and get the development pipelines to push to production. And we all know that happy developers build happy products. And what makes developers happy is when the flow is very easy and it's easy to do the right thing. And this is where GitHub have been a great help for us because it's allowed us to automate a lot of the daily tasks and allows our developers to really focus on innovation and creativity and not worry about how that code is versioned, how it's deployed, how it's managed, how it's protected.
This year, we've had over 3 million GitHub actions executed. If each of those actions saved a developer a minute, which I think is an underestimate, then we've achieved 16 million in cost avoidance for our developers this year.
Wow, that's huge savings. That helps TELUS invest in even more infrastructure across remote areas of Canada. Today, new cell towers have made saving lives easier, and GitHub has helped make it possible for TELUS.
In the last 5 years, TELUS has put up 15 macro towers and 199 micro towers, and that has allowed organizations like the Royal Canadian Marine Search and Rescue the ability to have connectivity in areas that they didn't have before, and that's allowed them to save more people on the waterways.
Having the ability to call for help quickly is paramount for people who like to experience the wilderness.
If we get a call of somebody that might be in distress, and we'll dispatch one of 2 vessels that we have, and we'll go and provide assistance.
Luckily today, no emergency calls are in, but the team must stay trained and at the ready. So bring out the dummy. Don't be scared, this is a highly trained team. He'll be fine. Behind a rescue call like this is millions of lines of code and thousands of developers using GitHub to create a seamless digital infrastructure that supports every aspect of TELUS operations. We're honored to play even a small part in amazing organizations like this.
I build because I love seeing the reaction and smiles when people use what I build. I strongly believe that our pace of innovation is going to rapidly increase due to our partnership with GitHub.
Wow, couldn't have said it better myself. Thanks, TELUS. Keep up the good work.
work. Okay, wait, I'm having
To do some setup here.
A little ASMR for you.
I think everybody ready to go?
My dice
Yeah?
are in the back.
You can use mine.
Awesome.
Gamers.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Dungeons and Deployments, the Clusters of Chaos. I'm Noah Abrahams, and while I am currently an independent cloud consultant, this afternoon I will be your Dungeon Master, or DM. In the context of this talk, the DM is like the Kubernetes API server. I keep notes, I answer queries, and I direct the actions at the table. While DMs can usually be bribed with snacks, pay attention to what an API server might be compromised by.
You have to click on the next slide.
It's not.
Is the clicker not working?
Nope, clicker's not working.
Can we get the next slide, folks? There we go.
Yeah, clicker seems to be dead. Hello, everybody. My name is Kat Cosgrove. You may know me from my work in the Kubernetes project as the release lead responsible for naming a release Ubernetes. But I'm also the release team subproject lead and a SIGDocs tech lead. Tonight, I will be a warlock named Tav, and you can think of me as a load generator. My job is to put stress on your application, but ultimately ensure that it's working at its best.
Hi, I'm Ian Coldwater. I'm Senior Principal Security Architect at Docker and co-chair of SIG Security for the Kubernetes project. In this context, I'm playing a rogue named Goose. Like many roguish geese, I like to cause problems on purpose, which is why I'm here to represent chaos engineering. Chaos engineering gives us the means to understand what happens to our systems when unexpected things happen. And I might be bringing some chaos here.
Hi, everyone. I'm Natalie Vlatko, open source architect at Cisco. Most importantly, I'm the co-chair of the Special Interest Group for Documentation for the Kubernetes project, and this beard is real. I'll be playing Era, the tiefling grave cleric of our merry group, your local host healer. You can compare me, thank you for laughing at my joke. You can compare me to your CI/CD system, responsible for defending your pipeline and the chain of healing supplies. CI/CD is much like a grave cleric in that you only notice me when I'm not around. And there is also potential for psychic damage. At least there will be after you sit through this talk.
Hi, I'm Seth McCombs, lead infra engineer at AcuityMD, past member of various Kubernetes release teams, mainly docs focused. And today I will be a half-orc druid named Jovum, spelled JVM. I am here to show you that Kubernetes is not just meant for your tiny little microservices that you may love, but it's also still good for running those great big Java services that we all appreciate.
Okay, so how this talk is going to work. This is technically a talk about Kubernetes security risks, and to tell you about them, we're going to be sitting up here playing a short game of Dungeons and Dragons. We've got dice, we've got our character information, got everything we need. When someone stands up like I'm doing right now, that's going to be breaking the fourth wall to give exposition to you, the audience. When we're all sitting down at the table, however, all our conversation is going to be mostly within the confines of the game. There's going to be a lot of bad tech jokes, security puns, so put that on your risk acceptance list. Without further ado, so a quick recap for the players so everyone remembers where we were. The guild had previously sent 3 of you, Tav, Era, and Jovum, on a quest to recover the magical Bucket of Secrets, which is an artifact containing hidden information and the answers to all your questions. It had previously been in the possession of a Mazalin, the orange lich of Cascadia, but you found it was stolen by a rainbow-plumed weregoose. You followed the goose to a castle in the sky where Sir Russ, the Lord of the Clouds, told you the goose had come through and also stolen his holy certificate for commuting with etcd. If you recovered both, he promised you riches. And I think you also negotiated for like cookies or marshmallows or something.
Snacks.
That brings us to now, where you are heading off on a wild goose chase to the Duchy of Devalps down the rocky slopes of Mount Device. So as you come down the mountain, you find yourselves in some farmland. Along the road, you see a village. Appears to be in disarray of some kind. There's some people running about, a group of folks just staring into a small lake confusedly. And you also see an old farmer leaning on a shovel next to a fence by the road, looking haggard. What you gonna do?
I would like to talk to the farmer.
Okay.
I would like to ask him, what is going on here? Why is everything so messy? What happened?
He says, well, this goose got into our commune here. You know, we didn't really have any rules against it, and they grabbed all our rakes and keys and stuff and threw them all in the lake. So now we're sorting out this chaos and figuring out how we're going to keep farming.
Okay. You just didn't have any rules against this, so it's just, okay. That doesn't seem ideal. I think that you should potentially have some rules about people being able to show up in your town and cause chaos.
Hey, that's a good idea.
So, yeah, no problem. So good luck with that. Can we get directions to the city?
Oh yeah, just keep on heading down this road and you'll eventually get to the city. Can't miss it. Good luck. Sounds to me like they have a distinct lack of central policy enforcement.
Yeah, folks, without centralized policy enforcement, enforcement is left as an exercise to the user, and that is not secure. Once the goose was inside the commune, they were beyond the reach of any external checks and balances. A standard solution includes a combination of policies set through something like Open Policy Agent and admission controllers to prevent getting in and applications from running in the first place. Sure, once inside, if there are no rules, it's anarchy.
Ooh. As soon as you say the word anarchy, out jumps a mysterious figure from the tall grass.
I'd just like to interject for a moment. What you are calling anarchy is actually chaos, or as I've recently taken to calling it, a popular misconception. As Pierre Joseph Proudhon once said, anarchy is order without power. Without a centralized authority telling us what to do, people can have freedom over their own lives and responsibility toward one another. Everybody has a part to play, and everyone does their part. You know, like in a well-functioning open source project. So, anyway, my name's Goose. What you all up to? Can I come with?
It seems a bit suspicious to me that we are looking for a goose and we have met a figure named Goose. I want to, insight check.
Sure, you can do that. The difficulty will be 10.
Rolled a 6.
Okay, nope, seems totally normal. Nothing out of the ordinary that a character named Goose just showed up while you were looking for a goose.
Howdy there, Goose. You may join us on this merry quest.
Welcome to the party.
So as you travel further down the road, you see the main city getting closer in the distance. By which I mean you're getting closer to the city, not it's getting closer to you. That'd be really weird. So you can also see that others along this road are traveling to enter the city, including a wagon in front of you. You watch as a crate falls off the back and lands on the road, but they don't seem to notice. Are you going to call out to them and help them, or let them go and go inspect your newly acquired crate?
I'm already digging through the contents of the crate.
Okay.
Free stuff.
Loot.
Free stuff.
Okay, you open the crate, and inside is a bunch of straw packing and some cloth.
Straw, hey.
Oh, God. Inside that is some wool, and wrapped up in that is a large, polished, curved disc of glass. You don't know what it's for, but it looks like it could be useful for something.
Polished, curved disc of glass. All right, I've added that to my character sheet.
Perfect.
It's my disc of glass.
Sounds to me like that wagon had some insecure workload configuration.
Secure configurations are not just for your cluster, but the workloads running in your cluster as well. It doesn't matter how good your ship is if everything's falling out of your containers. Bad examples are running as root or running with privileged containers. I heard it, someone laughed.
Running with scissors.
Or expansive access to file systems and other resources. Tools like Open Policy Agent can help you enforce configurations to prevent these things, but in order to roll out tools like OPA, you need to know what your applications need to function properly. If your application has to run as root, you're the problem, not the system.
Okay, you continue along the road to the city, watching the wagon enter from a distance, and eventually you come up to the main gate. It's at a bridge over a river, and there's 2 guards out front. They're obviously brothers, which you can tell by their badges, which read Logan and Martin Ring. Logan's holding a clipboard and says, state your business.
We need to get into the city to meet the Duchess. How do we prove that we're allowed to be here?
Oh, well, let me check the list. He picks up the clipboard, and as he's flipping through, a stiff breeze comes by, and he watches comically as all of his papers blow into the moat below.
Oh no, I saw while you were flipping through, you were getting real close to our names. We would not lie to you. We're definitely on the list. We are trustworthy adventurers.
Well, I mean, look at us.
Look at us.
Well, we have no reason to doubt you. Sounds reasonable to me. Martin, his brother, who's just been watching the whole time, he nods, and they wave you into the city in what really looks like a bad case of inadequate logging and monitoring.
So, this is where other failure modes sneak under the radar. If the logging is not centralized, it can be easy for a compromised cluster to suddenly have no traces of that compromise. So you want them all going somewhere that can't be tampered with. However, it is also easy to get overwhelmed by turning on the fire hose of notifications, so knowing where alerting thresholds should be set and how they should be escalated is important for any system. Pulling a non-sanctioned image or establishing a SQL connection from the outside world may alert the first time, but there are plenty of notices that you just don't want to read until they've failed for a while, like a service recovery or something. We could go on at length about this, but observability is probably a whole talk in and of itself, especially in Kubernetes.
So you get through and you arrive in the main square of the city. You see a bard on a small stage singing songs like Teach Me How to Doochie and generally being an information booth for the tourists. You also notice a guild informant standing behind him. He's got a guild insignia on his lapel. And when he sees you, because you've got your insignias, he waves you over. Ah, fellow guild members, what can I do for you?
We need the password to get in through the back entrance to town through the market.
Ah,
out?
Just a moment. He pops over and kind of sneaks his hand into the pocket of the bard and comes back with this folded sheet of paper. He says, here's the password you need, but don't worry. No one can read it. It's encrypted.
Sir, this is Elvish.
Ah, Tav can read that.
I'm an elf. The password is Hunter2.
I didn't see anything.
Sounds like a bad instance of secrets management failure to me.
It's important to know that secrets are still objects in the cluster. And if you have access to a particular secret object, it is just base 64 encoded, so it can very easily be read. It's still better than putting passwords as environment variables in your YAML, and there is encryption at rest, so nobody can read secrets from your etcd backups, but within the cluster, there is so much more to it than just saying, it's in a secret, no one can read it. This also means you need to be careful to avoid checking the unencrypted object into a repo. People do that happens, so it sounds absurd. People do it.
I'm sure no one here would do this.
No, I've definitely never committed my AWS keys or anything.
So you make your way out into the back and through into the marketplace. But there's just way too much stuff here with no rhyme or reason. You got antiques next to clothing, next to food. They'll spill over onto each other's stalls. It's hard to tell anything apart. You're going to need an investigation roll to find anything here.
Could say it looks rather chaotic.
That's a 6 for me.
4.
That's an 18.
Oh, okay.
I got 5.
You managed to locate a vendor map, which is attached to a pole, clearly labeled map of the marketplace. But it definitely sounds like they have some missing network segmentation controls here.
And without segmentation controls, Kubernetes defaults to having one big flat network, meaning any pod in a cluster can potentially talk to any other pod. Network policies, various CNI plugins, and service meshes can all go a long way towards restricting the communication to avoid behaving like one giant switch.
It's always the quiet ones.
Whenever feasible, though, logical segmentation, such as putting all PCI traffic on a separate cluster, is ideal. So any communication would have to go through ingresses and services, and pods avoid exposure.
Your beard.
Okay.
I'm wearing this tonight.
Oh, God.
So you do know, looking at the vendor map, that food vendors often have information about the goings-on of their areas. So that'd be a good place to start.
Sounds good to me. I'm pretty consistently hungry, so yeah, I'm headed that direction.
You find a vendor selling soup in a delicious San Francisco sourdough bread bowl.
Sounds sourdough.
You dig right in, start scarfing it down, and why don't you, hold on, why don't you make a Constitution saving throw?
What?
It's a 1.
Okay. So Jovum just suddenly freezes. He just locks up.
As Jovums do.
You okay there, pal? Jovum? Hello? Oh, God, I'm the healer, aren't I? Okay. All right, buddy.
Okay.
Thank you. I needed that.
Turns out that soup was days old, so it wasn't good anymore. And also, it was made with a memory leak. So, the bread's still good, but this reminds me of the problem of outdated or vulnerable Kubernetes components.
All right. Vulnerabilities can strike any number of components, subsystems, or applications running within your cluster. Some issues are a little bit harder to detect than others. Not every problem will struts right in.
Why did I save you? Why?
I don't know why we're friends with this guy.
By staying on top of CVE notifications as well as releases, teams know when they can upgrade and when they must. But being able to perform these upgrades takes careful planning and preparation. Staying on top of these avoids being left with systems that are not only lacking in functionality and past their prime, but are also not receiving security updates. We're looking at all of you running versions from 3 years ago.
So, after you get directions post-soup, you make your way out the back of the market and into the docks area. You see various barges being unloaded, hauling in some dead fail whales. And you also notice a crane overhead carrying some crates when suddenly the chain snaps and everyone needs to make a dexterity save.
I got a 10.
16.
Oh, nat 20.
Nice.
Crit fail.
Okay.
Genuinely, that's not like a karmic dice situation. I did literally just roll a 1.
Okay. You take, hold on, let me, ooh, oh my God, that's a lot. You take character killing amount of damage, but as the API server, I'm gonna redeploy you.
Appreciate it. I needed that.
So after that, now all these crates have fallen and their contents have spilled, but because there's bad labeling, no one can tell what went in which particular crate. It's probably best to get out of here and away from what sounds like a supply chain vulnerability.
Your beard is in my hands. Wow, the supply chain broke. I guess the chain guard doesn't seem to help. When your supply chain breaks, you lose provenance, which can lead to vulnerabilities in your base image or just being unsure about the security of your image. Fixes for this lack of trust can include always referencing your base images by SHA instead of something mutable like the name, strict image registry management, use of SBOMs, and enforcement via admission controllers.
Okay, you make your way further along the wharf and come to a large archway at the end with a long line of people all queued up to go through. You quickly notice that some of the people just get out of line and go walk through a hole in the wall next to the archway, and no one seems to stop them. Are you gonna wait in line, or are you just gonna go around?
I'm gonna go around.
I'm a
I don't have
millennial.
a
I want
history
instant
of-
gratification. I'm not waiting now.
I live in Germany and we love to queue, but not today.
Why do we want to wait in line if we can just go in there?
Yeah. Sounds like they've got some seriously broken auth mechanisms here.
And authentication should be the very first interaction with an API server, where it verifies your identity. Authorization is the flip side of that, where permissions are granted to that identity. If either of those mechanisms is broken, security suffers. If you don't have multi-factor auth, or your tokens are too long-lived, or not even verified properly in the first place, your identity may be compromised. But worse than that, if you can sidestep any part of that process, then the process may as well not exist at all. Like that gate, like my very existent beard.
So you get to the far end of the docks, and you have two options. You can go up the stairs to a domed building that you see up there, or you can walk into the ocean, which most of the audience is considering right now.
I'll take the ocean.
Ocean?
Yeah, it's the ocean for me.
Okay.
I'm gonna advise against that as the party healer. Yeah.
I'll just get redeployed. So.
Yeah, she gets redeployed at the top of the stairs.
I didn't feel great. Redeploy wasn't great.
No, it doesn't.
So you get to the top, and you see an observatory up there. There's a big sign that says enter, and there is no other sign of security or ticketing of any kind in sight.
Aren't these places usually full of like expensive equipment?
Oh yeah.
Like we can just walk in here with we don't have to talk to anybody, nobody has to check ID or whatever?
Super valuable.
Cool. That seems wildly insecure.
Yeah, I feel like it kind of does, doesn't it?
Talk to me, Goose.
So, what this sounds like to me is overly permissive access control. We are all made of stars, but your RBAC shouldn't be. Role-based access control isn't just about specifying which actions a user can take. To secure it, you also need to know what exactly those actions are really doing. For example, the list and watch actions for RBAC give way more content than you might expect from their names, because their results don't just list their results, they contain full objects and all of their contents. So if you're asking for a list of secrets, you're not just getting a list of secrets, you're getting all the secrets. It's also important to be extra careful with cluster admin and other grouped permission levels. Know what exact permissions you're giving, so you don't unintentionally give out more access than you may mean to. As we anarchists like to say, no gods, no system masters.
So you walk in to the observatory, and you see a group of astronomers.
Hey, nerds.
They wave. They look like they're working on some big mechanical apparatus. One of them is scratching his head, holding a big black and white sheet of paper that says telescope at the top. But you can tell that those are assembly instructions. Who picked up the lens?
Me. That'd be Jova.
You get the lens? Okay. When they see you have the lens, they get really excited and they usher you over. You came, you brought a lens for us. Thank you. Finally, you got here.
For us?
Found this lens fair and square.
Yeah, we got to get some money for this or something.
Well, they explain to you that there is a local law in the Duchy that states anyone who repairs a fixture of the town, which the observatory would count as, is entitled to a boon from the Duchess.
I love a boon.
Boons are good. Boons, yeah, boons are great.
Yeah.
I just know about the farm.
Yeah, boons.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's not, yeah.
So, if you're gonna help them out, because it sounds like you're all in on the boons, first of all, the lens cover was still on. Rookie move. You take that off and install the lens properly. That's pretty easy. So it's projecting on a viewing table below. But it's still out of focus, so one of you is probably going to need to make an Arcana roll to finish aligning and focusing.
Leave that to the cleric.
I got a 1.
Obviously. Who's the spellcaster around here? Yeah, it's a 19.
Okay.
Plus 7, because I'm proficient.
Oh, yeah, you're fantastic at this. So you managed to get everything just right, and now that they could see where the telescope is actually oriented, It's facing the constellation Ansarum, the guiding goose. Now the telescope is fixed, and a room full of geeks all cheers for you. Sure does sound like that telescope components were misconfigured.
And that reminds me of misconfigured cluster components. Kubernetes has a lot of moving parts, from the control plane to the nodes to related services. If any one of these isn't configured correctly, you can open your cluster up to any number of other attack vectors before the configuration is even corrected. Regular auditing can help you with this, and having your cluster configurations visible in version control, as in infrastructure as code, can also help you spot misconfigurations before the auditors do. Most of all, it's really important to know what exactly it is that you're running. Know why you have that in there, what it's supposed to be doing, because if you know what exactly all of those cluster components are supposed to be for, you can make sure that you are not configuring them in a way that maybe they're not supposed to be.
Okay, so now you've finished up with the telescope, and you're ushered out. The astronomers point you towards the Duchess's manor, and of course she lives in a gated community. You approach the gates and see some sort of mysterious symbol on them. You don't know what it means, though, and you don't have any of the ancient translation mechanisms you could possibly need to read it.
Oh, man. Yeah. Anyone else want to scan that?
Go ahead, threat modeling. Anyway, there's a guard out front talking to one of the astronomers who points you out. As you approach the guard, he just waves you on through.
Was that supposed to be an admission controller? What is this, Kubernetes 1.6?
I mean, look at the state of the rest of this town, so maybe.
Could be very out of date. A few versions behind.
We've talked about this.
So you enter the manor. You're escorted through the foyer, past the library and the overflowing stacks, and into a sitting room where you see the Duchess Julia off to one side, teaching someone how to make beef bourguignon. She greets you. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm the Duchess Julia, keeper of laws in this land. I've been appraised that each of you is due a boon.
The plosive on the word boon is so harsh.
She sits down at a desk and waves to one of her assistants. Can you please bring me the Book of Boons? No, not that one. No, the one to your left. No, your other left. Now that one. Yeah, that one. Thank you. Bring it over here. All this work is so laborious, she says. My family has been the keepers of laws and boon certification in this land for generations. Sounds like their manual certificate management isn't the greatest.
So, manual certificate management is a huge problem. It leaves room for both errors and compromise, but also places a human as a critical failure mode for your otherwise entirely automated infrastructure. Problems can occur from certificates being incorrectly handled, but also from expiration or even just a lack of trust by your users. Expired or outdated certificates can not only cause disruptions and downtime, but can also be exploited as a vector for services to be compromised, as with our party here. Also, if your users have to trust an improper certificate, they are less likely to notice if bad actors step into the middle of those certificates.
Okay, so then, she says, and she dips a pen in, what do you all desire from the duchy?
Riches.
Switches.
More soup.
Soup for your family?
Soup for my family.
And how about you?
I would like passage on board your boat, leaving tomorrow for the island of the oracles.
Wait, how'd you know? We haven't gotten to that part of the adventure yet. How'd you know that?
Well, so about that. I've got something I need to say. Oh, just gonna take these slides right here.
These aren't my slides.
Hello?
How'd they get in here?
So, I have a confession to make. I'm not just named Goose, I'm the Goose.
Oh my God,
Who could have predicted this?
I'm the one you're looking for. I stole the S3 bucket, which led me to the holy etcd certificate. I needed the certificate to compromise the API server, that is, this Yahoo over here, because I knew this would be the best way to get where I needed to go.
Oh, so that's how they knew it was in my notes.
Okay, listen, I see how all of you are looking at me right now. Hear me out. I have my reasons. I needed to take these measures to keep the people safe. The guild who runs this town say they're dedicated to helping the community and keeping the people safe, but just look around at the state of things here. This place is in shambles. The admission control isn't real. Nothing is actually being protected. They say they're helping the community, but we can all see what they're really dedicated to. They're not here to help us. They're here to seek riches and power for themselves. Power corrupts. And whoever seeks power shouldn't be able to get it. They can't be trusted with it. That bucket was too powerful. No one should have that kind of access. So I had to lock that S3 bucket down. So I stole the bucket in order to destroy it. It's the only way to be sure. And the only way that bucket that can be destroyed is in the fires of Mount Oom.
Mount Oom?
On the island of the oracles. The boat leaves tomorrow, and I want all of you to come with me. Every one of us here is capable of amazing things. We have more power than we know, and we're stronger when we collectively bargain together. We can change the world. Every one of us can. All of us at this table, all of us in this room. We don't need anyone else to tell us what to do. We can just do things. We don't have to ask for permission. We can make things better. Let's start today. The secret is to really begin. So, want to come with us, party?
I'm Union. I could be a hero. Yeah, I'm in. Yeah.
I would like to join you, yes.
Let's go.
I guess we know what the next adventure is going to be.
So, we're all going to go to the island of the oracles. All of you are invited. And now, this talk is done. We would like to thank the OWASP Foundation for the OWASP Kubernetes Top 10, which we have just read out to all of you in a way that hopefully you found entertaining. Thank you also to Rick Astley for the symbol on the Duchess's gates. Thank you all so much for coming here and playing Dungeons and Deployments with us today. And one more thing, honk the planet! Thank you. And if you have any session feedback, feel free to leave it on the mobile app. Thank you all for coming here today.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Wait. Woohoo. Are we standing, sitting? Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back for the final time this GitHub universe. I'm Ken. Just Ken. And look, Christina.
Yes.
We have been doing this for what, 3-4 years now? 3 years?
3 or 4, yeah. I think it's our third one together.
Yep. 10th one of GitHub Universe.
Yes.
How was this for you?
Okay, well, I mean, I feel like a superhero. First of all, this has been a great event. Such a fantastic, got to see so many great people. The space has been great. I spent a couple hours today talking with the GitHub stars, just some of the best people in the world. And in fact, speaking of some of the best people, joined right now, Mr. Corey Quinn, who's the chief dog at the Duckbill Group. Corey, we talked a lot about like where we've been over the last 10 years. And as we kind of think to the future, I know you're a noted futurist. No. Where do you think we will be in 10 years? Like, what are your thoughts? Incidentally, this outfit I think is AI generated, right?
I assume so. Like, I spent the last 10 years just hanging out in the rollers at the 7-Eleven, but figured I'd come on down here. No, I'm hoping that we start continuing to see these iterative enhancements. Like, I would love it if Copilot lets you bring your own model. You're supporting additional stuff this time, which is great. Now I want you to support Steven. That's not a model, that's my useless colleague. He takes forever, he's generally wrong, just like an AI system, but my God, he is the most confident of confident white men, and he is spectacular at basically taking forever to come in with a fill in your own prompt, which gives me more time to goof off on Twitter.
Yeah. Okay. So we need to bring your own Steven. All right. What else about the next 10 years? Any other any other like predictions?
I think that we're going to basically have code that writes itself, which is awesome, and all we have to do is burn 3/4 of a rainforest every time we want to do hello world on a whiteboard. Fizz buzz, that's sort of the noise that the country makes. It descends into the rising sea levels. It'll be awesome, though. And my God, for that brief moment in time before it all collapses, look at the shareholder value we are going to capture.
Okay. Amazing. On that thought.
So good to hear from Corey for the last time ever.
I was going to say, thank you, Corey, for the maybe last time.
Yeah. And I'm also joined by Diana Broccolini. How is this for you? What was your favorite moment of the last 2 days?
Apart from this one, I mean, this is pretty epic. I feel pretty powerful right now. Yeah, it's a spectacular moment. But yeah, other than that, I think the duck, that's been a really great thing about this universe. But also some amazing stuff in the keynotes, of course. It's nice to see stuff that we've been working on internally and using internally now out there and getting to customers. And then, yeah, meeting our customers and partners and chatting to folks and having fun with everyone. It's been fantastic. Great venue as well.
Also, well done getting the wind to do the cape. That was impressive. How do you manage that?
I control the weather. Yep, it's AI.
AI, yeah, that's...
AI cape.
An AI cape, yeah.
It's all AI. All right, Damo, do you have any final thoughts for us as we close out the 10th universe?
Look, I think that's enough. Anyway, all right, cool. As we close out GitHub Universe, number 10.
Number 10.
It's in the books. Look, we're going to say goodbye for now. We're going to move on. I'm going to ask the others, though. Any final thoughts just before we go?
Join us again next year, genuinely. This is such a good time. Please come join us in person if you can, because this is so fun.
Yep, Diana,
I wouldn't dress up like this any other place. This is just ridiculous. This is really
great. Yes, you would.
You don't dress like this normally?
Final thoughts?
Always carry a cape in your back pocket, just in case.
Just in case.
Moments like this. And yeah, sign up and check out the stuff.
Yep.
Build something on Spark. Build something honestly, that's my real biggest takeaway. Play
Awesome.
around with these things. Build something, right? We want to see what you've done next year, because the way this stuff is moving, it's going to be incredible. But build something and then tell us about it, because we love to see people do that.
Absolutely. I can hear the music ramping up, which means we're being played off.
Don't just build something. Relish it.
And on that joke, we are going to say goodbye. We really hope you join us next week. Do not turn off your computer, though, because we're going to have a little look back on this GitHub universe and a little look forward to the next one. Until next time, see you then.
Thank you. Shout out to...
Good morning.
We're so excited to be here at Day 2 of Universe, where thousands of developers have come together to connect and learn from each other.
My favorite part of Universe is the energy.
GitHub has always been the home for all developers. As we look to the future, we've set our sights on 1 billion people building with code, turning ideas into reality. Whether it's solving the toughest challenges, starting a new project, or taking your first steps with a Hello World tutorial, we're here with you.
If I had to encapsulate Universe down to one word, it would be developers.
Copilot Autofix is available for free for all public repositories.
I can't think of another conference that has this vibe.
Today, over 1 million students, teachers, and open source maintainers have used Copilot for free. You've shown the world what's possible, not just through code, but through creativity, a love for problem solving, and all the experiences that make you, you.